Chapter 52-67. The domains of these two people are very strong, especially Lin Shuang. She exchanged a lot of space treasures, the most precious treasure together with Frost Snow. In the world of Frost and Snow, she summoned 6 great ice phoenixes alone, and they were all 6 Taoist masters at once, and there were several breakthroughs on their walls, and their burning origin was comparable to Taoists. It is not surprising to hold on. On Jian Wushuang's side, one is that no one can cooperate with him. He can't tear the sky down the city wall, and it's useless if he goes down. He has no domain and can only rescue around the wall. The rest of them have average strength and potential. Even if they get a lot of treasures, there will be no qualitative changes, and they will be upgraded by 1 level at most. Those half-walking monarchs finally burned the source, but they also failed to take that step. This made Jian Wushuang feel that someone was correcting him behind his back. Why is he the most unlucky every time? After the sword formation returned, protect his surroundings. There are millions of universes in the sleeves, and half of the turbid wine in the pot. Fight! Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth. He didn't want to fall here, not to mention what the sword Qiuhuang said, but the crystal origin of the 11th wave. He was determined to win, and would never give up. One thought of the universe. After pouring all the muddy wine into his mouth, his mental power and strength were restored to their peak. The one-minded universe, covering 30 million li, became more and more solidified, and the sun, moon, and stars kept changing. The terrifying power of thought not only affected those devouring demon lords, but even Dian Immortal on the wall felt dizzy and could not feel his own body. Jian Wushuang's body is like a divine stone, affecting the surrounding environment. What is this? Torn Tian exclaimed. He has a bad feeling. Sure enough, as expected by the tower, Jian Wushuang burst out with a huge light in the next moment, illuminating the entire Yin universe. You are crazy! So I thought that Jian Wushuang was going to blow himself up. It was really the wave just now, so I wanted to explode too much, and the whole Buddha's power was gathered in the whole body, and it exploded in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Jian Wushuang blew himself up, and he didn't know whether he should be happy or sad. If Jian Wushuang fell, how would he deal with these devouring demon lords? Wrong. Jian Wushuang blew himself up. Wouldn't he kill these devouring demon lords? In addition, he can leave the wings of the candle dragon, and another treasure of the candle dragon on his body. Thinking of this, I felt a little short of breath. The dazzling light struck in an instant, and everyone clenched their teeth. The light overwhelmed the sky, swallowing millions of devourers, and annihilated those devourers that ate away the enchantment. The previous thought power envelopes every devouring demon lord, although it is impossible to kill all of them, but under this powerful aura, the devouring demon lord does not have 1 in 10, leaving only a few 100,000. The light gradually dissipated. The crowd straightened up and looked towards the center of the battlefield. Especially tearing the sky, he took the lead and rushed into the core of the battlefield first. Fist-sized dust was always flying in the sky, and the white ground turned to jet black. Where? Look around. Huh! A figure suddenly appeared in the tearing sky reluctantly. His face was pale, his face was stained with blood and dirt, his armor was a bit torn, and his hair was shaky. Jian Wushuang! Tearing Tian couldn't believe it. Puff! The candle dragon's wings, covered by the dirt behind him, unfolded instantly. Feather is aggressive and domineering, suppressing this void. Why, you are surprised? Jian Wushuang's mouth raised, disdainfully said. Ting Tian shook his head quickly, and he was also frightened at this time. He never expected Jian Wushuang to die. But he just clearly felt Jian Wushuang. He blew himself up. Except for self-destruction, he couldn't imagine that Dian Immortal could exert such a terrifying aura. Wanching Tiandi can't do it. No, no! Looking at the stunned Dao Sovereign, Jian Wushuang said again. What I told you last time, you have to think about it. There are so many treasures on my body now. After saying this, Jian Wushuang's figure flashed and rushed towards the remaining devouring demon lord. His breath is actually very weak, and now he is just holding on. One thought of the universe. Explode! This is what he inspired when those emperors canyon in the Great Wilderness War. However, this trick cannot be used for many purposes. It can even be said that the moment of necessity is unavailable. Once he made a mistake, he blew himself up along with his own thoughts of the universe. After all, it is to let the real universe self-destruct and collapse. Although it cannot be compared to a real cosmic explosion, its origin and operation are the same. This blow can hurt the emperor and the strong. But it can also consume half of his divine body and origin. The whole Buddha's strength was drained, and a trace of thought power was gone. Fortunately, his mental strength was unlimited, and he still thought about the scene just now. Carefully comprehend all the methods, and you may not have to use this trick in the future. The rest of the people also reacted at this time, rushing towards the remaining devouring demon lord. Tearing the sky also recovered from the shock, and rushed to this side quickly. After this wave, most of them can no longer get the treasure point. Earning a little more now is a pinnacle treasure. Although Jian Wushuang was seriously injured, let alone the Ju Xian formation, even the phantom sword could not condense. He could only open the beast god realm and use the blade of the candle dragon's wings to kill these devouring demon lords together. It took a few hours to completely end the 9th wave of the battle for the city. The sky is dim. I don't know if it is night, or dust is covering the sun and the moon. When he returned to the city wall, Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged in the only attic. This was once the place where Emo Long was guarded. After learning that he had fallen, Jian Wushuang dropped a jug of wine, which was regarded as a farewell. If they have chance, there will be fall, and when they enter the temple of Qishan, they will have enlightenment. It's dead, what a pity. This battle, he has been here, is enough. He was exhausted, but he couldn't even take out a pill. Jian Wushuang was also lazy to recover. This injury was the heaviest in history. This kind of injury for death method really cannot be used frequently. If there is no temple of Qishan, he uses this trick, without the blessing of dirty wine. I am afraid he will fall into a deep sleep. It takes hundreds of millions of years of practice to regain the peak. He was severely injured in the past, and the divine body was on the verge of collapse, and he could recover in a day. Now it will take hundreds of millions of years. One can imagine how badly he suffered. The divine body collapsed, and the source was also turned off. The body is no longer there, and his eyes are extremely hollow. Pieces of rotten flesh fell off his pale face. Can't hold on anymore. His body is completely broken. Only a skeleton is left. Fortunately, it was covered by the mad demon armor, and the horror scene did not leak out. The head is still intact, and the hair on the pure skin hasn't fallen. In Shimi, there is nothing left besides the 4 origins, but there are some useless things, which can be obtained from killing those Dayan immortals. Look around and find a scarf made of sackcloth. Wrapped his neck and head, it leaked 3 gaps. Eyes, nose, mouth. X. Chapter 52-68. With his bones slumped on the ground, he stood up with difficulty, leaning on the railing, and looking out of the city. The wind keeps blowing. Most of the people on the city wall chose to retire. Before these people left, they said goodbye to Jian Wushuang one by one, as a thank you for this life-saving grace. Jian Wushuang didn't speak but nodded. After the end of the 9th wave, the identity token has not shown when the next wave will be opened, nor has it announced the number of devouring monarchs in the next wave. Jian Wushuang guessed secretly in his heart. It won't be the same as before. If the same as the previous one, he would have to retire in the 11th wave, and the 4 stars would devour the demon lord. He really couldn't stop him. 1 million still had hope to fight it. For the sake of that origin, big deal, he exploded again. 1 million 4 stars is not unstoppable. Of course this is a guess. Now the identity token has not been displayed, and he has no choice. According to the usual practice, he should take a day off this time. This time he has to redeem a time house and stay closed for at least 10,000 years. A time house of this level requires astronomical treasures. In the outside world, it may be worthless. But at this time, on the eve of the trial, if you want to practice and retreat for 10,000 years, you have to pay a huge price. At least it would take a large sum of treasure points to restore the strength first, and then exchange for the treasures that increase the basic divine body, and if possible, the physical body must be cast to completion. After taking a breath, he walked down the tower. Now he has one more thing, and that is to negotiate with Tearing the Sky and try to win the Candle Dragon treasure as much as possible. Which treasure is most likely to be the claw of the Candle Dragon. Although he does not cultivate the Claw Dao, he has the origin of the Extreme Dao, and he can cultivate everything. And the cultivation speed is very fast. He has absorbed a lot of the origin of the claw, especially in the Emperor's Remnant. He also has a lot of unique understanding of the claw. Even if he uses the claw method, once the accessories of the three beasts are merged, the power may be able to surpass the imitation of the eternal treasure. By then, his strength can be improved too much. At least after the increase in the divine body, it can soar to 10,000 times. 10,000 times! Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up, and a bold guess appeared in his heart. Once the guess is true, I am afraid his strength can rise again. Going down the stairs, Dao Shoutian had already been waiting for him on the top of the city. The two stood side by side at the top of the city, both looking out of the city. Next, what are your plans? Tin Tian said calmly. Jian Wushuang took out 2 pots of spirits from Shimi. This wine didn't do much to him, except for the burning of the mouth. There was a hint of irritability in his mood, and it also had a special taste. Tin Tian wiped his mouth with his cuff, took the jug that was handed over, raised his head and took a sip. What else can I do? Continue to fight, there is no good choice now. Jian Wushuang took another sip, lying on the wall, staring out of the city. Through the dust, a ray of sunlight tilted, shining on the two of them. The two of them talked about their past, present, and future like old friends for many years. Do you have any plans for the Beast God Soldier? Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. I have it, but there is still one thing missing. Which one? You guess. This one on me? Jian Wushuang shook his head. He tore the sky and leaked doubts, and then asked in amazement. Could it be that the old man with horns still has accessories for the beasts? No, there are so many benefits, let me get it. Jian Wushuang shook his head again. If he really wants to have it, he has to doubt it. According to his luck in the Qixing Temple, he is not so good yet. If Huiqing is down, it is still possible. Tearing the Sky nodded, and felt that he was thinking too much. After snorting, he said, That's what I have. No, it's not that easy for the Beast God Soldier to merge. If it can merge, it won't be on you and me. Jian Wushuang said his opinion. What is that? You'll know later, at least the 11th wave will pass. 11 waves? Correct. Now let's talk about it first. How are you thinking about this one on your body? The most precious point on my body is enough to make you tempted. Jian Wushuang patted the identity token on the wall of the city. Tear the sky and reach out for it. He weighed it in his hand, nodded, frowned slightly, and stared, not knowing whether it was smiling or angry. There are quite a few, and am pretty good. After a while, he continued. But it's just tempting. After speaking, he threw the identity token to Jian Wushuang. He was not surprised at this point. If you don't know the Beast God Soldier, Tears might still hope to make a deal with him, but since he knows about the Beast God Soldier, he has no reason to give up. I can't admit that I can't, so I should give it to Jian Wushuang. Putting the token back into his body, Jian Wushuang was silent. The matter of the beasts and soldiers should be known to you and me. Don't worry, I won't talk about it. The Prince to Tear the Sky looked up at the sky, feeling that his destiny was bad. Unfortunately, with you, otherwise I will be alone on the road and hopefully become an emperor. Indeed, if there were no Jian Wushuang, no one would really compete with him for that Candle Dragon Wing. I am afraid that the 4 origins should also be in the hands of Tearing the Sky at this time. With his strength, although the 11th wave was a bit difficult, with the Candle Dragon Wings, he could make up for his speed and raise his claws to another level, comparable to the half-step emperor. Once the fusion of the beasts and weapons, the tearing sky at that time is not an advanced half-step emperor, but can be comparable to the emperor. To complete the cultivation of the origin Tao, relying on the success of the Qixin temple to join the Tao, and the incomplete beasts, his combat power will soar to the sky. Take 4 steps steadily, but take the 5th step, looking at the 6 steps of the emperor. Such a great opportunity was intercepted by Jian Wuxuang, and he had grievances in his heart, but he couldn't tell. Fortunately, chances are in contention, and he can't compete. Jian Wuxuang also didn't recognize him, and he retorted, "Your luck is good enough. Compared with the tragic deaths of dying immortals, or those who have retired, you can still fight for the 10th or 10th. In one wave, your path has gone far enough. Please help me, Mimi Reading App can steal book tickets like stealing food. Come steal the book tickets of your friends and vote for me. That's because they are too weak, it has nothing to do with me." The tearing face changed, and said viciously. A cold light flashed in Jian Wuxuang's eyes, and he replied, "Since you know, then you should understand that the regret in your mouth is just an excuse for your weakness. If you are strong, how can you still watch it? Exchange the wings." After tearing up the sky, he stabbed his sore spot, and he didn't know how to refute it for a while. The words are right, weak is wrong, and he himself admitted this. But when this happened to him, he didn't want to admit it. "Thank you for reminding." Tin Tian stood aside, his face eased, and his voice was neither overbearing nor overbearing. "Did you think about it?" Jian Wuxuang stared at him. If he spends money to solve it quickly, he would be lazy to use some conspiracy. Half of the treasure point is enough, almost more than 6 million, which is enough to raise the foundation to the half-step emperor level, which is much stronger than it is now. Chapter 5269. This opportunity is now placed in front of the tearing sky. After refusing one after another, Jian Wuxuang didn't want to waste time, so he showed off directly. "If you accept it, everyone is happy. If you don't accept it, then you will see the difference in the future. Even if the Temple of the Gods is out, he will travel the primitive universe, looking for the accessories of the tearing sky and the beasts. He must get it. Don't give up." He learned from the old man with horns that the eternal treasure was refined by those at the pinnacle of the universe in ancient times, and it belonged to the Emperor's treasure. There is rarely a master of the universe who uses the eternal treasure, and he uses the treasure of a higher level of the universe. The treasure of the universe refined from a universe. Although Jian Wuxuang didn't know how strong he was, he could understand what the universe was. And the treasure of the beast god soldier was made by beheading a beast who innately mastered the origin of the universe. There are many universes, and there are many universes in every long river of time and space, and there are few innate beasts and gods. In ancient times, only a few beast gods were killed by the gods. Use the skeleton and flesh and blood of beast gods to cast its body, and its innate origin of the universe as its soul. Beast god soldier. This is the Rio beast weapon. These treasures, let alone the Emperor, even the masters of the universe are looting frantically. How can this not make him tempted? Although they are incomplete, as long as they merge with each other to nurture a trace of spatial origin, even with a trace of power in the past, Jian Wuxuang can run rampant in the primitive universe. Although the eternal treasure is good, he can't bear it, let alone drive it. The eternal treasure that is most used to prevent, but that kind of treasure is also available, not what he wants to get. In Qiuhuang City, there was only one thing, and it was finally obtained by Wanqing. It was still a big seal, and it was of little use to him. As for whether there is a chance to get the imitation of the eternal treasure in the future, it depends on luck. Jian Wuxuang is not a person who came here by luck. The future is far away, and he only strives for the present. Who, tearing the sky, seemed to have made a decision, took a long breath, and said, "Weak and small have no right to choose, but I still have confidence in guarding my own opportunities." In response to this answer, Jian Wuxuang made psychological preparations. If the treasure was given to him so easily, he would be a little worried. "Okay." Jian Wushuang played with taste. Death without regrets. The two passed by. Jian Wushuang headed to the city lord's mansion, ready to digest the results of this battle, and when he returned again, he was stronger than before, and it was not a treasure that could stop him. Even if Jian Wushuang couldn't get it, the candle dragon wings and the candle dragon eyes were enough for him to use the emperor. He can understand the unrepentance of tearing the sky, but will not let it go. In the city lord's mansion, the plaques of the 4 great halls are still eye-catching, and tens of thousands of Dayan immortals gather outside the hall gates. All of these people chose to retire, and some of them are limited. Jian Wushuang glanced around, but didn't think much. This time the 9th wave of devouring demon lord did cause them heavy losses. Now, on the 4 major walls, all people together, I am afraid there are not 50,000 people. Now there are more than 30,000 Dayan immortals gathered here. Among them, there is also the ultimate Dayan immortal, who has collected 100,000 treasure points, and chose to accept the inheritance of the first class and cultivate the emperor's genius. Peak Dayan immortal also has powerful people who have gathered tens of thousands of treasures. They all have great prospects. Xiu Huangqing is just the end of the 2nd stage. Other top Dayan immortals have accumulated a lot of treasures, and at least the inheritance of redeeming a handle is not a problem. To know these inheritances, the worst is also a reply to the emperor's unique knowledge. Someone once accepted the inheritance of Ding et al. Their strength has doubled several times, and the emperor's unique knowledge of cultivation is also extremely powerful, not at all weaker than the external emperor's unique knowledge. However, the inheritance of Ding Deng has been completely exchanged today, and there are only a lot of handles left. Jian Wushuang was not very interested in these from the beginning, and stepped into the palace on his own. At this critical juncture, it is still important to restore strength. He has a hunch that the next 10 waves are the key. The previous 9 waves are just a small fight, and continue to filter out the most powerful evangelists. After entering the treasure hall, Qiu Huang's figure flew out of the pot, as before, except that the smile on his face was more cordial than ever. "Senior!" Jian Wushuang bowed slightly, his expression extremely respectful. Qiu Huang, who was sitting above, waved his hand quickly, looking indifferent. "Ugh!" Qiu Huang was a little regretful. In his opinion, the strength of Jian Wushuang and the 10,000-star Heavenly Emperor were comparable to those of the ancient Dao Zi, but Jinling was most optimistic about the little monk named Hui Qing. Even more, he will not hesitate to lower the top inheritance and an eternal treasure. Among the thousands of inheritors, one is the only one. Perhaps his vision is too narrow, but he feels that Jian Wushuang's strength, potential, and even the foundation are the strongest. Under the recommendation, Mike Reading app is really good. It is worth installing one for book friends, and both Android and iPhone support. In terms of combat power, it was a little bit behind Wanqing. However, once the beasts and gods merged and recondensed the origin of the space, Jian Wushuang's combat power was not weaker than Wanqing. Moreover, the current Jian Wushuang is still rank 9, and even Dayan Immortal's Road has not yet been completed. Jian Wushuang below saw Qiu Huang sigh, not knowing why. Before he could speak, Qiu Huang said, "I think you are seriously injured. Is this time to repair the divine body and origin?" Jian Wushuang nodded his head and said respectfully, "I also hope that the seniors will not hesitate to advise." He really left him to choose. He really didn't know what treasure was the best value to redeem. Wow! Countless treasures appeared in the hall. "Your divine body is broken, it's a bit troublesome." Qiu Huang frowned, his eyes turned, and soon he had a perfect match plan. "These treasures are the most suitable for you." Qiu Huang waved his hand, and a pile of extremely precious treasures flew towards Jian Wuduan. There are introductions above. Jian Wushuang can see the role of these treasures at a glance. He knew the function of everything, but he really didn't know anything about matching them. The flesh and blood of the giant gods. Jian Wushuang looked at the flesh group. His heart was shaken. Although I don't know the giant clan, which clan it is, but this group of flesh and blood is definitely dug out from the emperor's body. 80,000 treasure point! Jian Wushuang couldn't help taking a breath. Now he has more than 10 million treasures in total. This is just one of the many treasures that restore the divine body, and there are a lot of treasures, all of which are worth tens of thousands of treasures, adding up to 1,000,000. He couldn't help taking a sip of water and looked up at Qiu Huang. Qiu Huang on the throne seemed to have seen Jian Wushuang's doubts. Is it too wasteful and extravagant to spend millions of treasure points to repair the divine body? Boy, don't worry, Qiu Huang said lightly. These treasures are indeed too wasteful to repair the divine body, but they are not only treasures for the restoration of the divine body, they can also strengthen your divine body. Chapter 5270. Huh! An ancient secret recipe for animal skins appeared in front of Jian Wufang. This recipe, you can check it out! Jian Wushuang's eyes rolled round, staring at the ancient secret recipe. After watching for a long time, then shook his head. Senior, this cannot read it. He can understand ancient scripts, but this ancient secret recipe seems to be not ancient scripts, but it is probably a special script of a certain ethnic group. He didn't know any of the runes above. If he knows one or two, he can still deduce the content of the show. Qiu Huang patted his forehead and said embarrassingly, Haha, I am always confused. This is the text of the giant gods. Of course you don't know it. Those big fools have long since disappeared in the starry sky. Giants. The super-ethnic group that was once also in the starry sky had a glorious period. In the long river of time and space, their glorious time was very short, like a meteor sliding down, and it was just a moment of strength. On the yellowed animal skin, a dark yellow halo was slowly emitted. Jian Wushuang quickly mastered the runes of the giant god race according to Qiu Huang's annotations, and quickly understood this ancient secret method. Death and live! After Jian Wushuang figured it out, he breathed a little urge. This secret method is simply crazy. Shatter the original divine body and recast a new one. Get cash. Follow VX. Public Book Friends Base Camp. You can also get cash. If this is not mastered well, the divine body is really broken, unable to condense, and people will have to waste. No wonder it's lost. Your kid is also considered lucky, and I ran into the old man, if others really can't come up with this secret method. Qiu Huang sat on the throne and said with complacency. Jian Wushuang nodded quickly, and Qiu Huang interrupted as soon as he was about to thank him. You kid, don't get me wrong, this ancient secret recipe is not given to you for nothing. You must first swear not to spread it, and then pay me 1,000,000 treasure points. Qiu Huang continued. Although I am very optimistic about you, this is the temple of Qixin. Everything must be fair. If it is outside, I will really give it to you. This is natural. The younger generation is already very grateful to the senior for being able to come up with this secret recipe. Jian Wushuang was a little excited. God body. He wanted to improve a long time ago. This time he took the opportunity to restore the divine body and he could strengthen it once, and it was an ancient secret recipe, which was not within the exchange range of the treasure hall. Only 2,000,000 treasure points not only restores the divine body, but also strengthens the divine body. This transaction is not a loss. Well, you don't have to thank me too much. I've been in a good mood recently. It'll give you some benefits. It's nothing. After figuring out this formula, Jian Wushuang can understand that this is not a benefit. The secret recipe of the giant gods. Although he doesn't know much about the giant gods, he can know according to the formula that the strongest place of this group is the body. Judging from the summary above, the newborn baby of the giant tribe has 1,000 times the divine body, which can be comparable to some weak and special beings. For example, Jian Wushuang is a half-hearted special life. Once grown up, there will be 5,000 times as many divine bodies, which can be comparable to the powerful and special beings in the universe. Only grown-ups can have such a powerful divine body by eating or cultivating, and it is still a race, not a unique and special life. This is terrible. In the giant clan, there are still some horrors, with a body that is over 10,000 times larger. The more Jian Wushuang understood, the more incredible it was. Direct exchange now. Senior, my origin! Jian Wushuang's origin appeared, and a brilliant column of air was undoubtedly revealed. Qiu Huang frowned. Your origin, don't seem to be injured either. In his opinion, the Dian immortal Jian Wushuang, who has never finished a realm, possesses such a huge source, in itself, has surpassed the limit. Although he felt weaker than before, he really had to look at it with the naked eye, but he really couldn't see it. He didn't know how to repair it for a while. He exploded a thought of the universe, and his thought power had reached a state where it could not spread, and he had been seriously injured. Especially the ultimate kendo, let alone breakthrough now, the sword is about to be unstable. Seeing Qiu Huang's doubts, he understood. They couldn't see his extreme way. They obviously couldn't see through himself. Let him give pointers. It's better to exchange some original treasures and repair them. Junior's kendo, this time it was hurt a bit, it was almost breaking through. Jian Wushuang deliberately turned off the topic, knowing that he had just said something wrong. Well, it's almost meaningless. I said why your origin is weaker than before. Qiu Huang nodded, waved out countless treasures, and continued. In origin, I really don't know much yourself. Look at the pick. Enlightenment flower. Essential fruit. Emperor's luck. There were so many treasures that Jian Wushuang's eyes were dazzled, and he didn't find the treasure to restore Jidao. The other side flower. 50,000 treasure points. The ultimate treasure blooming in the long river of time and space. The emperors are crazy about it. The Bien flower in the treasure hall can only be exchanged for the pollen in the Bien flower, not a complete Bien flower. Looking at it again, Jian Wushuang said in a daze. Pollen? Is it still exchanged by one? This is too outrageous. The flowers and leaves above are still non-exchangeable treasures and can only be exchanged for pollen. But its effect is also the biggest. The legendary flower of the other bank is a magical treasure floating in the long river of time and space. One flower will cause countless emperors to fight, and one flower will give birth to several top emperors and powerful men. A complete flower of the other shore can give birth to a sixth-order emperor. Jian Wushuang still doesn't quite understand the meaning of the sixth-order emperor, but he knows one thing, that there is no sixth-order emperor in the entire primitive universe. He had never heard of the existence of the sixth-order emperor. The strongest is the fifth-order ultimate emperor. If this other shore flower appears outside the Temple of Qixin, I am afraid its attractiveness is even more terrifying than the Temple of Qixin. After all, the Qixin temple was illusory. When it was opened, although it caused the primordial universe to oscillate, it was never heard of other universe powerhouses coming to the primitive universe. The other side flower! Even Qiu Huang was moved, his eyes slightly changed and his voice became heavy and said, This other side flower should be the only one in the Temple of Qixin. This was obtained by the former existence. Shi and Zhu Yidian, the Lord's feelings were very good, and he gave it to the Lord Zhu Yi before he fell. Qiu Huang's eyes were reminiscent. The peerless existence who broke the city with a sword, the existence of the sixth-order Dzogchen, was only half a step away from the true peak, but it was a pity that he eventually fell. Jian Wushuang pondered carefully, and finally he gritted his teeth and directly exchanged 20 pollen from the other shore flower. For a flower on the other side, the ghost knows how many pollen there are. For an ordinary flower, there is too much pollen on the top. You didn't make a mistake. The pollen of Bianhua is stronger than you think. Treasure it. Qiu Huang swiped his finger, a dark red wooden box, and flew towards Jian Wushuang. Open the box, there are 20 nail-sized pollen floating in it, colorless and tasteless. Chapter 52-71. Jian Wushuang's naked eyes are so powerful that a drop of water can differentiate into hundreds of millions of particles, but when he looks at these pollen, he can't even see the internal structure. A trace of thought power envelopes the pollen, and after careful study, it turned that trace of thought power into a vast ocean for a time. Good baby! One thought of the universe, one thought of flowers blooming. The two have the same effect. It's a pity that only flowers are obtained, and the pollen of the other side flower is the worst. If a petal can be plucked, it will be much more useful. Both Ji Dao and Sword Dao can break through, and it can also make the power of mind soar. Senior! Jian Wushuang resisted the excitement and wanted to ask. Qiu Huang waved his hand quickly and said, "Stop it, I can give you the secret recipe in private. It is my personal possession. Don't worry about the idea of Bian flower. If it can be exchanged, it is not something you can exchange. Yes, don't forget, there is also the Emperor of your primitive universe in the Temple of Qixin. If it weren't for the true spirit to establish the Senate Palace, his status would rise, and the ancient secret recipe would not be able to give Jian Wushuang. This is already a bad rule, and Bian Hua really can't give it. This is Zhu Yi's treasure, the treasure left by Zhu Yi, let alone Dian. Even the Emperor wants to exchange it. After all, the Suzaku Palace is in charge of Dian Immortal, and the Emperor is not a member of the Suzaku Palace. Now the four great secret realms have established the Yuanlao Palace, which has divided the power of the four halls. It is too difficult to exchange treasures from them, especially it is an ultra vires exchange. Jian Wushuang also knew how precious it was, so he was just asking about it, but when he heard the news about the Emperor, he asked curiously, "Senior, those emperors exist, are they? They are in a much worse situation than you. Although you are in the primitive world, they face more dangers than you, and they get very few treasures. It can even be said that there is no treasure for them at all. It's just a chance, and you have to work hard, you have to cherish it." Qiu Huang was right, these emperors did not have any rewards on treasures. Climbing Moin Mountain will help them to some extent in their cultivation, but halfway through, they confronted a group of devouring demons at the Fourth Order Emperor level. They are still facing each other and want to go to the top of the mountain. It is difficult. Unless it is a Fifth Order Emperor. On the Moin Mountain, there is still a Demon Lord, the Sixth Order existence. Although restrained by suppression, it can separate hundreds of clones. Each clone has Tier 5 combat power on the top of the mountain, and Tier 4 combat power on the mountainside. The Emperor of the primitive universe, the strongest, is only the Fourth Order peak. Even if the wind and rain dominates the ion, it is only the Fourth Order limit state. It is too difficult to reach the top. In Qiu Huang's view, these emperors were pitiful enough, something nobody wanted. When they hadn't come out before, it was possible that the Qixin Temple would still keep these people as a messenger, and were responsible for running the Qixin Temple. Now it seems that even the miscellaneous functions are useless. Maybe that day will become cannon fodder. The Temple of Qixin is an ancient inheritance of collection inheritors. It has never been prepared for emperors, but for those who evolve immortals. Of course, from the perspective of Qixin Temple, Yanxian and Dianxian are no different, but they are more optimistic about Yanxian. The earlier you train, the better you will be able to emerge. This is why abandon those emperors and powerful. It can't be said that it is completely abandoned, maybe a few will be screened out and pretended to be. Jian Wushuang originally thought that those strong emperors would directly accept the inheritance after entering the Temple of Qixin. After all, they were emperors. Everyone is a powerful person with great luck, and now it seems that the Temple of Qixin simply looks down on these people. But fortunately, at least Jian Wushuang now knows that Qixin Temple will focus on cultivating them, not those emperors. I have exchanged the treasure of 3 million treasure points, and I don't even frown. Boy, you are very bold! Qiu Huang played with it. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly and said directly, "As for the improvement of strength, the juniors are here to stay. The most precious thing is nothing outside of the body." Then Jian Wushuang once again learned about the casting plan of the best physical body. "Are you thinking about creating a superior physical body?" The corner of Jian Wushuang's mouth moved, and he still asked, "Senior, the younger generation has the eyes of the candle dragon, which can raise the physical body to 10,000 times the level. I wonder what will happen to the best quality physical body?" As soon as this remark came out, Qiu Huang, who was well informed, was a little surprised. No one really tried this, and he was not easy to answer. But finally I thought of a little. How to sharpen the physical body overnight, even the top treasures, it will take 100 years. Could it be possible that the eye of the candle dragon could maintain 10,000 times the divine body for 100 years without stopping? This is obviously impossible. Qiu Huang informed Jian Wushuang of this, and advised him to give up the supergrade flesh body. After all, it was just a flesh body. It is better to concentrate all the energy on the divine body. The divine body and origin are the most important. Please help me, Mimi Reading app can steal book tickets like stealing food. Come steal the book tickets of your friends and vote for me. In Qiu Huang's view, the origin of Jian Wushuang is already enough. It is easy to prepare for the improvement of the divine body with the tens of millions of treasures on Jian Wushuang. It is easy to raise the basic divine body to 5,000 times. After entering the 4 secret realms, you can also upgrade the basic divine body. In case the old man with horns can really restore the origin of space and the beast gods, the future domain of the beast can be strengthened. 5,000 times the basic divine body, plus the beast god domain, it is easy to break through 10,000 times the divine body. 1,000 times the body. Qiu Huang couldn't do it back then. Peerless powerhouses who can break through 10,000 times the divine body, no matter they use external force or some special beings, they are extremely against the sky. It can be said that they are of the same level, not worse than those ultimate ways. Of course, these need the corresponding secret method to assist. Just like among those emperors, the ultimate emperor that the true spirit would like is the ultimate emperor, but let the 4 halls choose and even let them evaluate. Emperor Qishui's potential is also very amazing, and the Temple of Qishan can help him break through. Once he becomes a 5th-order emperor plus the ultimate secret technique, his strength can be nearly invincible at the same level, and the divine body can break through again. Simply following the line of the body, you can also break through the 10,000 laws with one force and become the strongest. Jian Wushuang was originally a strong man who took the ultimate source. If he set foot on the line of the body, his future would be limitless, and he was no worse than the Hui Qing that Jinling fancied. There is no need to build a physical body at all. Jian Wushuang also understood that he had walked too much, but his body was too important to him. Once the physical body is immortal, his close combat will once again increase several times. The sword master kills, this is the main road of attack. The divine body is like water in a container, and the physical body is that container. Once the physical body is strong enough, his divine body can also rise faster. This is undeniable, but no one will be as extravagant as him, or look so far away. After all, even if the physical body is raised 5,000 times, the container is still put down. Chapter 52-72. Senior, I have decided. The flesh is related to my own combat power. The current Temple of the Gods is a battleground. Improve combat power without delay. After every fight, he had to increase his combat power significantly, otherwise he would be thrown off at any time. Wanxing and Huiqing's combat power had already surpassed him by a lot. In this ranking, Huiqing surpassed him, and Wanxing was biting to death. If he hadn't thought of the universe, he wouldn't be ranked so high. Based on the real combat power, Huiqing and Wanxing are now much stronger than him. His current strength is half the Emperor, and he can do his best to match the Emperor, but it is not enough now. In just a few decades, the former half-step Emperor can now be comparable to the Emperor, and the former Taoist now has a half-step Emperor's combat power, and there are even some powerful men with great potential. The strong. This is only the second stage. Jian Wushuang was comparable to the 9th rank consummation when he came in, and his current combat power has improved very fast, so Huiqing can be comparable to him. Can't be the first. What he wants is the number 1, and even surpasses all others. The difference in Tao should also be reflected. After mastering the extreme way, he should have been 10 times and 100 times stronger than the same rank, but now in the same rank, Huiqing is stronger than him. Ji Chaoyang has no inheritance, and can become a Taoist monarch by relying solely on the original Tao. Once the realm is complete, can it be improved, plus the inheritance in the future, he will at least have the combat power comparable to the Emperor. Struggle! In a world of great controversy, the fight for opportunities depends on strength, not potential. With the exception of Hui Qin, he could be spotted, and there was a 1 in a billion chance that Jian Wushuang would not dare to gamble that the senior officials of the Qixin Temple would like him. He is more willing to rely on his strength to fight for it. Senior, supergrade physical body, I still need to exchange for treasures that increase the basic divine body. During the conversation with Qiu Huang, he learned the real difficulty of tempering the supergrade physical body. In purgatory, struggle for thousands of years. Refine every drop of blood and every piece of flesh into one body. At that time, his entire physical body will be immortal. 10,000 years? Jian Wushuang was a little surprised. Wouldn't it be enough for 100 years? Boy, the super-quality flesh body has 9 refinements, and the 9-strength super-quality physical body takes 7,000 years at the fastest and tens of thousands of years. I think you have a good foundation, saying that 10,000 years is short enough. As Qiu Huang said, he planned a large number of treasures together. There are many treasures needed for the supergrade physical body, and it is not certain whether it can be made. It is not as good as refining the superior physical body, which takes a short time and consumes little, and it does not take as long as 10,000 years, which consumes energy, and money. Then there, Wanian Space-Time House. Jian Wushuang said. Of course, the entire Temple of the Gods is actually a space-time house. We have a year here, and the outside world is 10,000 years. If the flow of time is the same as the outside world, then the controllers of the Temple of the Gods will be crazy. Jian Wushuang was stunned. It was the first time he had heard of such a large space-time house for 1 year in the Qixin Temple and thousands of years outside. The flow rate he wanted became slower. The flow rate of the Qixin Temple was 10,000 times that of the outside world, and the space-time house became much simpler. As long as it tens of thousands of times the space-time house, using the time origin of the Temple of Qixin, it can bless tens of thousands of times, and the sum of the two is 1,000,000,000 times the flow rate. Seeing Jian Wushuang's worries, Qiu Huang comforted. Even if it is 100,000 years, sometimes the empty house will help you get it done, and it will definitely not affect your next trial. By the way, this time you have a 1-month break. The following trials will subvert the previous model. Before, it was all screening, and then it's tempering. What Qiu Huang said was similar to what he had guessed, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If it were not for infinite stacking, he would really have the confidence to pass 19 levels. After finishing all the necessary treasures and even the space-time house, Jian Wushuang took out the token, glanced at the remaining treasures, and couldn't help but be speechless. Almost 14 million treasure points, and spent more than 2 million. It took 3 million to restore strength and restore the original treasures, and the remaining over 8 million were all spent on the supergrade divine body. He had exchanged all the treasures of the 9 supergrade refinements. According to Qiu Huang, the 6th refinement was a success, and he could return the remaining treasures if he couldn't hold it later. If you can't hold it for the first 6 times, it also means a failure, and the treasures can't be returned by then. Moreover, the super-quality physical body needs to go to other spaces, and someone will come to pick him up later. With the heavy treasures, I left the treasure hall, and planned to go to the treasure hall to see the old man with horns, but now there is no time. When I saw Wenqing, he also came out of the treasure hall. It is estimated that he also learned that there was a 1-month gap, so he stepped forward and took the initiative to start a conversation with Jian Wushuang. Wenqing, what about the power of the eternal treasure? Jian Wushuang asked curiously. Although it is an imitation, it can be said to be the eternal treasure of imitation. Even the emperor does not have it. Of course he is curious. Not only he is curious, it is estimated that everyone is curious. Wenqing Tiandi, with a strong breath exuding between his eyebrows, he handed it around, and there was a large golden seal surrounded by 8 silver dragons in his hand. The swimming silver dragon above roared from time to time, and his power was undoubtedly revealed. It is indeed a rare treasure. I praised it on the face, but in my heart I was extremely sorry. How could it not be a sword? Wenqing's luck is indeed good and outrageous, Jian Wushuang has heard of it, he originally used seals. The Emperor's unique learning he cultivated is also very consistent with this big seal. All of this is God's will, or the Temple of Qixin did it deliberately. It's all foreign objects. Treasures that can increase the foundation are the key. Wan Qingtian's eyes were firm, and he put away the 8 directions of Yunlong Ying. There is nothing wrong with what he said, but it will definitely feel contempt for others to hear it. Jian Wushuang could understand Wanqing. In the future, it will be the ultimate way, or the world where all the ways are one. After all, the original school is the mainstream, and if the Temple of Qixin cultivates those dying immortals who walk in the body, they will also have a share. Of these 3 paths, 10,000 stars do not occupy one. He has reached the limit, and further down is to take the original path and elevate the path to perfection. But the second great original Tao, no matter how perfect it will be weaker than the ultimate Tao in the future. His only way out now is to embark on the line of the body. But the divine body route, the necessary inheritance, is not available at all, and I can only use treasures to hit the divine body multiple. Wanqing had the strength to smash it, but this was not a solution. Thousands of times it's okay. The Temple of Qixin has that background, but if you want to break 10,000 times, it's not that simple. If you don't break 10,000 times, you can't do that. The two chatted for a few words, and then they separated. Jian Wushuang didn't conceal it either. He said directly that he wanted to cultivate a supergrade physical body. Especially when he heard that he spent more than 8 million to cultivate the illusory body, and he couldn't increase the strength of the body. It was also extremely surprised. Chapter 52-73. I'm afraid that the entire primordial world is just as extravagant as Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang also had his own plans. With regard to the divine body, he didn't plan to go to the extreme from the beginning. His advantage is to follow the original path, but he can't walk now. It's better to cultivate the physical body to consummation first, especially the immortality of the supergrade physical body, which is full of temptation. As long as one hair, it can be restored. Even a single breath can condense a clone. This is simply what he dreamed of. Life-saving always comes first. You can fight if you have fate. In terms of the divine body, he has the domain of the beast gods, and this is really not anxious. This time, his basic divine body is expected to be 3,000 times, which is considered a small achievement, plus the beast domain. It can also be about 10,000 times, and it happens to be able to cultivate a supergrade physical body. After returning to the wall, he discovered that there was no one on the wall. That's right, many people have entered the space-time house within a month, ready to fight hard. If you can advance to the extreme Dian Immortal, you can fight again. Without the combat power of the extreme Dian Immortal, you will wait to die if you stay. They are also shocked by the 9th wave now, afraid that this kind of superimposed test will continue to grow in the future. Looking at the dark turmoil outside the city, Jian Wushuang's eyes turned, and there was a little resonance with it. A pair of scarlet eyes flashed, but disappeared into the darkness in an instant. Jian Wushuang could see clearly, frowning slightly. The trace of thought power just now was wrapped in a message that was passed on. He couldn't understand it. It should be the language of devouring demon lord. Do these devourers find that I am the same as them? Jian Wushuang was shocked. Cold sweat broke out from behind instantly. And if this is the case, I'm afraid the high level of Qixin Temple will find it too. Maybe it has already been discovered. Looking at how the Qixin Temple treats these devourers, it is obvious that they are treated as monsters, and they have the power to devour them. This association made Jian Wushuang a trace of fear in his eyes. The information wrapped by Nianli was also crushed by him. It was only a sigh of relief to cover up the desire to swallow at the bottom of my heart. If the Temple of Qixin discovers the secrets in him, and does not take action against him, it means that he has not touched the bottom line of the Temple of Qixin. It seems that this place is not a chance, but a tomb. It is the tomb of his Jian Wushuang. If someone wants to move him, no matter how many cards he has, he can't resist. Fortunately, the mood is strong enough to stabilize the mind. In the sky, a space was torn apart, and a woman in red armor walked out from the crack in the space. Her face is exquisite, her eyes are cold, especially her face has lines visible to the naked eye, and her red armor is full of heroism. Jian Wushuang knew that this was the person Qiu Huang had called him, and he hurriedly stepped forward to meet him. The red-clad woman, with a heavy voice, had a lifeless aura that made Jian Wushuang's mind tremble. This existence didn't have any aura, but the pressure on him was stronger than Jin Wuyang. It is countless times stronger than those emperors who have seen him. Jian Wushuang, I am ordered by the palace master to take you to Moyin Mountain and accept the 9 refinements of the flesh. Thank you, Emperor! Jian Wushuang bowed again and thanked him again, and his respect for the strong could not be less. This was Jian Wushuang's accumulated experience over the years. You can call me Zhu Qi. Zhu Qi, with a delicate and cold face, was very unhappy with the title of emperor. Jian Wushuang stood aside, nodded and said yes. However, the word adult was added after the name. No need to resist, I will take you through time and space teleportation. Zhu Qi stretched out Jian's thin arm, opened his palm and directly grabbed Jian Wushuang into his hand. At that moment, Jian Wushuang discovered that there was an eye in the palm of Zhu Qi's palm. After he was swallowed into that eye, he was able to see the outside world clearly through Zhu Qi's eyes. Hello everyone, our public account will find gold and coin red envelopes every day, and you can receive them as long as you pay attention. Please seize the opportunity for the last benefit at the end of the year. Book Friends Base Camp. This is simply amazing. Jian Wushuang was like a kid going to the fair for the first time, staring at him, looking around. But no matter how he turned his eyes, the scene in front of him remained unchanged. Yes, this is the perspective of Master Zhu Qi after all. The two, or Zhu Qi, returned to the space crack and appeared in the void of the primitive world. It happened to appear in a huge formation. Zhu Qi took out a token from his hand, and the word Jian Wushuang above knew it. Suzaku Hall, Zhu Qi! Jian Wushuang whispered in his heart. According to speculation, Qiu Huang's Zhui should be the palace master. This also made him breathe a sigh of relief. At first he thought he was the master of the Qishan Temple. It seemed that the Qishan Temple was really much stronger than he had imagined. At least any one person is stronger than all the emperors he has ever seen. Perhaps his vision is low and he can't see through. But the 7th Master Zhu was at least much better than Jin Wuyang. After the token was placed in the big formation, the world revolved, and Jian Wushuang only felt the scene in front of him began to revolve. Jian Wushuang naturally didn't care about the feeling of spinning around the world. Until everything he saw before his eyes turned into a circular tunnel, Zhu Qi stepped out of and the tunnel disappeared. The world stopped spinning, and Jian Wushuang could see the outside world clearly. The towering Moyin Mountain appeared before his eyes. The mist on the clouds lingered, and on the dark mountain, it was barely different from the primordial star. After arriving at the place, Zhu Qi didn't mean to release Jian Wushuang. Zhu Qi's figure fell to the entrance of the mountain. Jian Wushuang also blinked his eyes and looked at everything outside. Huh! In the next moment, Zhu Qi's figure was like a ghost, and there were countless figures on that trail, all walking slowly and staggeringly, and every step of Zhu Qi was hundreds of feet. More than everyone. Although Zhu Qi's speed was very fast, Jian Wushuang could still see the outside world clearly. That's it! Jian Wushuang was shocked. Isn't the head of the monk who sits cross-legged for 3,000 battles the 1,000-handed Buddha he has seen? The 1,000-hand Buddha, and the immeasurable Buddha! Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the chance Qiu Huang was talking about was here. Seeing those emperors walking hard, he understood why Zhu Qi put him into his hands. The difficult road that the emperor is taking, if he comes out, I am afraid he will die suddenly. Familiar figures appeared in front of them. The emperors who used to be high above, one by one deliberately turned their bodies into tens of thousands of powerful people, are now like an elderly man, walking 2 steps and stopping for a while. Zhu Qi's speed was very fast, and he reached halfway up the mountain in a short while. This place is different from below. There is now a pagoda sitting here. Jian Wushuang is also very familiar with this tower. This tower is the eternal tower of the pinnacle power. Now the Ion is only a few battles in size, and outside of it, there are hundreds of evil figures, frantically attacking the Ion. Although he couldn't feel the breath, he still recognized the identities of these evil figures based on their eyes. Chapter 5274. Swallow Demon Lord! Why are these people stuff everywhere? The Temple of Qishan hates these devourers and treats these devourers as sharpening stones. In terms of these things, how are they like locusts? They have them all. This is an ethnic group? Jian Wushuang asked in doubt. It doesn't look like an individual's life. When Shu Qi's figure passed the Ion Tower, it only took a glance to kill all the devouring demon lords surrounding the Ion Tower. Humph! Jian Wushuang watched carefully. After the devouring demon lords dissipated, they turned into mist and returned to the top of the mountain. And they were heading to the top of the mountain at this time, and they reached the top of the mountain in a short time. The scenery on the top of the mountain made Jian Wushuang a little surprised, not so good. Wow! The sound of heavy chains came from the stone pillars on the top of the mountain. Not showing up yet! Shu Qi's voice was cold. Click! A burly figure walked out from behind the stone pillar. His hands, feet, waist, and neck were all bound by chains, and even on his chest there was a huge barb, clinging to its bones. Shu Qi! Shan Jun! From the mouth of Shu Qi, Jian Wushuang knew that the strange beast in front of him was named Shan Jun. More importantly, this mountain monarch is actually a devouring monarch. I have been ordered to send someone into the demon suppression pillar to sharpen the body. Shu Qi's voice was as indifferent as ever. The sacred fangs in the mouth of the Mountain King trembled slightly. Why do I have to report to this prisoner when I send someone in? Jian Wushuang was also a little surprised. This existence was right. Why should he report it to the other party? If he were outside at this time, he would definitely be shocked when he watched Shu Qi. Because of this indifferent woman, she was crying. So Jian Wushuang's vision became blurred. It seems that there are hidden secrets in this. Jian Wushuang's mouth turned up, thinking something in his heart. Shan Jun's eyes were still fierce and fierce, his scarlet eyes turned, and he stared at Shu Qi's eyes without hesitation. Jian Wushuang saw the truth, as if the two were looking at each other. Then come in! Shan Jun moved lightly, and the chain behind him was pulled out of the magic pillar, and a small door frame leaked out. No one has used it for so many years, now someone will come, and in the days to come, you won't be lonely. Shu Qi trembled a little, walked straight beside Shan Jun, stretched out his hand to swallow Jian Wushuang into the palm of his hand, and sent it into the pillar of suppression demon. Upon seeing this, Shan Jun frowned, but he didn't say much. He used his back to plug the gap on the suppression demon pillar again. Then his eyes were closed tightly, and Shu Qi, who stood in front of him, was ignored. Huh! Jian Wushuang's figure turned into a streamer and fell into the bottom of the suppression demon pillar. Boom! His feet hit the ground heavily, and Jian Wushuang's armor had already leaked out, always protecting himself. Now he hasn't recovered his strength. There is really any danger, but he can't resist resistance. After stabilizing his figure, he scanned the surroundings and found that Shu Qi had not come with him. In the magic column, there is another cave. The ground here is very flat, it can even be said to be unusually smooth and hard. He hit the ground heavily just now, and he didn't even leave a trace. Everything around him seemed empty, except that there was a 9-story tower in front of his eyes, which was about 100 meters high. In addition to the tower, there is also a huge furnace. Jian Wushuang walked to the side of the fire, looked around, and found that there was no one at all. Is this going to let him explore it alone? Below the stove, there is a natural ground fire that burns the dragon red. Cosmic Copper Furnace! Jian Wushuang saw a few ancient characters protruding from the top, which were the characters of the giant gods, and Jian Wushuang recognized it. The old man Qiu Huan has never said that there is this Ding Universe bronze furnace. Call! Just as Jian Wushuang was about to sit down cross-legged and regained his strength, a burst of black smoke rose from the top of the copper furnace. Jian Wushuang was familiar with this scene, very similar to the old men in Qiuhuang City. The black mist condenses and finally turns into a human form. The only difference from Qiuhuang and others is that this black misty figure is much younger. He wears dazzling black armor, sword eyebrows, star eyes, sharp facial features, plus the beard on the temples. It looks very heroic. Jian Wushuang, as always, bowed to his head. Junior Jian Wushuang meets Senior. The black-clad middle-aged man just nodded, and then his figure floated to the door of the tower. How much do you know about this trial tower? Jian Wushuang raised his head, looked up and down the trial tower again, and said, The juniors don't know much about it, but they learned from Senior Qiuhuang that the supergrade flesh body needs 9 refinements, so it should be to step on this trial tower. The 9th floor! The middle-aged man in black armor nodded, and after a moment of silence he replied, Almost. The trial tower was not forged for the flesh, not even the cosmic copper furnace. Jian Wushuang was a little surprised. The trial tower is to temper the flesh, the universe copper furnace is the real refinement of the undead. The treasures you exchange will also be used in the universe copper furnace in the future. After the two talked for a while, Jian Wushuang understood the horror under the superposition of the two. In the cosmic copper furnace, there is the origin of the universe, coupled with the immortal earth fire. A ray of arrogance is enough to make the 9-ranked Dian immortal fall. There is no 10,000 times divine body. Even if you are a strong Taoist, you can't hold on to a stick of incense. 9 refining, just the first refining, takes an hour, and the later period requires tens of thousands of years of refining. I think you still have injuries. When you are ready, you can call me at any time. Jian Wushuang asked anxiously. Senior, I don't know if there is time to speed up here. Don't worry, when you enter here, the flow rate has been blessed to 200,000 times. As soon as the black-clad middle-aged man's voice fell, his figure returned to the cosmic copper furnace. Jian Wushuang was the only one left in the entire demon pillar. What he has to do now is to recover his injury first, and then improve his divine body. Every time he is injured, his origin will be stronger than ever. This is a unique characteristic of Ji Dao. I don't know how much he can improve this time. Sitting cross-legged on a clearing, began to run the origin. Wow! A huge image of the starry sky appeared all around, and Jian Wushuang seemed to be cross-legged in the starry sky. This time the loss of Ji Dao origin is actually not that much. Jian Wushuang's mouth raised, saying that it was a serious injury, because he hadn't suffered such a serious loss before. All kinds of treasures were recruited at will, floated into the body, and finally entered the original air column. Melt! Inside the source gas column. Jian Wushuang's pronucleus turned into a smaller self, mobilizing countless treasures, and began to repair its origin. Chapter 5275. The origin of the loss this time was mainly Ji Dao. After all, it was thought power that blew itself up. Even if the sword formation exploded along with it, the sword formation itself was transformed by thought power. Therefore, the ultimate kendo does not consume much. This time I didn't exchange so many kendo origins, mainly for the restoration and promotion of Ji Dao. Swallowing countless demon monarchs, the 4th layer of Ji Dao is already full. This time, while recovering, you can try to hit the 5th floor. As for the ultimate swordsmanship, there is still no idea of a breakthrough for the time being, which is also related to his origin. At the end of this time, he must separate the Ji Dao and the Sword Dao. The two can cooperate with each other in the secret method or the jerk, but it is related to the origin and must be distinguished. The Sword Master kills the sun. It is a pure yang sword body. Not to be confused. Ji Dao is different. Ji Dao is more like the first-class sect. Comprehend everything, master the avenue of everything, encompass the universe. The patterns of the two are different. Don't look at the fact that they are very strong now, but in the future they will have a headache. Everything is transformed. There are too many treasures used in the restoration of the extreme Tao, some of which are the origin of the Emperor, and some are not complete. These origins are actually not conspicuous in the treasure house. At that time, he exchanged the origin of 200,000 supreme treasure points from Qiu Huang in one breath. Just to swallow this time. Let Jidao get full first, and then fix those broken loopholes. Yep! A crack appeared on the magnificent source column. Jian Wushuang, turned into a soul god, flew directly close to the origin of Jidao, took out a piece of Konoha, and put Konoha into the crack according to Qiu Huang's method. The cracks on the pillar began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Every crack or broken hole was repaired by Jian Wushuang one by one. Hundreds of thousands of treasures were consumed in just 3 days. Finally, the first step is complete. The origin of Jidao has been completely restored. He hasn't used the pollen of Higan flower for the time being, and he plans to use it in the ultimate kendo. Boom! Boom! After the Jidao completely recovered, there was a scene of all things resuscitating inside. He felt relaxed physically and mentally in the bath of the soul, and his mind was refreshed. The eyes were also brighter, and even the soul realm increased rapidly. Forget it, it'll give you 5. The Jidao obviously showed signs of loosening. The pollen that was originally intended to be used for the ultimate kendos Baiganhua took out 5 of them, and put them into the original air column. The other shore flower. One flower blooms without roots and traces, colorless and tasteless. It is floating on the other side of the long river of time and space, and it seems that its appearance has nothing to do with the entire universe, or with time and space. But its overflow is the essence of the long river of time and space. Back then, ancient times, the long river of time and space is not so lifeless as it is now. At that time, the practitioners, whether they are the emperor or the highest existence in the universe, they all yearn for a flower from the other side. Its value is comparable to that of the universe. But this kind of heaven-defying treasure is not obtained by strength, but by luck. It is said that the other shore flower grows in the long river of time and space, but according to what Qiu Huang said, it is likely to grow in the heart. Growing in the heart of a certain mighty person, wherever the heart is, and wherever he can see, there will be a flower from the other side blooming. Originally Jian Wushuang thought that it was the strongest person who got it by virtue of his strength. Now it seems that it is not only strength, but also luck and great opportunity. She didn't use this flower on her own, but left it to Qishan Temple and gave it to her friend, Zhu Yi. Jian Wushuang couldn't do this kind of selfless great freedom. Among the people he knows, it is estimated that Xian Yi can do it. Now maybe Huiqing can do it too. What is this? This is great freedom, as I wish, the flesh can be cut to you. At this point, Jian Wushuang thought of the world of Tongtian Buddhism, which is their old tradition. Putting it in the dayside domain, let alone the other shore flower, it was just because of the outer hall of the Qishan Temple that Jin Weiyang almost destroyed the entire domain, and the entire era of killing was completely annihilated. Jian Wushuang looked more and more magical. Such a treasure, he did not expect that one day he would also get it. Although it was just the pollen above, it was enough. He was not an emperor. The 5 pollen, in their origin, turned into fist-sized particles and gradually spread. He doesn't open his arms. Blossom. The pollen rises when it blooms, and although it is tasteless, it is very poignant, and now the pollen collapsed represents withering. With a drink and a peck, Jian Wushuang actually caused his own destruction to rise several levels. This is the process of destruction and rebirth, which naturally benefits. But this is only a little benefit. The real big benefit is that his origin has also been reborn again. Call! The 5th floor of Jidao broke through. The huge swallowing made his heart palpitations, and his pupils suddenly shrank, and he couldn't help it for a while. He hurriedly took out 5 more pollen, and it was considered as a steady source of vibration. Sure enough. Jian Wushuang stared at the original Qi pillar in shock. The benefits of this breakthrough to the extreme path were not only the increase in thought power and devouring, it also increased the power of his soul. When it reaches its limit, It has laid the foundation for the soul to perfection in the future. Especially the origin of space, this kind of origin power that can be cultivated by emperors, Jian Wushuang is now considered to have completely crossed the threshold of entry. Although he has not yet entered the room, he has some eyebrows. At least in Dian Immortal, few people know the origin of space better than him. Thanks to Candle Dragon Wings, the treasure of space is different. Although it was only a part of the incompleteness, it also made his spatial origin start faster than ordinary people. After the Jidao origin was completely stabilized, Jian Wushuang opened his eyes and let out a sigh of relief. The first hurdle is over. The loss of ultimate kendo is much simpler to repair. Then there is the restoration of the divine body. For the divine body, Jian Wushuang also laid the blood, and just an ancient secret recipe cost him 1,000,000 treasure points. There is also the flesh and blood of the giant gods, one to repair, and the other to strengthen the basic divine body. 2 birds with 1 stone, good things come together. Next, he began to repair the origin of kendo, the purest treasure and a heart of kendo, so that he repaired extremely smoothly. The only pity was that all 10 pollen were used up, and he still had no idea about the breakthrough. It seemed that he really couldn't break through the 7th layer of the big hurdle for a while. In the suppression demon column, it is 100 years in a flash. The restoration of the original source took only a year or so, and it took hundreds of years to restore the truly difficult divine body. This restoration has improved his divine body thousands of times. Now it has barely entered the ranks of 3,000 times. It is completely comparable to those cosmic-level special beings. The special beings in the Great Division's domain at the beginning were only 2,000 times the strongest. Now he has completely surpassed those special beings born in the domain, and is truly comparable to those cosmic-level special beings. Chapter 5276. After the injury was completely repaired, Jian Wushuang's primordial spirit returns and his true body descends. Slowly opened his eyes, in the dark golden eyes, a trace of pupils were still scarlet, and they exuded an evil aura. After breaking through the 5th layer, that sense of pressure hit again. However, the strength of the mind still suppressed the evil aura to death. After standing up, Jian Wushuang clenched his fists, bowed slightly, and the red mark on the center of his eyebrows began to explode. The third eye, Candle Dragon's eye, broke out completely, running to the limit. Beast God! Jian Wushuang let out a low roar, and the smooth ground under his feet boiled instantly, and a huge disc appeared. The totem of the Candle Dragon is marked above. Ouch! A phantom of 1,000-stranded Candle Dragon instantly rose from the soles of the feet, and the sound of the dragon's ming was the world's best. Field! Wow! The plain totem on the sole of the foot turned into a blood-stained space, and the Candle Dragon was completely transformed into a living thing. It's just a pity that Candle Dragon's wings can't be stacked, otherwise it's better than what they are now. Strands of light red arrogance began to rise from him. The divine body keeps increasing. The 3,000 times the basic divine body quickly increased to 5,000 times. 7,000 times. 8,000 times. 9,000. 9,998. 10,000 times. The original red arrogance has now turned into scarlet. The armor of the Mad Devil Slayer was dyed dark red armor. 1 times divine body, he is considered to be achieved. What we need to do now is to maintain it for 10,000 years. According to what Qiu Huang and the black-clad man said, every time the trial is completed, it can be repaired, which also gave him time to breathe. Only in the end, he still has to keep it for hundreds or even thousands of years. Call! Jian Wushuang let out a sulky breath, and after he stood up completely, his figure turned into about 9 feet. Senior, Junior is ready to open the trial tower. As soon as his voice fell, a figure rose again from the cosmic copper furnace. Looking at Jian Wushuang with a somewhat complicated gaze, he slowly said, 10,000 times divine body, a little bit reluctant. Good luck. Middle-aged man in black armor, deep finger, 1 point. The trial tower hummed, and then the tower on the first floor gleamed brightly. "Go in!" Jian Wushwang bowed again and thanked him again, then his figure flashed without any delay, and he walked directly into the first floor of the trial tower. The black armor figure watched Jian Wushwang enter the trial tower, and the surprise in his eyes was released. When Jian Wushwang first came here, he found the breath of Jian Wushwang, especially Jian Wushwang who had restored his origin, that breath was even stronger. "Who is he?" The black-clad man was full of doubts. "If it is the incarnation of God, the true spirit should find out." After hesitating for a while, he returned to the copper furnace of the universe, but a plan emerged from the bottom of his heart. Jian Wushwang entered the trial tower, but he didn't know that he was favored. Others are favored by the true spirit, but he is different, he is favored by a demon lord. Huh! After stepping into the trial tower, he discovered that in this cavernous sky, it was completely different from the purgatory heaven he imagined. It turned out to be a paradise here. A peaceful valley. There are many mundane things living in it, such as cattle, sheep, horses, and other wild animals. Ding! After Jian Wushwang fell on the ground, he didn't respond quickly before he found a message sent by his identity token. "Within 10 years, all the livestock in this area will be eaten up." This! Jian Wushwang held the token and stared at it with small eyes. Eat it all? Will this be too simple? If it's just a simple meal, he can swallow it in one bite. But when he mobilized his power, he found that he couldn't mobilize his power, and he couldn't even get things from the Shimi world. Nowadays, he is no different from a mortal except for his powerful body. Since falling on the grass outside the valley, he hasn't even the ability to fly. Look at the gliding wild goose above the sky again. Jian Wushwang was dumbfounded. What kind of trial is this? He spent so many treasures that he actually allowed him to learn mortal hunting. After pondering for a long time, he still couldn't start. He really has no experience in this line. He didn't realize the hunger after a long absence until his stomach started grunting. A heavy armor, he began to take off the armor. There is only one strong suit on her body, which is very comfortable, and she is also very vigorous in her activities. It is about a height of a leap. There are still some differences with mortals. Until he saw a wild boar with a long stature, madly hitting a fruit tree, waiting for the fruit to fall, and then picking up the fruit on the ground to eat. Jian Wushwang swallowed. I looked around, picked up a stone, and started to look at the first prey, wild boar. About the time of a stick of incense, under the fruit tree, only Jian Wushwang was standing alone, or just barely standing with his back leaning against the tree. The wild boar is walking slowly to the only river in the valley to drink water. Jian Wushwang was clutching his stubborn belly. The feeling of Ukanshu. Calm was even more uncomfortable than when he was fighting. A sense of powerlessness struck immediately. Jian Wushwang forcibly endured the pain, picked up a few fruits that wild boars couldn't like, and rubbed it on his body. An unbearable sour taste made him vomit out. No wonder the wild boars looked down on it, the fruit is clearly unripe. Jian Wushwang was so embarrassed that he was struggling to walk. He felt that his ribs had just been broken by a wild boar. Fortunately, he is a bit stronger than a mortal, otherwise he would have to explain to the wild boar just now. Stumbled toward the river about 3 feet wide, first washed his face, so that his mind was sobered, and then drank the water from the river. He continued to drink until he felt full before he stopped. Lying flat on the grass, turning his head, he saw that the tusk-toothed boar was actually in the river upstream of him. The water in the mouth just swallowed, and it suddenly disappeared. The sky was getting dim. In the sunny valley during the day, wolves roar everywhere at night. If it was before, it was nothing, but now Jian Wushwang's combat effectiveness is not as good as a wild boar, he really has to be careful. Before the sky was completely dark, he climbed onto the fruit tree with crooked neck. Without sleep all night, his eyes are a little sunken. At 10 in the morning, he and the group of livestock went to the river to drink, but this time he learned to be smart and ran to the uppermost reaches. Although he wasn't very vocal, at least he wouldn't feel so uncomfortable in his heart. At least one day later, He also ate a lot of ripe fruit on the tree and gained a little confidence. It's not possible to deal with wild boars. In addition to the wild boar, there are also the silly roe deer on the mountain. This threat is a little bit smaller, and he can start with the silly roe deer. After finalizing the plan, Jian Wushuang began to explore the woods on the mountain. Chapter 5277. It is a pity that he heard a tiger roar before he entered the forest. The sound of tiger roaring mountain forest stopped him. At this moment, he had to think, if he was eaten by the Tiger King in the mountains, whether he was really dead or faked. He had to admit that there was a real danger of death. If this is true, he needs too much defense. In this way, this first exercise really trapped him. Even if it can't be done, he will have to live here for 10 years. Wild boar. Not advisable. At present, his abilities are at best a little better than mortals. After all aspects are suppressed, the whole valley he can bully may be the little lamb. But when he was staring at the lambs, the wild wolf on the high of the valley cast threatening eyes. Facing Jian Wushuang, a carnivore who suddenly appeared in the valley, he was very vigilant. They don't want to be like wild boars, they can knock you over. For the next whole day, Jian Wushuang was observing the animals in the valley, whether it was a group of goats, a lonely wild boar, or a cow or sheep. He didn't rush to do anything. In terms of strength alone, he doesn't even have a pig's strength. As for the wolf, one can deal with it, and 2 and 3 can go up together, and he is also suspended. In the starry sky, he has witnessed the rise of the human race, and there are hunting scenes in his memory. If the strength is not enough, then rely on the brain. Use traps to kill those large livestock. The goal now is to live and eat. It was very late in the afternoon, with plenty of sunshine. Many animals are crawling on the grass, bathing in sunlight. Jian Wushuang sneaked into the flock of sheep secretly, and took the opportunity to sleep for 2 hours. He would never sleep at night now. If he was attacked by some carnivores, he would definitely be in danger of death. He can only choose to rest during the day and avoid the predators at night, in the trees at night. However, he was not idle either. As night fell, he climbed the crooked neck tree 3 to 5 times high again, but he had a very tough stick in his hand, which was thick and strong. In addition to the wooden sticks, he also stole a lot of rattans picked up by the sheep and 2 angular stones picked up by the river. As night fell, his vision was dim. According to the experience gained during the daytime groping, he first polished the stone, sharpened the edges and corners, and then began to weave the rattan into a rope. Fortunately, he was boring enough to see how the ancients survived. Otherwise, when he comes here, his eyes are really black and he doesn't know what to do. For 3 consecutive days, I polished the stones and made ropes every night. During the day, I took the opportunity to mix in with the sheep to rest. With the cover of the sheep, the wild boars did not dare to trouble him. Enter the 5th day of the trial tower. Jian Wushuang created a weapon of his own. A sharp spear. The spearhead is a stone with sharp edges and blood troughs. At least with him, Jian Wushuang can break through the defenses of those wild boars. But this is far from enough. He was not in a hurry to deal with the wild boar. There are no more animals in this valley, and no more animals. The top herbivores are cattle. They are so big that wolves are afraid to hunt them. But they are gentle by nature and are not very threatening. There are about 30 heads in this group. The second is the wild boar. Jian Wushuang has suffered a lot from them. Every morning, these wild boars will hit the tree, so he has to get down from the tree in advance and go to the sheep to take refuge. Moreover, wild boars are militant. Whether they are herbivorous or carnivorous, they will provoke each other. Under the 2 fangs, even the wolves dare not go head to head. The number of this ethnic group is about 100, but they are very scattered and generally do not live in groups. In addition to these 2 heavyweight opponents, the rest is not a big threat. The horse herd, like the sheep, is very gentle by nature and not threatening at all. However, Jian Wushuang knew it for a while and didn't dare to do anything with them. At night, he found that most of the wolves were sneaking on the outside of the flock, and he did not dare to attack the flock. After all, there are too many, thousands of them, and there are only dozens of wolves. The wrestling of sheep is not a joke. It seems that I can only go to the riverside to try my luck. Jian Wusheng held the spear, and the stone on the spear head was fixed by the rope very strong, like one body. After arriving at the river, he began to move some stones to block the river. Between the gaps, there was only 1 finger wide, and no fish larger than a slap could get through. After setting up all this, Jian Wusheng began to wait for the fish from upstream. He has been eating fruit for so many days, and his whole person has lost a lot of weight. After returning to a mortal, he slowly regained the feeling he once had. Earth. Jian Wusheng sighed that he used to be able to fly, but he would never run. But how eager to fly now. If you can fly, let alone the wild boar, he is not afraid of the Tiger King in the mountains. Puff! The splash gradually rose, and the sword plunged into the water without the spear in both hands. Thump! Jian Wusheng jumped directly into the turbulent river. Through the clear water, he saw the big fish that had been pierced into the water. Unsurprisingly, in addition to making weapons these days, he really observed whether there were fish in the river, or whether there were fish-eating carnivores such as brown bears. Fortunately, after a few days of observation, there are no bears, but some fishes. Today's receipt is destined to let him have a meal. By the small river, he dealt with this big fish, which was not of any kind, urgently. Although it was a bit rough, it was enough to fill his stomach. He hasn't found a good place to live so far, and he doesn't dare to make a fire, so he can only eat raw. The plump fish that has been cleared by the river has no fishy smell, but is very cool and refreshing. After swallowing a whole fish into his belly, he found that his whole body felt a scorching sensation, as if he had a lot of strength, and he didn't know how to vent it. Jian Wusheng picked up a stone by the river. Yang started to chop it, and directly split the hard pebbles in half. I am actually much better than before. My strength is increasing. Jian Wusheng was extremely surprised. It turned out that these things were great supplements, not ordinary things. He didn't know how strong he was when he first came in, but he can now judge that the strength of his hands is definitely more than 1,000 caddies. He jumped up. It was still about a battle. This point hasn't changed, but the running speed has increased a lot. The ordinary flesh is a point stronger than before. This is just a fish, if you eat that wild boar. Jian Wusheng's eyes became hot, and now his eyes glowed with seductive light when he looked at the animals. Only now did he understand the true meaning of this first practice. A single fish can increase the strength of several hundred caddies, so if all the livestock in this area are eaten, wouldn't it be able to break the sky with a mortal body? This is only the first layer. After eating these animals, it is considered to have passed the first level, then enter the universe copper furnace, and survive the copper furnace refining, which is the real first refinement. Chapter 5278. It has been almost a month since I got here. Jian Wusheng started fishing for the first time and ate fish for a month, and now his strength has exceeded 10,000 caddies. The hundreds of fatty fish in the river were almost cleaned by him. In used to catching it, it's 3 to 5 a day. With my current physical strength, it's time to meet the wild boar. Jian Wusheng's eyes flashed, clearing the blood on the spear. As soon as I was together, I saw a wild boar drinking water downstream. This was the first time, attacking his side. Most wild boars live in the woods, with only a few heads roaming on the grass in the valley as a whole. Huh! Jian Wusheng picked up a piece of gravel, grabbed it, and then threw it at the wild boar drinking water. A terrible pig cry resounded through the valley. The stone hit the wild boar's back, making the wild boar limping back quickly. Go and pack you tonight! Swordless, holding a spear in both hands, left the river. After observing these days, he found that wolves hunt in Hedong at night, and wild boars are in Heshi at night. At that time, no predator will compete with him. After taking his attention, he attached to the flock, lay down on a steep slope, and waited for the night to come. According to his calculations, the strength of a pig should be around 3,000. Now his strength with both fists breaking 10,000 catties is dozens of times stronger than before. It should be no problem to deal with a wild boar. Moreover, the wild boar's hind leg was injured, and he couldn't run, so he could only fight with him. Lying on the hillside, Jian Wushuang's eyes were staring at the injured wild boar. The sneak attack just made the wild boar vigilant a bit, and never dared to go to the river. The night came quickly, and Jian Wushuang adjusted his physical aura to the extreme. In this battle tonight, he had a 90% chance of winning one-on-one, and he was afraid that other animals would participate. If this wild boar can be slaughtered, he will have at least half a month's ration, and his physical strength will skyrocket. He has eaten all the fish in the river, and everything is moving in a good direction, one by one. In 10 years' time, eating all these animals is not a problem. Taking advantage of the darkness, Jian Wushuang quietly crossed the river and came to the territory of wild boar and buffalo. 70% of this grassland is occupied by cattle, and the remaining 30% is occupied by 7 wild boars. That is to say, the cattle are gentle by nature. If they were like wild boars, they would have been driven away long ago. However, his gentle nature made Jian Wushuang's hunting more difficult. In the future, he wanted to kill the buffalo, but he faced a group of people. The strength of a cow is probably more than 10,000 catties, and dozens of them are hundreds of thousands catties. It was not caused by him now. Quietly bypassing the territory of buffalo, Jian Wushuang's pace gradually slowed down. Although his vision was a little fuzzy, he still found the injured wild boar based on that force. It was lying under a tree, and the pigtails snapped at the flies around it from time to time. Jian Wushuang licked his lips, and the wild boar was injured. Although he was much weaker than before, it also made him very vigilant and did not sleep at all. Go to hell! He leaned back slightly, holding the spear in one hand, and threw it fiercely. The sound of the spear breaking through the air, as soon as he awakened the wild boar, he pointed straight to the door. Puff! Plasma burst, the spear was centered on the skull of the wild boar, there was a terrible cry, and the startled birds scattered on the tree. Although the spear pierced the top of the wild boar's head, it did not make the wild boar fall directly, instead it became more violent than ever. No matter how stupid it was this time, I could see that Jian Wushuang was sneaking on it. The trembling body burst out with astonishing power in an instant, rushing towards Jian Wushuang. Reluctantly, the injury on his hind leg was too serious. Jian Wushuang just turned sideways, then raised his foot and kicked the wild boar's hind leg. Jian Wushuang used his full strength, causing the wild boar's other hind leg to make a crisp sound. This time it should be really broken. Both hind legs were broken, and no matter how strong the wild boar was, he couldn't touch Jian Wushuang at all. Pulling his legs, like a headless fly, chasing Jian Wushuang everywhere. Jian Wushuang looked at the opportunity, jumped up, provoked the height of the battle, grabbed the spear stabbed on the wild boar, and pulled hard. The red and white things stood out and scattered all over the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he stabbed the wild boar's abdomen again, and then, with a single pick, he threw it out several battles and smashed it on the ground fiercely. The wild boar that fell on the ground shook his head, and the blood remained along the front door. He wanted to roar again, but he couldn't make a sound, and couldn't run away. Call! After breathing for a few breaths, its eyes stared at Jian Wushuang, and ran forward again, with 2 fangs sticking into Jian Wushuang's body. This time Jian Wushuang was not evading either. His legs suddenly kicked back, raised his left fist, and blasted towards the wild boar's door with all his strength. Bump! The fist collided with the pig's head, and there was a muffled noise. There was a hole in his head, but now it collided with Jian Wushuang's fist and collapsed directly. Jian Wushuang's entire fist was inserted into the wild boar's forehead, and the 2 fangs were only a little short of touching his body. Except for the last time I struggled a bit, the other times I won it steadily. This time it was also to try the current body and punch the wild boar through the head, which satisfied him. After taking a breath, he turned to look at the other wild boars, with murderous eyes in his eyes, so that they dare not come forward. The valley was so big, a wild boar was killed, and many livestock and even predators were extremely jealous of Jian Wushuang. Ha! Jian Wushuang put the whole wild boar on his shoulders, and with heavy steps, he began to cross the river and headed to the lower reaches. The upper reaches is the habitat of the wolves. He carried such a big wild boar. It is estimated that he will be besieged by the wolves. The water is deep downstream, and there are buffaloes. It is just right to slaughter the wild boars, and the cattle will be his bodyguards. The wolves dare not come over. Jian Wushuang, who had already figured out the entire canyon, found a cave by the water pool downstream and began to slaughter wild boars. He cut the pork, which was 1,000 catties, and prepared to light a fire during the day and eat a meal. He has been eating raw fish these days and he almost vomits. With food, and a relatively hidden place to live, Jian Wushuang gradually forgets that he is still a practitioner. Jian Wushuang, with shaggy beard and disheveled hair, is like a savage. However, his body has also undergone obvious changes. Many lines began to appear on the flesh. These lines are not very obvious, but Jian Wushuang can see that it is a strange beast based on the totem drawn by the lines. Spring goes to autumn and winter. Jian Wushuang has been living here for about a year. With the supplement of the first wild boar, he completely settled here. In 1 year, he slaughtered the other 6 wild boars. Now his strength has exceeded 30,000 catties. Boom! In the upstream waterfall, Jian Wushuang's body was bathed under the rapids of the waterfall, and from time to time there were a lot of broken pieces that smashed on his body along with the water. Chapter 5279. Now those lines on his body are getting clearer and clearer, and the golden lines are very similar to the giants he encountered in the starry sky. There are these lines on the back and chest, and now it has spread to the legs and arms. After washing for almost half an hour, Jian Wushuang left the upstream and returned to the residence downstream. After this year's renovation, the cave can be regarded as a good place. Some of the hides of cattle and sheep were cut by him to make a bed. Since entering here, his living habits are the same as those of mortals. Even if the physical body is so strong now, he will still be sleepy and hungry. Puff! Jian Wushuang took out a piece of charcoal from the black charcoal, blow it hard, and the flame burst out. Crackling. After the fire was set up, Jian Wushuang took out the hind legs of a buffalo and began to put it on top and roast it. After roasting for a while, he took out a sharp stone knife and began to cut the cooked meat on it, feeding it piece by piece to his mouth. Every bite of meat increases his strength. With today's power, he is no longer afraid of wolves. Few animals in this valley can threaten him. The only thing left is the Tiger King living in the woods. The increase of 10 wild boars is comparable to that of a buffalo, and 10 sheep can be comparable to wild boars. This is what he calculated right now. At present, the Tiger King's gain should be the largest. As for the wolves, he doesn't have this idea for the time being. He has eaten a few goats. Since he doesn't need to hide in the flock, he will hunt down some goats that are alone. In 9 years, he had to plan and plan later. He planned to eliminate all the remaining wild boars within this month, and then began hunting buffaloes. Finally, the flock. Put Tiger King at the end. The original rule was to eat all the livestock, which should not be counted as the Tiger King and the wolves, but he didn't dare to gamble. It was best to eat them all. He ate most of the several hundred catties of beef legs in the afternoon. Now he can eat 1,000 catties of meat a day, and under normal circumstances, he can also eat 400 to 500 catties. The greater the power, the greater the demand. In addition to hand-to-hand combat, now he has also learned to arrange traps. There are a lot of traps in the mountains to catch wild boars. If you are lucky, you don't need him to do anything. And Jian Wushuang raised his brows and walked out of the cave slowly. A tragic voice came from upstream. Listen to the sound, it should be a wild boar. He walked swiftly along the river and began to go upstream. It's really good luck, it should be the wild boar again. Jian Wushuang's face leaked a smile. It's better not to do it, or not to do it. He didn't come here to practice fighting with livestock, but for the flesh. All the animals in this valley, he will do his best to devour them, and will never leave a trace. Time is running out, he doesn't have time to hunt head by head. In addition to traps, he will now attack the flock every day. Now that the flocks have become hostile to him, it is hard to find those who are alone, so they can only deal with the big buffaloes. A ox of power, tens of thousands of caddies, fortunately not as agile as a wild boar, he is also very easy to deal with. After running along the river channel for almost a quarter of an hour, I got outside the woods upstream. In the woods, there was nothing except Ryuruwa's howling, and even the usual wolves hadn't seen one. There is something strange. Jian Wushwang slowed down, and after exploring around, he slowly approached the howling woods. This time he also brought 4 or 5 short spears and a sword cut out of corbel bone. Although there is no origin and divine body now, he still remembers his swordsmanship when he was immortal. If he really faced a pack of wolves, with his superb swordsmanship, he would really not be afraid of those wolves. Gradually approaching the depths of the woods, he found the howling wild boar, and it was indeed caught in the trap he arranged. The whole body of the wild boar fell into a small cave, and there were a few sharp bones that pierced its body. Jian Wushwang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that there should be no problem at present. But the disappearance of the wolves still made him a little uneasy, so he decided to take the wild boar and leave immediately. The woods upstream have always been the chassis of the wolves. Now I have not seen these wolves. There is only one situation: either they are all dead or they are driven away by other animals. Jian Wushwang was even more convinced that the wolves were driven away by something, and the strongest in the entire valley should be the Tiger King. The wild boar can't drive away the wolves. Jian Wushwang cautiously came to the wild boar, with short hair in his hand, and pierced the wild boar's lifeline with one blow, and instantly closed his eyes. After hunting so many heads, he already knew the weakness of the opponent. After more than a year, he has already gotten used to all this. Pulling the wild boar's ear with one hand, he pulled it out of the trap, and the explosive force caused the ground to sink. The next moment, Jian Wushwang suddenly stopped what was in his hands, slowly put down the wild boar. His eyes became sharp. An extremely low roar came from deep in the throat, and the dead leaves on the trembling treetops fell, hitting Jian Wushwang's eyebrows. It was a pack of wolves. Jian Wushwang took out a short spear and turned his head slightly. 7 or 8 wild wolves appeared behind him. There are also a few in front of them, and you don't need to look at them. The wild wolves on both sides also leaked fierce and evil eyes. The time to come is always coming. He dared to start entering the valley. These wild wolves still don't care. After all, he is the only one, but now his hunting has threatened the wolves. Wolf! This animal has a particularly strong sense of crisis. Jian Wushwang, as a hunter, has seriously threatened them. Even the mantis tricks of catching the cicada and the oriole were used on Jian Wushwang. The low roar made people shudder. Jian Wushwang, who had only a physical body at this time, was still struggling to deal with wolves. He was not yet familiar with the power of these wolves. Move gently, holding a short spear in each hand, ready to do it at any time. Move! In an instant, the surrounding wolves rushed in an instant, like a gust of wind. A straddle was several battles away, and Jian Wushwang had to retreat. But now there is no way to retreat. I can only choose a better way to go, and prepare to go out. Taking a step forward, Jian Wushwang spotted a lone wolf that had fallen behind, thrust out a spear, killing him instantly, then quickly turned around and left the position he had just now. It was just a time to turn around, and several wild wolves attacked the position just now, very fast. Sneak attack, trap, round up. These wild wolves came prepared. It seems that this time they want to stay here. In the time of fighting with a stick of incense, Jian Wu had all the short spears in his hands, killing a few wild wolves, and there was no short spear in his hand. Only a bone sword was left. A bone sword made of ox bone, 3 feet long, without a trace. Huh! The swordsmanship of ordinary times. Jian Wushwang was like a heart, and the tip of the sword spiraled around. Chapter 5280. And on Jian Wushwang's back, the wild wolf also rushed 3 blood into Linlin's mouth. The blood was left along the back, the flesh turned out, hideous and terrifying. The 3-foot sword was in his hands and was fully utilized. For a time, either of the two parties can ask for much bargain. I really underestimated these beasts. Jian Wuxuang retreated to a towering ancient tree, and the bone sword was placed in front of him, covering his eyes, and he could only observe the wild wolf in front of him from under the sword. Jian Wuxuang felt very familiar with this scene. He felt as if he had drawn his sword 100,000 times, every time he was under the tree at this moment. Now he didn't have that much inspiration. When the wild wolf pounced, his body turned back and his toes lightly stepped on the trunk, his body rushing out like a dragon. Catch the thief first. In terms of tactics, these wild wolves are much worse. He had been staring at the Wolf King a long time ago, but he dared not leak the killing intent in his eyes, so he would be spotted by the wolves, so he covered his eyes with a sword and kept staring at the lower body of the Wolf King. This jump was several tens of feet, and went straight to the position of the Wolf King. Only then did the wolves react, but it was too late. A sword of cold light. The Wolf King's huge head rolled to the ground, while Jian Wuxuang's figure was standing in the position of the Wolf King, looking at the other wild wolves with cold eyes. Oh! The Wolf King died, and these wild wolves didn't know whether they should take revenge or retreat. Now that the wolves are half dead and injured, if they really want to fight, they must be extinct today. Just when the two sides were hesitant, Jian Wuxuang felt a chill on his back, which was a great horror. The wolves also noticed the problem and wanted to escape, but it was too late. A big yellow-spotted tiger rushed out and solved the wild wolf in one bite, and then ran around, completely dispersing the killed wolves. Tiger King, Jian Wuxuang was sweating coldly behind his back. In just an instant, half of the wolves were resolved. Depending on the level of agility, it was still above. In terms of strength, slapping an ancient tree with the diameter of a battle with one palm is definitely more than 100,000 caddies. He is definitely not an opponent. Escape! Jian Wuxuang has only one thought in his mind right now, that is to leave the Green Hills without fear of firewood, so hurry up. According to his current speculation, after eating the cattle, it would almost be able to break through 100,000 caddies. It is not the time to deal with the Tiger King. He was swiftly paced, jumping constantly, and the Tiger King, who had already dealt with the wolves, stood on a mossy stone, looking at Jian Wuxuang's back, and his pale yellow eyes were full of killing intent. In the valley, the wolf pack and the Tiger King have always maintained a delicate relationship. Now that the wolf pack is finished because of Jian Wuxuang, if Jian Wuxuang is also wiped out, then the entire valley belongs to the Tiger King. The cattle and sheep are its back garden. It stood on the stone and screamed at Jian Wuxuang's back. Wuthering mountain forest, let the birds fly away from the forest. Tiger King's speed is much faster than Jian Wuxuang, and one step is tens of feet. The chase of the two in the woods is very conspicuous. It's over! Jian Wuxuang said secretly, and his figure stopped instantly. There is a cliff in front and a waterfall upstream. At a height of 1,000 feet, if he jumps down, he will die forever. Tiger King also slowed down, and began to look around Jian Wuxuang. Fighting can happen at will in the moment of change. Jian Wuxuang casually tore a broken step strip from his body, wiped the blade, ready to fight to the death. The ordinary swordsmanship. I don't know if he can deal with this Tiger King, but now he has no choice. Huang looked at it for a moment, as if he could see Jian Wuxuang's flaws, and accompanied by a low roar, it took the lead to leap forward to Jian Wuxuang. Jian Wuduan faced the blood basin with a big mouth, and it was too late to turn around. Brandishing a bone sword, the white sword body was like a streamer. Reluctantly turned over by Jian Guang to escape the attack. Tiger King also used a pair of tiger palms to disrupt the sharp sword light. When the two separated, Tiger King flicked his tail and directly knocked the bone sword down from Jian Wuxuang's hands. How clever the Tiger King is, he discovered Jian Wuxuang's reliance in a fight. If there is no bone sword, it can't stop it from biting. Jian Wuxuang only felt his wrists numb, and the bone sword came out of his hand and fell aside. How could he stop thinking about this, and smash Tiger King's back severely with his left fist? The explosive power of this punch tens of thousands of caddies directly shook the tiger's sight out of several battles. He also took the opportunity to step back a few steps, held his right arm, and then healed for a while. "This animal's skin is really thick." Jian Wuxuang gritted his teeth and shook his wrist. His punch was enough to kill a buffalo, and the enchantment hit the Tiger King, but it didn't have much effect. Now the bone sword in his hand was also lost. It would be very unfavorable for him to fight again. Fortunately, with the first experience, and the next few bites, he escaped without danger. "Call!" His breath began to be gradually unstable, and it consumed too much, and there was no power to supplement it. Only now this physical strength is still too far away. This is mundane. Physical strength is the first step. The strength is only more than 30,000 caddies, which is accumulated on the flesh, but it is just opening up. The veins have not been opened yet. In this first exercise, he really didn't see anything special. Novel. Calm. Even if all the animals in the canyon were slaughtered and eaten dry, he would increase his strength by 1,000,000 caddies. Superimposed on the flesh, at most, it can open up 108 veins, making his flesh reach the extreme in the mundane. This is just the mundane stage. This strength of the physical body, let alone cultivating immortals, even a cultivator can defeat it at will. This is not what he wants. Too weak. Although it was only the first exercise, it was still too weak and not in his expectation. Feeling the wound on his back, the hot pain, made Jian Wuxuang a lot of sweat, or blood, on his forehead. On the brow, a hideous hole was shocking. It can't be delayed any longer. Jian Wuxuang's heart is full, and he will definitely fight to the death. Tiger King bowed his head, a pair of pale yellow eyes, filled with evil spirits. Puff! A gust of wind hit, and the Tiger King jumped and killed again. Jian Wuxuang didn't hide this time, and he didn't have much strength to hide. His legs bent and his body leaned back. See the bone sword not far from the ground. There was a tension in his mind. When the Tiger King rushed forward, he rushed to the Tiger King's abdomen with a sliding shovel, picked up the bone sword on the ground and made a stab towards the Tiger King's abdomen. With this sword he used up all his strength, holding the bone sword firmly in both hands, and with the help of the Tiger King's impact, the bone sword made a few feet in the Tiger King's abdomen. The hot blood spilled over Jian Wuxuang. The Tiger King's body fell heavily to the ground, and he couldn't die again. Jian Wuxuang let go of the bone sword, limp on the ground, panting heavily. Tiger blood flowed into his mouth along the corner of his mouth, making his blood boil, and his whole body was transforming. Chapter 5281. In this battle, Jian Wuxuang was completely clear about all his opponents. The entire valley will be his back garden, and within 10 years, it will be easy to clear all the livestock. In addition to the Tiger King's body, he also took all the wolf heads to the cave. This time, the receipt was enough to save him from hunting for 3 months, just polishing his body. The flesh and blood power of livestock is very strong. Even after eating them, Jian Wuxuang needs to polish his flesh and absorb all the flesh and blood essence. For example, Tiger King's blood is simply a tonic to his body. The bones of the whole person have changed, and the golden lines on the body have become more obvious. In the following days, he polished his body wholeheartedly, absorbed the essence of the Tiger King, and made his physical power break through to 100,000 in one fell swoop. It's still not enough. Jian Wuxuang looked at the bones all over the floor, somewhat helpless. I thought that this Tiger King would at least make his body stronger, but he didn't expect to increase his strength in the end. The changes in the bones have not changed much. After all, it is not a treasure of genius. As the flesh became stronger and stronger, the livestock in the valley could no longer threaten him. Whenever he was hungry, he would hunt and kill a buffalo. Eat the freshest if you want. Time is fast, and 10 years have passed in just a few seconds. Jian Wuxuang gnawed on the last rib of the lamb and burped. Now he, like a savage, was completely dark and ragged. In this valley, he was left with a breather. Jian Wuxuang, an extremely burly figure, just ordinary walking, made a big earthquake tremble, and every step was a heaviness of hundreds of thousands of caddies. Thump! On the last day, Jian Wuxuang stood on the top of the cliff, where he had fought with the Tiger King, and glanced around the valley. These 10 years have been the most special times since he entered the practice. Completely lived as a savage. In the hundreds of millions of years in the starry sky, at least his strength was still there. In this valley, he was immortal when he first arrived, and even a wild boar could bully him. Now I am leaving, take one last look. The next moment, he jumped directly into the bottomless pool. The sturdy body became clear. Today, he seems to have been reborn. His bones are very large, and on his clear and clean chest and back, golden lines appear. The harder he was, the more prominent the golden lines became. The golden pattern outlines an ancient beast, even Jian Wuxuang doesn't know it. In the magic column, outside the trial tower, the middle-aged man in black armor, with a little in his hand, a streamer turned into 100,000 rays, and flew into the trial tower. Each ray of light turns into a black-clothed messenger, attracting 100,000 Jian Wuxuang in the trial tower. In the end, the golden light turned into 1 point, and the 100,000 avatars also turned into Jian Wuxuang. Jian Wuxuang, who returned to the demon suppression pillar, was no different from when he first entered. The madness and extinction armor on his body is still there. This is... Jian Wuxuang was speechless. At the moment of fusion, he realized that he had split 100,000 clones. Don't be surprised, you have completed half of the first exercise, the black-armored man said lightly. Jian Wuxuang hurriedly put away his armor, leaking a black suit, and then with a slight force, he directly shattered his coat. Looking at his chest again, the golden lines are extremely dazzling, and every inch of his body is outlined. The Wanbei divine body is also running wildly at this moment. The divine body and the origin all returned, and the familiar sense of manipulation completely pulled Jian Wuxuang back to reality. Jian Wuxuang asked in surprise, "Senior, is all this illusory?" He couldn't believe it. It was obvious that the physical body had been strengthened, but he felt that everything was not real, especially the incarnation of 100,000 copies of the same memory, without any deviation. This is also amazing. The black-armored man smiled slightly and replied, "Advanced Cosmic Copper Furnace. When your first training is completely completed, I will answer you again. You have not completed even half of it now. After the physical body is truly condensed and tempered, it will be the first." Elian, indeed, if Supergrade's physical body is so simple, it won't stop so many strong people. How could the process of tempering the supergrade physical body be so simple as the threshold of the 10,000 times divine body? Jian Wuxuang nodded. He also understood that after entering the first floor of the trial tower, he could use nothing, just a first-order mortal. The threshold for refining a supergrade physical body is a tens of thousands of times the divine body, but it is not necessary to enter the trial tower divine body, which is obviously unreasonable. I am afraid that the threshold of the 10,000 times divine body is in this universe copper furnace. His hair is flying, his upper body is naked, and his skeletal back is like a vor. The edges and corners of the muscles are also particularly distinct. Click! The cosmic copper furnace was opened. The scorching air wave came over the surface. This arrogance was enough to annihilate Dian Immortal, but he was about to enter the tempering for a whole hour. If there is no tens of thousands of times the divine body, I am afraid that there will be no ashes left to be refined within a quarter of an hour. Jian Wuxuang swallowed, his lips were a little dry. After bowing to the black-armored man, he stepped into the copper furnace with a firm look in his eyes. After entering the copper furnace, he felt what purgatory was. That burning sensation is not as simple as a ground fire. In this cosmic copper furnace, there is an incomplete source. Jian Wuxuang just sat cross-legged on the red ground. He felt a beating of origin. It turned out to be an unknown source. Jian Wu was overjoyed. For a time, a bold idea came out of my mind. At first he thought that the origin was from the black armored senior outside, but now it seems that this origin was injected into the inside by other powerful beings. Before he had time to think about it, the moment the cosmic copper furnace was shut down, the flames rose. Wow! Countless treasures were taken out by him, and these were the treasures needed during the first refining. With so many treasures, Immortal Diane's body can be directly promoted to low-grade consummation. The treasures of the first 3 refinements were able to refine a perfect flesh that was stronger than the Emperor Molong. This is still a direct improvement. If there are cosmic copper furnaces to help temper the body, I am afraid that his body will be comparable to the middle-grade perfect body in the first refining. Jian Wushuang no longer thought about other things. Countless treasures were refined into a golden liquid by the flame, and began to revolve around his body. The scorching flames constantly eroded his flesh. Let his body rot again and again, and finally recovered again. This way over and over again. No matter how powerful the divine body is, it can't stand the consumption like this. In particular, he has now expanded the beast god domain to the limit. Although the scope has been reduced to cover only the flesh, the expendable power and divine power are the same. An hour is really the limit. Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth, which was more painful than he thought. Once the body is broken, one point is strengthened. He needs to be broken 100,000 times. The swallowed essence and blood of hundreds of thousands of heavens now needs to be merged into one. How simple it is. Chapter 5282. In the end, 100,000 times of shattering made his body completely transformed into a mass of flesh and blood. Now sitting there cross-legged is just a divine body phantom. The mass of flesh and blood slowly overlapped with the treasure swirling around him. The golden liquid refined by countless treasures was thoroughly stirred with the flesh and turned into a golden ball. Then, according to his divine body phantom, he began to reshape his body. The first exercise has also reached the most critical moment. Carrying the past, the first practice, reshapes the flesh to perfection, unable to resist. All the expenses were paid for. At this time, Jian Wushuang did not dare to slack, and fully cooperated with the universe copper furnace to complete the last step. Start with the bones. Jian Wushuang is very familiar with the colorful skeleton. This is a bone of the ancient beast that he spent and exchanged millions of treasure points. Now it has been refined into a liquid, and the impurities in it have been removed, more than it used to be, and it has completely turned into his bones. The huge skeleton is as high as 9 feet. It was no different from the previous Jian Wushuang. After all, it was built according to the phantom of the divine body. After the skeleton part is completed, start to irrigate the flesh. Starting from the head, a majestic face appeared. Sword eyebrows, star eyes. There seems to be a starry sky between the eyebrows, unparalleled in ancient times. Then there is the upper body. The sturdy figure appears. Every inch of muscle is sharp and angular, and the wrist is extremely wide. The golden lines on the chest and back are more obvious. It wasn't until the entire body was completely reshaped before Jian Wushuang let out a sigh of relief. The breath was like a changhong. Although the flames evaporated as soon as he spit it out, Jian Wushuang could still clearly feel that his current physical body was countless times stronger than before. With one punch, you can burst a star without using the force. If he had completed the 9 exercises, he couldn't even imagine how strong he would become by then. Although the physical improvement was a bit stupid, Jian Wushuang was still absolutely, this time very wise. Origin, divine body, realm, and soul, he has all reached the edge of the threshold. Instead of slamming the cart before the horse, it is better to take another path. As long as there is a qualitative change in strength, everything can be broken. Wow! The cosmic copper furnace slowly opened. Jian Wushuang walked out slowly without incident. After he walked out of the copper furnace, a new set of black robes appeared on his body. Congratulations, Jian Wushuang! Luck! He said modestly. Now his whole aura has undergone obvious changes, and now he can be regarded as understanding what the supergrade physical body represents. No wonder, after the 7th exercise, it represents the peak, let alone the 9 exercises. Even if you haven't reached the 7th exercise, the strength of the flesh is far surpassing those superior perfect flesh. This is not luck, this is your strength. The black-clad man paused, and then said, By the way, you can call me Shan Jun from now on, you don't need to call me senior. Shan Jun? Jian Wushuang was shocked. Isn't this the demon lord who is tied to the pillar of the demon town? When he first saw the other party was not so easy to talk, he looked fierce and vicious. Why, are you surprised? Shan Jun smiled lightly and said, That's right, you little guys, now it's the 2nd stage of the trial, and it should be against those demon kings. Senior, you seem to be a little different from those devouring demon lords. Jian Wushuang asked curiously. The devouring demon lord he saw were all crazy demons, and he didn't have much consciousness. Regardless of whether it was the main body on the suppression demon pillar, or the current phantom, Shan Jun was conscious, especially this phantom, where it seemed to swallow the devil. Ha ha! Shan Jun couldn't help laughing and said, This is natural. Those devouring demon lords you see are clones of 10,000 demons. Jian Wushuang leaked his doubts and murmured, Wan Mo! Yes. You have not yet become a core inheritor, there is no need to know so much. The phantom of Shan Jun floated above the copper furnace of the universe, through a ray of light, with reminiscences on his face. At the beginning, God fell, thousands of people together, turned into a few of them, and now they are all suppressed in this temple of divergence. In the outside world, another God, who also controls the whole way, was also suppressed. Swallowing one, originally hopeless, but now he has met Jian Wushuang, a practitioner who rekindled his hope. A Dayan immortal who cultivated the power of devouring himself, although his body did not have the aura of swallowing the avenue, the evil aura of the swallowing power was the same as them. This is a host. God, demon lord, demon lord. God is the suppressed one in the original universe, comparable to the master of the universe, and several of them also have the top strength of Tier 6. As for the demon lord, they were all clones of the lord of 10,000 demons. A few of them, each concealed the secret of the universe. What a glorious past! It is a pity that in the end God fell, and several of them were also caught in the temple of Qishan one by one. 2 great god-level powerhouses, one was suppressed in the primitive universe, and the other fell into 5 demon masters. Mischief! The great god, deprived of his devouring way. The method of breaking the arm of such a strong man is simply shocking the past and the present. The original one became thousands, but it condensed 3 god-level powerhouses, and one who is still missing, it is not known whether it is death or life. Now that I see a cultivator with swallowing power, how can I make Shan Jun not happy? Jian Wushuang also saw the wound in Shan Jun's eyes on the side, so he changed the subject and asked. Some trial towers. It turned out that the first floor of the trial tower was constructed by 100,000 Zhutian. Once inside, the body will turn into 100,000 copies. At the beginning, his body in the canyon was only 100,000th. No wonder it is so weak. Ben Hai thought it was suppressed, but he didn't expect it to be divided into strength in the end. Even with the power of the flesh, Jian Wushuang also has supreme combat power. 100,000ths, turned into immortal, it makes sense. Now it's 1. After refining it, his physical body can already be comparable to an ordinary treasure. Even if he stands still and lets the 9-rank Dayan immortal attack wildly, he can't damage it at all. This is still without using the divine body and origin. If the divine body and the origin are added, even the Taoist strong will not be able to hurt him. With his current physical body and 10,000 times divine body, he has achieved the ultimate in Dayan immortal. This is far from enough, he must be the strongest. Even beyond those ancient gods and demons. In the final analysis, the divine body is now thousands of times, still relying on the candle dragon's eyes, it is all foreign objects. The basic divine body and the perfection of the physical body are the true foundation. If the basic divine body is tens of thousands of times, he is truly invincible, and the divine body alone can be comparable to those of the ultimate way of dying immortal. Okay, I've said everything that needs to be said. You can enter the trial tower. Although your background is quite deep, the second level is very special. Don't be careless. Shanjin's eyes gently exhorted. Joke. Jian Wushuang has never looked down on any floor of the 9-story trial tower. 10,000 treasures are still here. How dare he take it lightly, trying his best every time. Chapter 5283. The door of the trial opened, Jian Wushuang nodded, took a step forward, and entered the trial tower again. This time, as Shan Jun said, it was very different. The trial tower on the second floor made him reminisce about the ease of the first floor. This second level is very similar to the purgatory he imagined. The terrifying existence he saw on this level, the terrifying creatures tumbling in the magma, he didn't want to see again in his life. I hope you will never see the sun! In the second layer, Jian Wushuang's strength is not differentiated or suppressed, and he has the most peak combat power. But in this level, his strength is useless no matter how strong he is. 360 chains, he needs to go to the end of each chain, and under the chains are the ancient gods and demons churning in the magma. Each end has the power of the emperor, and some of them surpass Jin Wuyang. They fought and howled in the magma. But Jian Wushuang walked slowly on the chain cautiously, and under the terrifying temperature, his innate treasure armor was steamed and hot. Ordinary treasures can be melted at any time in this purgatory. After all 360 chains were walked, he only felt that his feet had lost consciousness, and his consciousness had become extremely stiff. So that after he stepped into the lotus-shaped altar, his legs were like stone pillars, truly immovable like a mountain. The lotus altar is the only land in this purgatory, only a few miles long and wide. It is like the Optimus pillar, standing on top of magma. All around were red chains, and below were terrifying magma and those giant beasts. Call! Looking back at the magma behemoth below, Jian Wushuang was still a little breathless. This is a test of the flesh, this is a test of will. Walking on the chain, the hot feeling on the chain has been tempering the flesh, and underneath is a giant magma beast. If one is not careful or can't hold on, it will fall. Fall down! Jian Wushuang's cold sweat broke out behind him, and he really couldn't imagine the scene of the fall. This walk is 300 years of suffering. Use the beast domain all the time to increase the body, otherwise it will not be able to bear it at all. Especially the destruction of will, making him extremely stiff, or extremely tough, no matter which step he will take firmly. After arriving at the altar, he did not feel that relief at all. It wasn't until a few hours later that he opened his eyes and looked at the center of the altar. According to the message conveyed on the token, he needs to sacrifice his current physical body on the altar. Although he didn't understand why it was so outrageous, he still had no choice but to walk to the altar. At the core of the altar, there is a big tripod, very huge. Jian Wushuang started the sacrifice ceremony according to the above law. Thump! He knelt on his knees, raised his hands directly above his head, and came to worship with a 5-body head. Bang bang bang! 3 times in a row! Great Huang, please accept this flesh! Jian Wushuang slowly got up, but his still bowed down beside the cauldron. What stood up was the phantom of the divine body. Hum! The dating made a noise, and his physical body slowly stood up, and then jumped into the dating. Boom! A beam of light burst out from the cauldron. Jian Wushuang's shadow trembled. Then everything returned to calm. Jian Wushuang frowned. Is this over? The next moment, dating burst out a beam of light again, flying out of 3 bronze locks. There is also an old man with a white beard. He looks kind and has curved eyes. Sacrificer, which lock you just sacrificed? The white-bearded old man spread out his hand, and the 3 bronze locks glowed in 3 colors of gold, silver, and yellow. Corresponding to the 3 grades of gold, silver and bronze. I seem to sacrifice. Jian Wusheng was about to blurt out, but then stopped abruptly. He originally wanted to say that it was a sacrificial body, but then he thought about it. Since he had given him 3 treasures, then he had no other choice but to choose one from the 3. Senior, I sacrifice this golden lock. Jian Wusheng bowed and hugged his fists, with an extremely respectful attitude. The white-haired old man groaned and sighed. Oh, that's it! Give you this golden lock! The golden lock floated towards Jian Wusheng, with several dragon-shaped patterns embroidered on it. The power emanating from the top is extremely powerful. When Jian saw it touch the phantom of his divine body instantly radiated brilliance, and unexpectedly began to reshape a new physical body. Basically, the former is the same, but with the fusion of golden locks, his divine body is even stronger than before. Lock the dragon body! Jian Wusheng's body turned golden, and a giant dragon was locked inside his body. Just when he was shocked, the white-haired old man sighed and said with some regret, it's a pity that a good body is unclaimed. The old man can only use it for fishing with hatred. As soon as the white-haired old man finished speaking, a fishing rod appeared out of thin air in his hand, and a fleshy body hung on the hook, exactly like Jian Wusheng. The fishing rod stretched for thousands of battles and was thrown under the magma. In a short while, a giant magma beast was caught, but the giant magma beast caught by the fishing rod became very small, and its breath was also very weak. The old man with white beard was very happy. Putting away the fishing rod, holding the giant magma beast with both hands, he re-entered the cauldron with a smile on his face. Only Jian Wusheng was left standing in the wind in a mess. It seems I missed something. Physical body. Yes, it is the flesh. The unclaimed flesh, isn't that the flesh of his sacrifice? This old man with white beard, knowing that it was his body, even regretted in front of him. It was broken to the bone. Jian Wusheng jumped straight in place. Although the golden lock is obtained, the physical strength that can be increased is limited, which is not in line with the second-tier receipt. At this moment, the token uploads information. The trial failed! Damn it! Jian Wusheng did not dare to speak out, but in his heart he cursed the white-haired old man 10,000 times. Now that the trial has failed, what should I do? He is not dead yet. Huh! He was forcibly moved to the place where he started uncontrollably. This is where the dream begins. Everything went back to the beginning. He had just stepped into the 2nd floor of the trial tower for the first time. The only thing that changed was that his body was much stronger than before. Part of it is exercised by walking 360 chains, especially the tenacity on the legs, which is very obvious. Another part comes from that golden lock. This time, Jian Wusheng was not in vain. Jian Wusheng tried to comfort him, but he raised his head and looked forward. There were countless chains in all directions, and Jian Wusheng's heart to die. All the treasure points are spent, and now I have to bite the bullet and walk all the way to the dark. Fortunately, his first experience, coupled with his firm will and a strong mood, did not make him fall apart. It just wasted more than 100 years of time. Chapter 5284. The flow velocity in the demon's suppression pillar was very slow, and at the same time, the outside world was on the main mountain. The 4th Order Emperor, all reached halfway up the mountain, and confronted the clone of the mountain monarch. Hundreds of Tier 4 emperors faced off against hundreds of Tier 4 clones. And the closer these clones are to the top of the mountain, the strength will increase by 1 point. The fighting between the two sides was extremely fierce. The Shan Jun himself, who was tied to the suppressing demon pillar, didn't care about it. Now he is only related to Jian Wusheng's trial in the trial tower. I didn't care about the rest of the matter, so that many clones had fallen and ignored them. Inside the trial tower, Jian Wusheng's figure dangled on the chains. His figure was small, and it was very different from those giant magma beasts. Call! When he stepped on the altar again, he had a kind of relief. The sacrifice ceremony is the same as before. Only this time, he became more calm. At the end of the ceremony, Jian Wuxuang started to get a little excited as he watched his body enter the cauldron. This time, no matter what treasure the old man with white beard took out, he insisted that the sacrifice was the flesh, not the other. "Are you sure what you sacrificed was a physical body? Young man!" Jian Wu's double-faced color was firm, and when he was about to confirm again, there was a calm voice in his ears. "Choose a silver lock." This voice? He is very familiar, it is the mountain monarch in the copper furnace. "How come?" Jian Wuxuang's eyes shrank, and Shanjian's voice came again, telling him the secrets of the second layer. It turns out that the 3 locks in Bai Beard's hands are a kind of treasure. The golden lock obtained earlier is just one of them. Used alone, the gain is very small, but after the 3 are combined, the gain is very huge. At that time, his physical power will increase by 1 level, and then when he sacrifices the physical body, he will get 2 identical physical bodies if he chooses the physical body. When the 2 are superimposed, they will undergo earth-shaking changes through the refining of the cosmic copper furnace. "I choose silver lock." Jian Wuxuang quickly changed his words. He believed half of Shanjian's words, and it took only 100 years. Even if Shan Jun cheated him, he wouldn't do any harm. The white-bearded old man raised his eyebrows and looked a little displeased, looking at the top of the altar. However, Jian Wuxuang had already chosen, and he couldn't say anything. He just changed his normal, snorted coldly, and threw the silver lock to Jian Wuxuang. The first golden lock, the second silver lock, the third bronze lock, and the 4th time is the flesh. Jian Wuxuang looked at the chain under his feet. He still had a long way to go. Fortunately, the soul is strong, otherwise it must be crazy. But there was one thing that surprised him. The first time he walked for 100 years, the second time didn't take so much time. Less for the third time. This is related to his physical ascent. It's just that his 10,000-fold divine body is augmented by foreign objects, and can't be maintained for too long. If the basic divine body is tens of thousands of times, it will be fine. Half of the power of the origin is concentrated on the divine body, and the rest is the tempered physical body. This kind of pressure is always destroying Jian Wuxuang's will. He finally got 3 locks, and his whole person was a lot weaker. Shan Jun really didn't lie to me. The 3 giant dragons in his body wandered in his veins, and his body was dozens of times stronger than before. If he chooses the physical body for the first time, then he can only obtain the first physical body, and the 2 are superimposed, that is, it has been doubled several times. But now is different. Once the 2 overlap, it will be far more than before, hundreds of times higher. "You choose the physical body?" The 4th time. Before Jian Wuxuang spoke, the white-bearded old man asked the question first. "Yes." Jian Wuxuang's heart moved, feeling a little uncomfortable. The more the old man looked, the less he looked like a good person. "Will you cheat him?" "Humph!" The white-haired old man snorted coldly. "Young people, don't listen to what some people say, the road is narrow, but it's not good." The old man with white beard disappeared after leaving a word. Only a physical body was left. When Jian Wuxuang was teleported away again, he reunited his body again. The 2 fleshy bodies are exactly the same, just like a reenactment. The strength is also equal. After leaving the trial tower, Jian Wuxuang still couldn't believe it. The body obtained in the past was a dead thing, or just a simple body. But he didn't expect that the physical body he obtained could contain the divine body and origin, which was equivalent to his another divine body. "I have seen the deity! I have seen a clone!" The 2 clasped each other's fists, with average smiles on their faces. If he didn't know it in his heart, he couldn't tell who was the deity or the clone. With a hard move, the 2 instantly opened the distance, then suddenly made a fist and blasted out with all their strength. Bump! Hand-to-hand combat. The 2 fisted and fought against each other with hundreds of moves in a row. "Call!" After separating again, Jian Wuxuang's deity nodded. "Perfect strength. The power of each punch is comparable to that of a half-step emperor." With the tens of thousands of times the divine body, plus the physical body, he can be comparable to the half-step emperor. If the source is added, his combat power will be stronger. Wanqing Tiandi would not be his opponent either. In fact, at the beginning, he had another purpose in choosing the physical body, and that was the Beast Warrior. Once the Beast God arms are integrated, his Beast God realm will be stronger, and he will exceed 10,000 times the God body by then. Once the body cannot bear it, it will seriously affect his divine body. He had already planned the future route. The origin is invincible, no one is stronger than him. The existence of Jidao is enough to make the vertical and horizontal of the same level. The rest is the divine body route. With the Candle Dragon, his spatial origin will also get twice the result with half the effort, and the spatial origin corresponds to the improvement of the realm in the future. The second feature is the increase in the divine body. He must obtain which of the beasts and magical weapons in tearing the sky, even if he pays a huge price, he must obtain it. The three are in one. Once the old man with horns succeeds in refining him and regathers the origin of the space, the realm of beast gods will rise to a new level. At that time, once all of them are used, his divine body will exceed 10,000 times. This is the way he wants to go. Wow! The cosmic copper furnace emits a cloud of black mist, transforming into a mountain monarch. Yes, the perfect locked dragon tendons are still 2 pairs. With a smile on Shan Jun's mouth, he glanced at Jian Wushuang very satisfied. Jian Wushuang was too late to think about it at the moment, so he bowed immediately. This time, Shan Jun helped him a lot, no less than a special chance. If there is no mountain monarch, this trial will not be so complete. Shan Jun smiled and said, "You don't need to thank me, or that sentence, this is what you deserve. Without the guidance of the seniors, the juniors would not be able to obtain such perfect veins." Jian Wushuang. Although he has a sudden change in his mood, he can still be seen clearly by people who are good to him. After this cause and effect, no matter what, if there is a chance in the future, he will return it. By the way, I have to remind you that after the first 3 basic trials, you may stay in the trial tower for the next 6 times, so be prepared. Chapter 5285. Shan Jun reminded. Always there? Doesn't it mean that after every trial, you will enter the cosmic copper furnace? Jian Wushuang was a little surprised. This has only been a few hundred years, and he has maintained a 10,000-fold divine body, and he feels exhausted. The next 6 floors will take thousands of years, even 10,000 years. This kind of high-strength tempered body, he was really afraid that he couldn't stand it. Don't be too nervous. With your current strength, you can probably handle the 6th level. You can barely refine your supergrade body. You may not go to the last 3 levels. Jian Wushuang nodded. Although he was a little unconvinced, he knew his strength best. With this increase in the difficulty of the trial, the 6th layer is really his limit. What kind of identity the mountain monarch is, he is the demon master suppressed here. I don't know how much strength is stronger than those peak emperors. I am afraid that the ultimate emperor of their primitive universe is not as powerful as the mountain monarch. Such a character's comment, he naturally believes. But everything has changed. I hope that in the next time, he will undergo a real transformation. Enter the universe copper furnace for the 2nd time. This time it was one day, and 2 identical physical bodies wanted to fuse together, which was much more difficult than the previous heavens. The tempering time is also very long. It's just that when he walked out again this time, his physical body had reached the most precious level. This is just the degree of tenacity. The explosive power of the flesh is also strong and terrifying. Cooperate with the divine body, perfectly display all your strengths, one punch can destroy the world. The close combat in the future will not be his shortcoming, but rather his strength. Kendo. The ultimate way to kill. Attack can destroy all enemies, and can crush the void with fists, suppressing the world. The road to invincibility. The road is bright, and Jian Wushuang is now more convinced that he didn't choose the wrong one. After the 3rd level, as Shan Jun said, He never came out again. However, the third level of tempering was also the most special trial he received, but he felt that this trial was very simple. An extremely tough spar was made into a piece of scale armor by him. He used it for 780 years. In these 780 years, the third floor he was on was like a larger cosmic copper furnace. In the hottest void, he survived for more than 700 years. Created a piece of scale armor. What he got was a pair of palms covered with scales. Each piece of scale armor is as tough as the innate treasure, and there is a power on it. Without the blessing of the source, there is the power of the innate treasure. The fourth floor begins. Even on the fifth and sixth floors, he was changing the general way to temper the scales. Until, he was covered with black scale armor. These scales are like living creatures, do whatever they want. Once all unfolded, Jian Wushuang's whole person turned into a scaled behemoth, full of battles. On the palm of his hand, the sharp fingertips shine brightly. 7,000 years. He struggled through the sixth floor. In fact, on the fifth layer, he tempered the whole Buddha scale armor. The space on the sixth floor is a huge ancient hall, and the huge cosmic bronze furnace is placed in the main hall. It's just that Shan Jun did not appear this time. He spent 100 years alone in the cosmic copper furnace before he completely inlaid his whole body with scales on his flesh. Super quality flesh. It's finished, but it hasn't reached the realm of consummation. Wagging the tail that grew behind him, Jian Wushuang felt that he was just a man-made ancient alien species. A giant beast that has traveled from ancient times. The nostrils are faintly gasping, just 2 air columns. The body shape shrinks, and only the height is changed. Every bone in the body is extremely symmetrical. Standing there, he was like a big mountain, unshakable. Is this a super product? Slightly clenched a fist, the powerful force made such a stable space tremble with ripples. The mere burst of power gave him the power of a half-step emperor. Breaking the law with strength is not just talking. The key is that he has the ultimate path of the origin of all things. Adding the two together in the world, who else could be his opponent? Even if Wan Xing had imitation of the eternal treasure, he was confident and beat him with a punch, and he even had the urge to crush the innate treasure. The innate treasure that even the emperor could not easily destroy was like a plaything in his eyes. He held a spherical congenital treasure in his hand, burst out with all his strength, pinched it in the palm of his hand, and even left a strip of marks on the top. Eventually a few cracks appeared on the top. This is his current physical strength. Huh! The bottom of my heart sank and moved slightly. The scales receded and turned into a human figure again. It's time to leave! The 7th floor is a threshold that he cannot cross. He took out the token and moved directly out of the trial tower. Now his physical body has reached the supergrade level, and he has reached the level of the 9th refining consummation. Too difficult. He was able to pass the first 6 levels smoothly, and the 6th refining consummation was due to the secret help of Lord Shan. Especially the Suolong Meridian. After leaving the trial tower, Jian Wushuang ushered in an unprecedented sense of ease. Senior! The mountain monarch above the copper furnace of the universe had already appeared, as if waiting for Jian Wushuang. Yes, what you should inherit is the flesh of Thunder's veins, with very strong speed and toughness. Shan Jun commented. Jian Wushuang smiled and said, Everything can't be hidden from the predecessors, but I know the Thunder's veins. Not much, especially the clone. It had just been tempered, and he really didn't understand it deeply. The speed and tenacity of Thunder's body are far superior to other supergrade bodies. But in the sub-body, there are some differences. To be precise, his clone cannot be counted as an individual. But split shadows, swish swish. Hundreds of shadows sprang from Jian Wushuang's body, each in the form of a different beast. In the form of a different animal, his clone is extremely strong. Especially it fits very well with the beasts. If this is not the case, he might not be so smooth on the 6th floor. The origin of the Thunder line has a subtle connection with the Space Beast God, which makes sense. The more benefits the Beast Warriors bring to him, the more he desires a complete Beast Warrior. It's a pity that the beast soldiers were broken at the beginning. There are countless accessories, and now he only has wings and candle dragon eyes. Also known as the claw of the candle dragon on the tearing sky hand. These are only 3. The real core is the breastplate of the candle dragon and the heart of the beast at the core. This is the core of Candle Dragon. The old man with horns once said that a great divine lord had once killed the same rank with the help of the beast warrior, Candle Dragon. The complete Candle Dragon is very suitable for the powerhouse who walks the divine body space. Under the real explosion, tens of thousands of times the power of the divine body can even exceed the ultimate existence. This is how terrible it is. But what is even more terrifying is that such a powerful treasure was actually shattered. Jian Wushuang was not only embarrassed, but the treasure would be broken. What happened in the era of Qixin? Perhaps only the core layer of the Temple of Qixin knew about it. Chapter 5286. The musical notes surrounded by all directions make people intoxicated. The origin of the universe on the magic pillar is shining. After Jian Wushuang followed Shan Jun out of the demon suppression pillar, the beast god domain also stopped operating at this moment. Thousands of years of precipitation have caused Jian Wushuang's momentum to undergo tremendous changes from the past. Especially the physical changes. In the past, the world was like the earth, just a phantom. Now, after the body is consummation, it can be easily taken off to become the strongest body, transforming into the form of a strange beast. Senior Shan Jun, the origin of this mountaintop. Jian Wushuang looked at the origin of the universe like a galaxy, yearning for him, and intoxicated. This is simply too beautiful. This scene, he has seen in the cosmic copper furnace, is extremely magnificent, and it is many times stronger than Emperor Canyon. Even the tens of thousands of kendo origins he captured outside Xiaohuang's city couldn't compare to the trace at this time. Too strong. Shanjun's body, an evil behemoth, with a huge head held high, also looked at the sky. This is the origin of the universe, the origin comparable to your original universe. Jian Wushuang was shocked. Compared to the original universe. How powerful the original universe is, it has bred countless realms, and the universe of unknowingly many powerful people was born. Its origin is the foundation of all realms. Controlling the realm can free the emperor from change. What if the universe? Jian Wushuang didn't dare to imagine that such a powerful source was simply beyond his reach. The origin in the cosmic copper furnace, although the aura is the same, but the scale is very different. Jian Wushuang, you are still a long way away. In fact, there is no need to be loyal to the flesh. Shan Jun unexpectedly persuaded him. If you let other people see it, it will definitely feel incredible. The devouring demon lord, with the top strength of tier 6, would actually take care of Jian Wushuang, the Dayan immortal, and always remind him. Jian Wushuang was also a little flattered, and didn't know how to answer for a while. Your origin is very powerful, but your divine body is SOSO. Although you have the blessing of foreign treasures, this is not a long-term solution. Now you should be focused on the Tao and continuously expand the advantages of the origin. It is not difficult for you to be in the Temple of Qixin. You will know in the future. The difficulty is the expansion of the origin. Shan Jun saw through Jian Wushuang from the beginning. Although he could not see the existence of Ji Dao, he could also guess that Jian Wushuang was the ultimate way by observing the strong origin of Jian Wushuang. As the ultimate way of existence, instead of strengthening the origin and breaking through itself, it tempers the physical body, and the divine body is also normal. In his opinion, Jian Wushuang shouldn't be so unwise. Although he had never practiced before, he was once a major cultivator of Qixin, and there were really few emperors who were better than him when it came to the problems of cultivation. When Jian Wushuang heard this, his heart bounced, and he simply said his plan. Of course, what was said was only part of his future plan. Although Shan Jun had the kindness to know him, as a practitioner, there were some things that even his parents and masters could not tell. Such as the existence of Ji Dao. The mountain monarch on the side, listening to Jian Wushuang's words, his eyes turned, and his scarlet eyes were shining brightly. Beast God Soldier! Until he heard of the name, Shan Jun's eyes were clear. Jian Wushuang immediately showed the wings of the candle dragon. Generally speaking, there is nothing to be seen in the beast god realm, but the candle dragon's wings are the only pair. Wow! The cutting of space also means that the candle dragon is the master of space. Shanjun's pupils contracted, and after secretly calming down, he said, "You said there is one more in the hands of another tester?" Jian Wushuang nodded and replied, "I guess the piece in his hand should be the claw of the candle dragon." Naturally, he also said the matter of tearing the sky. The only trouble now is how to recapture the claw of the candle dragon from the tearing hands. The old man with horns has already agreed, the origin of refining the beasts, make this ancient treasure once again great. Shan Jun's huge head turned, and his hideous fangs trembled. Yang Sanma promised to refine the origin of the beast warrior for you? Haha, this kid's vision is the same as mine, it hasn't changed at all. Jian Wushuang was a little confused when he heard these words. Senior, you also know Senior Clawhorn? It stands to reason that the two people should not have much connection. No! And the feelings are still very deep. Shan Jun couldn't help but sigh. Back then, he and Yang Sanma were also sent to the third prison. At that time, Yang Sanma was just an ordinary fifth-order emperor, and he was imprisoned in the third prison because he offended the senior officials of the four halls. In the terrifying third prison, the life of the fifth-order emperor is in danger. If it were not for him, I am afraid that the 3 eyes of the sheep would have fallen. Little guy, your chance is here. Shan Jun knew it. Originally, he planned to inform Zhu Qi to come and pick Jian Wushuang back. It seems unnecessary now. Jian Wushuang, like him, walked the same way. Now that I understand Jian Wushuang's plan, he is ready to help Jian Wushuang. He wouldn't help if he didn't know anything about the beasts. In his opinion, Jian Wushuang should practice hard. Breaking through the origin is the key. Novel. Comet is a waste of time and resources. It now appears that he is short-sighted. With the blessing of beasts and gods, Jian Wushuang's divine body has exceeded 10,000 times. Very easy. If the physical body is not consummation, then there will be shortcomings. It is better to do it in one step now and directly cultivate the physical body to perfection. In the future, you can follow the 2 paths of divine body and origin. The flesh is the vessel of the divine body, and the divine body is the vessel of the origin. 1 ring and 1 ring. Shan Jun, Qiu Huang, and others only saw the second ring, thinking of Jian Wushuang as the first ring. In fact, Jian Wushuang is in the 5th ring. All the plans for the future have already been made clear. Physical body, divine body, origin, space, time, and even the universe. The lowest cost is the physical body. This cost is really nothing. The cost of the divine body is the biggest, and the rest needs to be self-conscious, and the treasures are not very helpful. Just like raising the origin, ordinary swordsman treasures can't help Jian Wushuang at all. They are powerful and very rare. It's like the wisp of Kendo origin captured outside Xiaohuang's city. It's very helpful to him, but that legendary sword fairy made Xiaohuang look up. The origin of this kind of Kendo is a treasure that can never be met. It can't be exchanged at all. There are many treasures that have been raised by the divine body, and now they have been raised 3,000 times. He really wants to spend all the treasures. His divine body can exceed 5,000 times. But what can be done? The higher the base divine body, the weaker the increase in the beast god domain, and a powerful beast god weapon is required. The beast magic weapon is strengthened, the increase of the divine body has undergone a qualitative change, and his physical body will no longer work. To solve the problem, we have to find the key. Jian Wushuang took this step, seemingly useless, but in fact his pattern surpassed many people. Chapter 5287. This is also the secret of the ultimate origin, and he can make different changes to the path he will take in the future. Senior! Jian Wushuang was a little moved. He didn't know what Shan Jun was going to do, but he could feel that his physical path might not be so easy to complete. Moyne Mountain, on the mountainside. Although guarded by the Ion Tower, many emperors were injured. After all, hundreds of Tier 4 devouring demon lords besieged them. No one can resist. Wind and rain, if we can't figure out a way, we can only go down the mountain. Emperor Chishui couldn't help but said. He walked halfway up the mountain, and he was almost at the limit, and it would be difficult to reach the top of the mountain afterwards. Instead of following these people to death, it is better to take a step back and get a good understanding of the source, and you can get as many benefits as you can. The Emperor Fengyu is different. She has the eternal treasure, and can go up the mountain again with the eternal treasure. But these devouring demon lords can't be solved at all. It is difficult for her to walk to the top of the mountain alone. She can only rely on the strength of other people. Now the two are on opposite sides again. Feng Ye's eyes were cold, and he said with a cold snort, "Such a chance is right in front of you, Qi Shui. Are you afraid of death? If you are afraid of death, you can retreat down the mountain at any time. No one is stopping you here." She was also telling the truth, although she needed the power of others, but she really didn't care about Qi Shui. But now this guy not only wants to retreat himself, so he can persuade others to retreat together. This will not work. Qi Shui Walker, his small eyes turned. Wind and rain, I can't say the same. Observing the origin of the universe at such a close distance is a great opportunity for me. How can I easily retreat, but now surrounded by these evil beasts, I can't climb the mountain, and I can't rest assured. Practice, and even get hurt, which is not good for us. The two kept arguing. In fact, each of them is like Spiegel in their hearts. Feng Yu Majuan wanted to use these people to help her climb to the top. Qi Shui didn't want to watch Feng Yu sit down, and didn't want to be taken advantage of. This leaves some others at a loss as to how to choose. Especially the pinnacle powerhouses in other major domains. There are also some third-order emperors. They are able to go to the present. All of them are great fortuners, and it is really not very willing to let them return now. But their strength is weak, and they can't retreat. They really want to survive. The first to fall is the third-order emperor. It is better to retreat and practice in the middle of the mountain. While everyone was still arguing, subtle changes occurred in the outside world. A devourer wearing a scarlet cloak slowly walked to the forefront, behind which were hundreds of Tier 4 demon masters. Next to him, there is a strange beast with fish gills. Although its aura looks very weak in front of the emperor, the perfect scales of the whole body give him the imperial aura, standing on the fourth-order emperor level. Before, it's not empty at all. The two in the front were the external incarnations of Jian Wushuang and Shanjun. The external avatar that Shanjun fully condenses has a combat power comparable to that of a fifth-order emperor, and is one level stronger than other clones. If it is on the top of the mountain, this clone can display 6 levels of combat power. This is... After Jian Wushuang turned into his body, the emperors couldn't recognize him at all. But he recognized the Ion. The eternal treasure that I looked up to at the beginning is now embarrassed by the beating, and many emperors hide in the Ion Tower and dare not show up. These are the emperors of your primitive universe? Shanjun said. Jian Wushuang nodded silently. Shanjun slowly raised a finger and said faintly, "There is a dear family teacher." Jian Wushuang shook his head again. "Understood." Shanjun's fingertips flashed with a pitch-black glare, and an endless swallowing force burst out with one finger, causing the evil aura in Jian Wushuang's heart to tremble and resonate with it. At this moment Jian Wushuang also understood why such a powerful and evil Shanjun had such an attitude towards him. I am afraid that he is regarded as a kind. The chance to give me is not these emperors. Jian Wushuang's heart was shocked, secretly guessing. If this is the case, he is really a little bit afraid that the high level of Qishan Temple will make trouble for him. Shanjun should know this, and he won't kill him. After the Ions suffered this blow, although it remained unmoved, many of the emperors suffered minor injuries, and the divine bodies swayed, and the origin was a little unstable. The terrible blow made many people make up their minds to go down quickly and stop dying. especially those third-order emperors. Although the ion tower weakened the pitch-black light column to 1/10,000th, there was still a trace of aftermath entering the ion tower. For those third-tier emperors, these methods are not weakened by their own resistance. I am afraid that it will be instantaneous. Will turn into powder. If the ion retreats to resist it, it may be as weak as 100,000 copies, and if it escapes into the void, it may be even more. It's just that the wind and rain demon lord refused to compromise, and he just manipulated the ion tower to stay on the mountainside. Although Jian Wuxuang was protected by a mask, he couldn't help being shocked. Is this the power of the top emperor? I'm afraid he will fall if he gets a trace of it. Such a terrifying existence was actually suppressed on the top of this mountain. The power of Qishan Temple can be imagined. The crawlers, and listen, if you want to go up the mountain, leave a source of cost. This seat is not an interference. If you refuse, don't even think about it halfway up the mountain. Stay. Shanjin's threatening tone has not been concealed, and he has a direct showdown. This made Jian Wuxuang couldn't help but sigh secretly. Strong strength means confidence. If the strength is the same, it might still be intriguing, but with overwhelming strength, the strong will not even bother to use that method. Straightforward. If you don't compromise, you have to get out. You can go, I can also go. Jian Wuxuang secretly said in his heart. Shan Jun has such strength, he will have it in the future. A cost source for so many emperors. This is a great gift. Inside the ion. Now divided into two factions. One is Qishe, and the other is Wind and Rain. The two old enemies are on opposite sides again. Qishe didn't believe it, and didn't want to believe what Shan Jun said, but Feng Yu wanted to take a risk. If it weren't for these devourers to stop her, she would be expected to reach the top. For these emperors, the biggest crisis on Moin Mountain is to devour the Demon Lord. Without these obstacles, by moving step by step, most of the fourth-order emperors have hoped to reach the top. Because there is no eternal treasure, the other major powers are also standing on the side of Fengyu Demon Lord at this time. Those on the side of Qishe are still those who are casual cultivators, or representatives of some small forces. Wind and Rain, don't you think of me as a child, a thing that is neither human nor ghost. If what it says can be believed, you might as well believe me. I said you have the Emperor's worth. Qishe Walker directly ridiculed. The few fourth-order emperors below don't dare to be so presumptuous. After all, this is the Ion Tower. Even if the Wind and Rain did not dare to offend the people and deal with them, they could still ask the other party more or less later, and could not make the decision all at once. Chapter 5288. Emperor Fengyu sat on the throne, his face flushed with anger. Okay. Since you don't want to gamble, then I will wait. Now you can go out. As soon as this remark came out, those who opposed it once again revealed embarrassment. Outside this group of Tier 4 devouring demon lords, they really went out, and they had to be blasted into a sieve in an instant. Wind and Rain dominate. We are still considering this matter. Give me a little time to wait. Yes, it's a cost source after all. Even if you cultivate here, it will take several epochs. Many people followed suit to say good things. But Wind and Rain Demon Lord, as a Demon Lord, how can he be that kind of indecisive person? The majestic face moved slightly, and he said in a cold voice, I will give you 3 breathing times now. If you are undecided, I will personally send you out. In the voice, there was no room for negotiation. After all, there are still people outside who are waiting for a reply, so she dare not neglect. Hurry up to unify and verify the true and false. If it's false, go back if it's a big deal. After all, the devouring demon lord with the scarlet cloak was too strong. Although he could not shake the Tower of Eternity, a single attack could cause the Tier 4 monarch to be injured. They can handle the attack by such means as tens of thousands of times in one breath. There must be a decision at this time. Can't drag on. There is no benefit, and there is no solution. It is a waste of time. I'm willing to wait. In the end, these people still compromised. Going out is a death. Staying here is a big deal. Chishui Walker didn't move on the surface, but his mental strength leaked a sneer. He also agreed. A cost source is nothing to his special life. He just wants to sing the opposite of Fingyu Demon Lord. This time it was a conspiracy. If the bet is lost, the storm will surely become the target of the public, and he will be able to stand up and preside over the overall situation. The original universe, the 5 pinnacle forces, except the ion, the strength of several other forces is just like that. Otherwise, Chang Shengshan would not take him to be a great elder. These pinnacle forces are okay to deal with those third-order emperors, or some small forces. They really meet the fourth-order pinnacle powerhouse, and no one will give them face. Wind and Rain Demon King is not good either. Once it retreats halfway down the mountainside, the ion also loses its importance. Not only will no one go to take refuge in her at that time, it will also make her lose her prestige. After all, she advocated giving a cost source. This is the origin of the emperor. It's still 10%, and how many years must be practiced? If it's normal, when is it? This is the Temple of Chishin, a treasured land with great opportunities. Losing a cost source here is equivalent to reducing 30% of the combat power. You didn't want to let them go out for this reason. If they fail, their collective strength will weaken, and people like Chishui Traveler will have a chance to take advantage of it. All this is one game. It can only be said that Chishui has the upper hand now. Once that existence says the truth, then the prestige of Fingyu will completely rise to its zenith, but for Chishui travelers, it is nothing. He was a lone ranger, and he was able to go up the mountain again. And it won't lose its bad reputation. After all, everyone has nothing to lose. With this calculation, Fenji's decision-making has the greatest risk and the most benefits. Chishui has the least risk, and the benefits are also many. Contain other people, suppress the wind and rain demon. He didn't catch a cold from Wayne Mountain, and he could rank first in strength, but he was always at the end. This road was very difficult for him, and the benefits he gained were naturally not as many as others. That's why he would oppose Fingyu Demon Lord and provoke him. Other people may not be able to see this, but Jin Wuyang and Tong Tian Buddha are as clear as Ming Jing in their hearts. Knowing that everything is a game, he firmly stood on the side of the wind and rain dominating. From the beginning, he didn't speak much. After everyone had made a decision, Wind and Rain Demon Lord immediately waved his sleeves, and a Dharma body came out of the ion. Everything is going smooth. Shan Jun was originally prepared to swallow these emperors, but with the existence of the Ion Tower, Fingyu Demon Lord and others all hid in. He had no choice but to guard halfway up the mountain. The two sides are deadlocked. There is no loss for how many sources can be exchanged now. What can these people do even if they get to the top of the mountain? They are not eating their rice anyway. But all this he did, even in the Vermilion Bird Palace. His relationship with Zhu Qi did not stop him. If it's a trial of dying immortal, he can't help but mess around like this. Shan Jun held a ball of origin and nodded. He took Jian Wushuang and left here and reached the top of the mountain. Jian Wushuang also put away his deity and turned into a human flesh. Little guy, do you know what a real inverse is? Shanjin's deity raised his hand to pinch the origins of dozens of fourth-order emperors into a ball. I want this group of origins to be reversed to the power of the divine body, and even reversed into a group of flesh and blood. Shan Jun said with a grim expression. Inverse. This is the real guard against the sky. The guards he had seen before were just shouting slogans. At most, in a small world, it's nothing more than reversing some rules. But in the universe, if you want to reverse the path of spiritual practice, it is truly against the sky. Huh! Jian Wushuang was teleported to the demon suppression pillar again. On the copper furnace of the universe, Lord Shan's law bodies appeared. If you can grasp this opportunity, it will be the ultimate for 9 exercises. What? 9 lien? Jian Wushuang was shocked. Originally thought that Shan Jun wanted to take the opportunity to blackmail those emperors, in exchange for some of the emperor's origins for him to devour. Who would have thought that Shan Jun could reverse the origin? Deduced into a mass of flesh and blood, helping him to complete the 9 refined flesh body. Wow! A large group of origins was thrown into the copper furnace of the universe by Lord Shan. This time Shan Jun personally manipulates the copper furnace of the universe. After only a stick of incense, the cosmic copper furnace opened again. Remember, don't be careless after you enter. After all, this is the power of the Emperor's flesh and blood. Even if you are a super-grade flesh body, it is difficult to merge. Shan Jun specifically exhorted. Jian Wu nodded with a double emphasis. Dain said no thanks. This opportunity is no less than Hui Qing's inheritance. He will definitely rush with all his strength and merge the flesh and blood of the Emperor. Not only will the physical Buddhist background rise, but also his divine body will increase a lot. All this depends on the nutrients of this group of flesh and blood. Emperor's flesh and blood shouldn't be that bad, Jian Wushuang thought in his heart. If it is placed in the treasure house, so many of the Emperor's flesh and blood can be divided into tens of thousands, and one portion will cost at least several 100,000 treasure points. Great opportunity. This is the most powerful treasure since Jian Wushuang entered the Qishan Temple, except for the beast god weapon. After entering the universe copper furnace, Jian Wushuang sat down cross-legged. The flesh and blood of the Emperor is like a ball of his flesh. Suspended above his head, countless blood vessels instantly connected his whole body, constantly feeding him the blood. The Emperor's blood, which is extremely precious from the outside world, is like a pillar of blood to him. Chapter 5289. Although the physical body had reached the state of immortality, he still felt extremely heavy pressure. This is the pressure of blood. After all, he is just a Dain immortal. After a little suppression, he began to fully absorb the Emperor's blood. His physical body is constantly growing, and his divine body is constantly rising. Really? What to eat to make up? This old saying is true. This mass of flesh and blood made his physical body 100 times stronger than before. Julian himself was really not sure. It all depends on good luck. Although Shan Jun said that, he was still not sure. But the confidence to continue practicing is still there. Especially the increase of the divine body. The basic divine body has now reached 4,000 times. But when the beast god domain fully used it, it was still about 10,000 times. It seems that the current beast god realm has increased by about 10,000 times at most. Jian Wushuang secretly guessed. I just don't know, once the beasts condense their origins, they will regain their ancient power. At that time, what will his beast god realm be like? The point of simply increasing the divine body, I am afraid that breaking through 10,000 times should not be a problem. Once the divine body has crossed 10,000 times, that is a qualitative change. In the past, 1,000 times was the limit in the big division. The limit in the primitive universe is 10,000 times, and it is also the strongest life that can be bred in the primitive universe. So in the long river of time and space. Moreover, Qishui Walker was born as a 10,000 times divine body. Is it still 10,000 times now? Jian Wushuang had many doubts in his mind. Just from this mass of flesh and blood, he can comprehend something. 1 drop of essence and blood was condensed by a 4th-order peak emperor. The weight of this drop of blood made him tremble. His body is so strong now, but he still can't absorb it completely. It can only be stored in the source. Carefully comprehend. According to his insight, the owner of this drop of blood is likely to be Qishui Walker. A drop of essence and blood can be gathered at the cost of the source, and it is so powerful. No matter how he absorbs it, it can't be done. Can't even hold it securely. Can only be stored in the source. Call! Jian Wushuang let out a sigh. Unknowingly he has been in this universe copper furnace for 1,000 years. It's time to go out now. As for that drop of essence and blood, I'm afraid he can only absorb it when he has 9 exercises. After leaving the universe copper furnace, Shan Jun had already been waiting for him outside. It seems that you are very confident now. There is no need to say more. Keep this state and enter the trial tower. Shan Jun smiled slightly. The current state is indeed the best. Jian Wushuang was undeniable, an unrivaled aura. His physical strength had almost reached a full state, and the temperature in the copper furnace of the universe had become dispensable for him now. Of course, if he didn't use the beast god realm, he wouldn't be so relaxed. Yes. Jian Wushuang bowed, and immediately entered the trial tower. Qiu Huang once said that once he leaves, he cannot return. Now that Lord Shan can re-enter the trial, I am afraid Qiu Huang will be very surprised if he knows it. Even he himself felt incredible. Why are people who are optimistic about him so weird? None of the orthodox figures in the temple of Qishan liked him. Although the old chauffeur was good to him, it was only because of the beasts and soldiers, and the old chauffeur did not seem to be a central figure in terms of orthodox. And Shan Jun is another demon master who has been suppressed. Jian Wushuang shook his head. He couldn't manage that much. Since someone is optimistic, he won't let these people down. He doesn't care if these people are high-level people in the temple of Qishan. Inside the trial tower. When he entered again, he had a bad feeling, which made him feel a little palpitating. It was a breath that made him frightened. Just like the breath he felt when he first saw Shan Jun. Boom! After entering the tower, Jian Wushuang could see the world at this level. A world on the verge of defeat, or a planet about to be destroyed. The mountains and rivers are sloping, and the earth is cracked. The towering mountains are collapsing, the rivers are countercurrent, and the mountains are breaking apart. A doomsday scene. The cause of all this is a huge alien beast. Jian Wushuang's body trembled a little. It was indeed the sound made by the wings of that alien beast, which made people feel uncomfortable. This? Jian Wushuang looked more and more familiar. This majestic animal seems to be a mosquito with an enlarged body. A mosquito is destroying a planet? Can he be so scared instinctively? It's just a mosquito. What is the trial tower doing? Soon a short text appeared on the identity token. After Jian Wushuang watched it, his scalp was numb, and a cold sweat broke out behind his back. Actually. The trial tower doesn't care so much. Since it comes in, it has to be trialed. The trial time this time was the shortest, but it was also the most tormenting. Jian Wushuang would never forget it for a lifetime, and it is estimated that he would have nightmares in the future. Who can imagine that a huge mosquito stretches out its long mouth like an Optimus pillar to swallow the blood of his body? Now he still felt a sharp pain in his back. If you look from the back, there is a huge disc on his back with a dense pinhole-like hole on his body looks extremely crippled. Before he rested for a while, his figure was teleported again. The trials at this level are even more outrageous. Except for some pain on the upper level, everything is okay in fact. If he hadn't been able to bear it before, so much suction, but after absorbing that group of Emperor's essence and blood, his physical body had changed. Can withstand the Lord without much pressure. This 8th layer is even more outrageous. A huge space is filled with countless utensils. It looks harmless to humans and animals. I didn't feel the slightest breath of danger. It wasn't until he jumped into a vessel that he understood that this level is not simple. After the whole person entered the vessel, the liquid in the vessel began to boil, and his whole body became very itchy, unable to bear it for a moment, and he wanted to rush out. This is simply too torturous. It is 10,000 times more uncomfortable than being sucked blood by a mosquito. When being sucked blood by a mosquito, what is taken away is the debris from the body. Make his body more perfect. And this level is to make his physical body metamorphose, so that his physical body becomes more perfect. Numerous nutrients entered the body and completely transformed his body. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned red. At this moment, he couldn't bear the great benefits, and now he just wanted to go out. However, the entrance of the vessel was now sealed, and he could not get out. With just a breath, he fainted. I don't know how long I woke up again, and I was outside the vessel. His body can't move, he doesn't have a trace of strength. The treasures prepared earlier seemed to be used in this way. Guai had to enter the copper furnace of the universe, and needed so many treasures. After the physical strength was completely restored, Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank to a single point when he thought of the torturous feeling. Chapter 5290. Sweeping past, he would soak tens of thousands of vessels in the entire space. This is where the flesh is refined, which is simply torturing people. After hesitating all day, Jian Wushuang didn't have the courage to jump into the second vessel. How resolute his determination, but let do hesitate for so long, one can imagine how great the torture he suffered in it. Thump! Jian Wushuang is fine, he won't resist. It's a big deal. I fainted anyway, it was just a moment of feeling, I'm fighting. But after entering the second vessel, there was no such feeling in the body, but there was another indescribable feeling, which made his physical body very comfortable. Almost soaked for a day, after going out again. His physical body has changed. Those cyan scales are actually fading. And his physical power is constantly getting stronger. The biggest advantage is that he doesn't have that kind of itchy feeling, which also gave him enough courage. This time I didn't have a few breaths when I came out, so I decided to enter the vessel again. But when he just jumped in, the itchy feeling spread all over his body again, instantly making him faint to death. Repeatedly. Finally broke through this layer with difficulty. The next step is the strongest exercise. The 9th layer of space. A figure in a black robe had already been waiting here, it was Shan Jun. After Jian Wushuang arrived here, he was also surprised. The chaos here hasn't opened, and the sky is faintly scarlet. Shan Jun sat there cross-legged, looking at it, very close. But when he moved his body, Jian Wushuang found that he couldn't get close to Shan Jun anyway. Phantom? Jian Wushuang looked at Lord Shan suspiciously, and now respectfully said, Senior? Silently. The next moment, a crack in the space revealed a broken throne with a skeleton above it. Look at the decorations and some ancient pendants above. This skeleton is probably some years old. He has been here for a stick of incense, but there is no hint on the identity token. This made him a little passive, and he didn't know what to do for a while. Boom, boom, and clang. Surrounded by old notes, all this is weird. Jian Wushuang felt a familiar sound from a single note, which was the magic sound on the Moin Mountain. This ancient space, and that ancient throne. What is behind this? He kept deducing all this in his mind. Here is the origin of the universe? Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up and suddenly thought of something. Isn't this the source of the cosmic copper furnace? Although that strand of origin is not as large as the one on Moin Mountain, it is not small, and, like the origin on Moin Mountain, it has magical sounds. That's it. Jian Wushuang knew in his heart. This space is probably not a trial tower. So there is no prompt on the identity token. This is probably the real core of the universe copper furnace. The scarlet color above represents the mountain monarch, and the musical notes represent the origin of the universe. He was moved here, probably because of Shan Jun. It seems that great good fortune is not the blood of the emperor, but here. No wonder Shan Jun would be so wasteful, refining the origin of the emperor into flesh and blood. It turned out that there is still a better origin here, waiting for him to devour it. A big winged fish wandering in the chaotic sky, the sound it emits is that note. There was only one thought in his mind now, and a trace of fear. This is the good fortune that Shan Jun gave him, but good fortune itself is the treasure of the Temple of Qi. If he swallows it like this, I am afraid that the Temple of Qi will not let Shan Jun. Jian Wushuang was a little tangled. Shan Jun's figure is sitting there, his eyes are deep, he can see clearly, there are hundreds of millions of images in his eyes, constantly evolving. Jian Wushuang saw a lot from it. Although not explicitly stated, it is also clear that since Shan Jun put him here, it is probably because of that source. In that case, this kind of grace, Jian Wushuang, will keep it in the world. If one day achieves ambition, there will be only two in the world. Jian Wushuang secretly swears in his heart. On that day, he won the way, and he will surely free the mountain monarch from the magic pillar on the magic sound mountain. Except for teacher Xian Yi, no one can match such a great kindness. Although he knows Shanjin's intentions. Think of him as the same kind, but these are outside of kindness. This fish is huge, spreading its wings to cover the sky and the sun, and its sound is like a beautiful Zen sound. Intoxicating. One of the roots is even more fascinating. Jian Wushuang's figure moved and disappeared in place. When it reappeared, it had reached Ye's head. The origin in its body is very gentle. This is the first time Jian Wushuang has seen such a gentle origin that he is reluctant to swallow it. Previously in the Great Wilderness, the Emperor Kanian he had dealt with was very violent. Even if it was the origin of the Dian Immortal, he had absolute strength and couldn't make it peaceful. But now the origin of the universe is so gentle. Jian Wushuang slowly squatted down and gently stroked the big fish's dorsal fin, which was very smooth. Pressing with one hand, a powerful swallowing force began to swallow that source, and Jian Wushuang's body trembled. The power of that Dao's house is really amazing, and his origin is constantly expanding at this moment. The threshold of the origin of Ji Dao is also trembling, is faltering, and may break through at any time. The perception of the origin of space formally entered the hall at this moment, and thoroughly mastered the origin of space. This is the origin of the Emperor's ability to cultivate. Now he is only Dian Immortal, and he has actually mastered it. Although it is only the first time, his strength has changed. He didn't expect that the first breakthrough was actually space. Then there is Ji Dao. All things in the extreme way, the origin of the universe also encompasses all things. The next one is Kendo, but it is a pity that the Kendo contained in this strand of origin is too weak, and it has not improved his ultimate Kendo too much. On the contrary, when he accepted these origins, he saw a scene from it. That scene is a battlefield. A woman dressed in pale blue with wide sleeves and a group of immortals, standing on the battlefield. She is like a god, outside the battlefield, spotlessly clean. There is also a long sword with a sheath around her waist. The next moment, the woman's figure flickered, Jian Wushuang couldn't see clearly, and finally only saw a huge sword shadow falling from the sky, turning the entire battlefield into two halves. This scene was too shocking. Jian Wushuang's eyes widened. That woman is very similar to the existence described by Qiu Huang. At least strength should be one level. Just such a brief picture, Jian Wushuang kept it in his heart. The ultimate Kendo also undergoes transformation at this moment. In the huge sword shadow, what is contained is a huge prison. The 7th floor of the ultimate way. Finished. He waited too long for this sword. Ultimate Sword Dao is the strongest means of killing and killing. Ji Dao includes too much, and the ultimate is purer and more complex with his methods. Chapter 5291. This sword. Falling from the sky, it turned into a spherical cage, covering the whole world. The name of this sword is Prisoner. One sword imprisoned the world, but also cut everything. This is the 7th level of ultimate Kendo. Jian Wushuang felt a sense of transparency throughout his body. The all-round breakthrough made him a little bit unbelievable for a while. Here is the power of the origin of the universe. Although it is only a small thread, it still benefits him infinitely. It can even be said to be endless. In the origin of the Ji Dao, there is an extra colorful origin, which continues to spread and gradually becomes compatible with the origin of the Ji Dao. This time the breakthrough, Kendo, was only second, and it was entirely because of that picture. What really benefits him a lot is Ji Dao origin. Ji Dao had fallen behind the most, but now it seemed that he could digest it slowly, and successive breakthroughs would not be a problem. Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged deep in the space, practicing with great concentration. The physical trial has long been forgotten. The key now is to digest this great opportunity. Rank 9 Dian Immortal, mastering the origin of space, the 7th level of the ultimate way. The former is the source that the Emperor can master, and the latter has just reached the standard of harmony. Now he is too uneven in strength, too strong in the strong side, and too weak in the weak side. Temple of Qixin. in the sea of the universe. At this time, the true spirit was worrying about the news that Xianyi had brought. He just showed up and wanted a far shield, which was not what he wanted. But if he didn't leave, the catastrophe couldn't be carried by the gods back then, so what he could do. Jia Jia. The real green bean-like eyes blinked a few times, and then quickly flipped the sky. Among the many sky curtains, he saw Jian Wushuang, his face turned black. Especially seeing the colorful origin of the universe on Jian Wushuang's body, he was even more anxious, and almost jumped and cursed. Shui! The true spirit roared. Although the primordial realm is Zhuyi's chassis, he is the master of the entire Qixin temple. A trace of the origin of the universe, so precious, was swallowed by a Dian immortal. If it's okay for other people, it's best for the little monk he fancied to absorb this ray of origin. Maybe he doesn't care too much. But now he was actually swallowed by Jian Wushuang, a little guy with devouring power, which was simply provoking his majesty. A roar made the entire sea of origin tremble. Compared with the origin here, that strand of the universe origin is like a bowl of water in the ocean. Huh! Zhu Yi tore through the space and instantly reached the sea of origin. With cold eyes, she frowned when she saw Zhenling's ferocious appearance. Grown-ups! Zhu Yi's figure is tall and straight, neither humble nor overbearing, full of heroism between his eyebrows. The true spirit standing in that attic saw Zhu Yi look like this. Just about to get angry, he could think about it again. The power of the four halls was weakened just now. At this time, he will trouble Zhu Yi because of the origin of the universe. Has changed. His complexion eased, Zhenling coughed, and said lightly, Hall Master Zhu Yi, it seems that some changes have taken place in the primitive world. It seems that something is missing? Zhenling's words were very tactful. If it weren't for the establishment of the Senate Palace this time, he would have to scold Zhu. Now that the Temple of Qixin is facing a migration, everything must be handled carefully. The core of the Qixin Temple, after all, is still the four halls. Although he said something, these puppets are not a rib. If he really wants to run out and establish another door, he has no choice but to suppress it, and he will be the one who will lose. The Xuanwu Temple has gradually separated from the Qixin Temple. The base camp is in the outer hall and can be separated at any time. Therefore, he dare not offend Xianyi. He has to deal with these people slowly and can't worry. What's missing? Zhu Yi's expression sank, and the thoughts of Qiqiaoling Longson suddenly thought of something. I just thought something different from the true spirit. Immediately he cursed secretly, that Zhu Qi should not be allowed to go to Moin Mountain. There must be something wrong with Moin Mountain. Zhu Qi still has a relationship with Shan Jun, which has not been broken. But now, she couldn't leak the flaws in front of the true spirit, she could only pretend to be calm. Subordinates don't know, please let me know. Zhenling raised his brows. There was a problem with his own territory, and asked him to make it clear that his crime should be slashed. However, with an idea, a way was thought of. It's because I was negligent. The primitive world is undergoing trials. You may have forgotten that you, a busy person, is something wrong with Moin Mountain. Zhenling sighed, and then continued. It's also my fault. There are too many things in the primordial realm. There are some debris. They are going to be moved to the four secret realms. It just happened to be cleaned up there. I think it will be Moin Mountain. Move over! Move over? Zhu Yi scolded secretly. Isn't this an open grab? My lord, I don't think this is necessary. Little Moin Mountain moved over, and it was a bit of a hindrance. Zhu Yi persuaded. Zhenling waved his hand and smiled and said, I think I still have to move. If I don't move, it will be given away as private property by some people. Really like what he said. This time Shan Jun gave Jian Wushuang the origin in the universe copper furnace, and the next time I am afraid he will dare to give the universe copper furnace. This is okay. The cosmic copper furnace is the treasure of the universe anyway, just a trace of its origin. I really want to give away the cosmic copper furnace, and he has to go and come back with a shameless face. Lost your lord? Zhenling waved his hand, a bubble wrapped Zhu Yi, and the two left side by side. Zhu, I remember back then, it was you who put Shan Jun on Moin Mountain? Jinling asked casually. He hadn't regained consciousness back then, but some things were still known. Shan Jun was suppressed by the Vermilion Bird Palace, and Zhu Yi threw him at Moin Mountain. On the bright side, it was suppressed. Actually, Shan Jun was quite free on the top of the mountain. The clone can walk on the mountain at will, and even because of Zhu Qi, Shan Jun is still in charge of the backyard of Moin Mountain and the space for suppressing the magic. According to the normal process, the demon lord who has not returned will be thrown into prison. But Shan Jun did not return, he only came out after a short time in the third prison. The reason presented at the beginning was even more outrageous, saying that he was suppressed at Moin Mountain because he was afraid that Lord Shan would fall in the third prison. This reason is simply not for people. A top-level 6th tier, afraid of falling in the third prison. Wouldn't it be possible to put it in the fourth prison and enjoy the blessing? Now that he has grasped the handle, the real spirit must send him to jail. The third is not good, then go to the second prison. Let him see what is called prison and what is called purgatory. In the third prison, the Sixth Order Emperor was imprisoned. The second prison is for the Sixth Order Emperor to die. Moreover, in the history of the second prison, there is no history of imprisonment below the Sixth Order. Some war criminals, or Fifth Order Emperors who made a mistake, would generally be sent to the fourth prison. If he wanted to kill those fifth ranks, he would be sent to the third prison. When the Old Horn Man was framed, he almost died in the third prison. Fortunately, Shan Jun helped save his life. Chapter 5292. Finally reversed the case, got out of jail, and became a veteran of a character. Now he is stationed in the Palace of the Elders, and his strength has been fully recovered, and he has been mixed up. The Sixth Order Emperor enters the second prison, just like the Fifth Order Emperor enters the third prison, with a 90% fall rate. Going in is 10 deaths and 9 lives. The prisoners inside were all ancient demons, or ancient fierce beasts, each of which was extremely powerful and possessed the strength of the sixth-tier peak. Although Shan Jun is the demon lord, his strength has been suppressed for so long, and he was thrown into the second prison just after he was released. Life is not easy, and it is likely to fall. The true spirit had long seen these devouring demons upset, and suppressed them after they came out. The Lord of 10,000 demons was completely enslaved by him, and became a living target, transformed into hundreds of millions of clones, serving as a stepping stone for Dian and even Yanxian. As for the Wind Demon, he took refuge in the Xuanwu Temple. He was not easy to intervene, but there were a few left. He was prepared to give it a hand, especially the Heart Demon, a very ambitious guy, even more so. Ambitious and capable. What he fears most is the demons. Although he is very strong, it does not mean he is bold. Jinling blinked. The Heart Demon was about to become the master of the Heart Demon. How could he not be afraid? Magic Sound Mountain. Jian Wushuang didn't know yet because he had devoured the origin of the universe and shocked a man of greatness. For him, the true spirit is indeed heaven. The sky in the Temple of Qixin, even in this long river of time and space outside the original universe, can be called a character in the sky. Waved to suppress the existence of the universe, a great figure who inherited the Temple of Qixin. In the mysterious space, the flow of time is very exaggerated. The outside world may be just an hour, but 1,000 years have passed here. Call! Jian Wushuang slowly got up and completely digested the origin of the universe. His extreme path became fuller, and the power of all things moved with the wind. Click! Slowly clenched his fist, surrounded by black thunder. This is not the power of the flesh, he uses the power of the origin. His current power has already begun to change and turned into the power of all things, but it is still somewhat incomplete. Unexpectedly, I have mastered a little bit of the power of all things in advance. Hui Qing received the power of reincarnation after accepting the complete inheritance at the beginning. Now he has not practiced any fascination, but has mastered the unique power of all things in the universe. He still knows something about it. The strongest of Wan Daolu can master a little bit of the power of all things at the most extreme. Looking at it this way, his Ji Dao is very much like an upgraded version of Wan Daolu, which is more stable and stronger than Wan Daolu. Since mastering the extreme way, from the power of thought at the beginning to the power of swallowing, now the power of all things has appeared, which also means that his guess is true. Once Ji Dao breaks through to the 7th level, he can truly grasp the power of devouring and completely solve the idea of devouring. Moreover, the power of the 7th layer of Ji Dao will be completely transformed into the power of all things. Now he has only mastered a little. Once he really mastered the power of all things, his strength at that time would probably be stronger than the average emperor. The power of all things. He also heard Xiu Huang mention that when he first introduced Wan Daolu, it was just one sentence unintentionally. Unexpectedly, he actually has this ability. It's really interesting. Now my strength, I'm afraid I can be invincible and die an immortal, and this trial has become a little bit boring. Jian Wushuang was a little bit emotional. He didn't expect that this trip to the body was originally for the super quality body, but as a result, the origin was able to break through, and his extreme Dao had already entered the 6th level. The ultimate Kendo has entered the 7th level. This kind of opportunity, I have seen it in my life. Jian Wushuang now has a little confidence in Hedao. Although Shan Jun said that Hedao is not difficult in the Temple of Qixin, he dare not care about it. Awakening is the first step to becoming the strongest. Hua Xian and Hedao are all a catastrophe. Even with the blessing of top treasures, he dare not be careless. When the last trace of origin was completely integrated, Jian Wushuang's figure also disappeared in the mysterious space. The Shan Jun sitting cross-legged in the center slowly got up, staring in his eyes. First, he had doubts about Jian Wushuang, and then regretted the bones on the throne. It's not devouring road. Shan Jun was in a trance. He released the skeleton on purpose, so he wanted to see Jian Wushuang's reaction, but Jian Wushuang didn't react at all. But what is the devouring power of Jian Wushuang's body? In the mysterious space, only Shan Jun was left wondering. But Jian Wushuang had already been teleported to the top of the trial tower. Here represents the limit and completion. Once the 9 refinements are completed, the body is completely consummation. Although it is not innate consummation, the acquired strength is still ingenious and flawless. In ancient times, when the physical body was emphasized in that era, it was only in that era that there would be the 9 Lian Tianjiao. In today's era, or the Tianjiao in this long river of time and space, he doesn't pay attention to whether the physical body is perfect, because no one will follow the path of the divine body. Too difficult. In ancient times, the flesh and divine bodies of several big beast gods have supported an era, but what is there now? You can't hunt for special beings to strengthen yourself. In the primitive universe, it is not obvious, but if it is in the long river of time and space, the special life is very united. Novel. Calm. Although they are not of the same race, they are of the same kind. They are all unique and special beings, and they naturally hug together. This is Chishu's confidence. He has no roots, no source, and no ties. The destruction of the primitive universe has nothing to do with him. The big deal is to run away and go to the long river of time and space. He can still get better. It is simply unrealistic to hunt down special beings and follow the path of the body. Except for this one, there are only treasures of genius left. These things are not big forces. Who can take them out? If you want to accumulate tens of thousands of times the day after tomorrow, the origin of this resource and energy has already broken through. So at the moment, there are very few people who follow the line of the divine body, or even very few. Only special lives will take this path. Practitioners will not choose this path at all. With this courage, it is better to practice the 10,000 ways school, at least comparable to the ultimate way. The divine body route, surpassing 10,000 times, may not be able to match the ultimate emperor. In general, those who are strong in the origin of the Tao can raise the divine body to 5,000 times at most, enough to bear the origin. If there is more, it is a waste. It does not matter if the divine body is 5,000 times. This is what the practitioners now worry about. Jian Wushuang is different. His origin is extremely strong, and the divine body he needs is also very strong. The strong divine body naturally completes his flesh. And it has to be the ultimate, so as to lay a solid foundation. Thousands of treasures are nothing. Compared with the road in the future, this thing is nothing. The improvement of the basic divine body is not a big expense. This is only 4,000 times, and 1,000 times higher. I am afraid that the most precious point needed will be several million. The further behind, the more numerous treasures are needed to accumulate. Chapter 5293. Breaking through 10,000 times is even more difficult as reaching the sky. I am afraid that it will take several cosmic secret realms to do it. But those secret realms have long been occupied by special beings, so what would Jian Wushuang trade for? Only strong. Trial Tower. The 9th floor. This is a lot different from what Jian Wushuang imagined. It is not a glorious hall, but a thatched house and a broken incense burner. There is still a miserable white smoke from above, which makes the nose very moist, which makes people feel comfortable. After the 8th rehearsal, Jian Wushuang's exterior has returned to a human form, and the scales have faded. This is a phenomenon of returning to ancestors he heard from Shan Jun. As for what it looked like after the 9 lien, Shan Jun himself couldn't say clearly. It is said to be unique, which may be a unique and special life born in the universe. Jian Wushuang stepped gently, approaching the thatched hut cautiously, with light steps, even willing to step on a piece of thatch. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, there was an improvement in the identity token. Sit down for a lifetime. Such a reminder made him a little confused, sitting for a lifetime. This is the 9th exercise? He couldn't believe it. Sit down for a lifetime, is it a lifetime in this world, or a lifetime of his life? An immortal's lifespan is equal to that of heaven and earth. But when he actually walked into the thatched house, everything changed. He is aging at a speed visible to the naked eye, and of course ordinary people can't see it. The structure in the body is being consumed all the time, and he will die within 100 years. This life refers to the life of a mortal. This kind of strange feeling made Jian Wushuang very panicked. He hasn't experienced this kind of feeling yet, and he just sits and waits for death. The flow of time here is much larger, so that his powerful physical body can be consumed so quickly. He could feel that the vitality in his body was disappearing, but the divine body and the origin were growing, and the growth rate was very fast. 100 years can be worth millions of years of cultivation. This is all he needs to sit down without any cultivation. And the divine body is also getting stronger. According to his deduction, it can grow 100-fold in a year. Although it will definitely grow very slowly in the later stage, it can be increased by 1,000 times at least in 100 years. What a miracle, such a wonderful treasure. If it sits here for 1,000,000 years, it will be worth it. I am afraid that a pig can become a Dayan immortal, and even succeed in harmony and reach the top of the emperor's status. This thatched house is definitely the top treasure in the universe. Jian Wushuang was sure in his heart. This is a treasure that transcends the eternal treasure. Even beyond the cosmic copper furnace, Jian Wushuang couldn't understand the origin contained in this thatched house, but could only see the colorful world. That is the origin of space, he knows, but what are the countless circulating lines? He really couldn't understand this. Raising his hand to touch, there is no sensation, and he retracted his hand and disappeared. Can't see, can't touch, can't feel. But when he compares it with his own body, he can see clearly again. Is this? Jian Wushuang's eyes shrink. It's time! The origin of the legendary time. The space corresponds to the Emperor. Once the space is completed, he can reach the top of the universe. But the powerhouses on the top of the universe, what is their source of cultivation? The answer is the origin of time. The highest truth of the universe, the flow of time and space is time. This represents the pinnacle. Master Space, a universe is under your feet. Master Time jumps out of time and space, not in the present, not in the past, or in the future. Those who have escaped, they exist in time. Jian Wushuang never expected that he would encounter the origin of time. The thought of swallowing rose instantly, but he couldn't start. This source was not something he could get involved. The entire Moyne Mountain is probably the most precious of this origin. What Jian Wushuang didn't know was that none of the 9 large spaces in the trial tower were in Moyne Mountain. The most precious thing on Moyne Mountain is that cosmic bronze furnace. How could such a precious treasure be placed here? Sitting for a lifetime, 100 years of time, but you. 100 years later, Jian Wushuang's body was like the bone he had seen in the mysterious space, lost its vitality and turned into a skeleton. The phantom of the divine body sighed. This life passed quickly, but it was very real, because he felt the time at close range. Although it was only 100 years, his ascension was very comprehensive, no less than swallowing that strand of the origin of the universe. The divine body has broken through 5,000 times, and although the increase in the beast god realm still cannot exceed 10,000 times, compared to before, he has become more comfortable in maintaining the beast god realm. Even using the beast god realm did not have any burden, but made him happy physically and mentally. Remaining bones, Jian Wushuang's divine body phantom, also left this thatched house. At this time, his body couldn't help being moved by himself, and he had been shaking for a long time before he came to a valley with piles of bones. What he needs to do is to enter the valley to find a new skeleton. According to the prompts on the identity token, he wanted to get the best skeleton, and the price he paid was very high. In this valley, there is a skeleton of 4 colors of gold, silver, copper, and iron. Jian Wushuang slowly stepped into the valley. These bones seemed to have been discarded at will, leaned around like an ancient battlefield. It reminded him of the ancient road of corpses in the wilderness. It's just that these skeletons, each of the masters, probably has the strength of the emperor, and he is also an emperor who specializes in physique. There are also some traces of color on the bones, which are likely to be some special lives or the descendants of beast gods. Jian Wushuang walked in the valley for a day. There were more than 100 golden skeletons, of which only 17 had colored traces. The heavier the colored traces, the stronger. Jian Wushuang also knew this very well. Although they were all dead, the aura above would not disappear, and he could still feel it. Back in the middle, after heavy screening, he selected a skeleton with colored traces like lines, which run through the whole body of the skeleton. Jian Wushuang believes in his own vision. This skeleton is the most suitable for him. Whether it is the best is not the key, but the key is fit. As for the price, he squinted. Very primitive. Fight. Without absolute strength, wanting to get a skeleton is simply wishful thinking. Although the masters of these skeletons were probably plundered by the strong of the Qixin Temple, as a respect for the strong, the Qixin Temple also laid down rules, fighting at the same level and plundering by the winners. Loser! He is not eligible for bones at all. From the moment Jian Wushuang chose, a ghost of gods and demons appeared on the selected bones. His appearance is fascinating. This is the most beautiful body Jian Wushuang has ever seen. It can't distinguish between genders. The whole body is smooth, like white jade. There are no ears, or that his ears are very big, they are still in the shape of a diamond horn, but there are no gaps inside, just like ornaments. Chapter 5294. His eyes are also red with white background, very bright and clear. 9 revolutions? A smile leaked from the corner of Jian Wushuang's mouth. Among the same rank, he really hasn't been afraid of a few. At the time of the ninth rank Dian Immortal, Hui Qing might have been stronger than him in the entire universe for a while, but he was not better than he is now. Human, die! The phantom above the bones became solid in an instant. Although it was turn 9, his speed surpassed the average half-step emperor. For a moment, Jian Wushuang didn't dare to be careless, and he rose into the air with an angry shout. The huge candle dragon's wings cover the sky and the sun, and the figure has reached hundreds of thousands of miles away in the shaking. Just take you and try the 7th level of my ultimate way! Jian Wushuang's phantom also condensed into reality. A quaint long sword, without front and sheath, flew out instantly. Jian Wushuang grasped it, and when he looked up at the starry sky, a powerful aura rose into the sky. Curse! Earth prisoner! Kill me! Jian Wushuang's figure soared, and one piece came out, and a huge phantom fell in the sky. This was a cage, and it was a punishment from the sky to drop from the sky. The prisoner must die. Skeleton humanoid, horrified eyes. Although he has fallen a long time ago, he still has a little will. This group of will is preserved just to deal with those challengers. For countless years, he has also received many challenges, but every time, he wins. In the same rank, his combat power has already touched the invincible level. Whether it is Dian Immortal or Emperor. Of course, if it is a strong man at the peak of the universe, or a sixth-order Emperor, it is hard to say. After all, it is just a group of preserved consciousness, and its strength is limited. If that kind of character really fell in love with this skeleton, I am afraid that the senior officials of the Temple of Qishan will take it out, and exchange it fairly with the strong one. Boom! As soon as the Heaven Punishment Sword came out, it imprisoned the entire earth. The skeletal phantom was instantly wiped out in unwillingness. Although he has half a step of the Emperor's combat power, facing the current Jian Wushuang, he is not qualified to resist. 1 times divine body, ultimate way, extreme way. No matter what it is, they have achieved a level of crushing on Banbu Dijuan. After obliterating the last silk mark, that skeleton was Jian Wushuang's. Swish! The 2 figures of Jian Wushuang and skeleton entered the deepest part of the 9th layer of space, because next was the core of the 9 Lien. Jian Wushuang had no shortage of flesh and blood power, and the most suitable bones were also obtained. The flesh body that had reached the level of immortality, instantly condensed again. That old and dead bone was nothing to him. On the 9th floor, above is a huge palace. Outside the hall door, there was a portrait hanging, and the figure above Jian Wushuang didn't know him, but when he saw the signature, his heart trembled suddenly. Shortage! This is the name of a god. Although Jian Wushuang hadn't heard of it before, for the most powerful man in the universe, with just 1 word, he was completely transparent, and then he respectfully worshipped and did not dare to look directly at him. After entering the hall, a familiar bronze furnace was placed there. It's really inseparable from this cosmic copper furnace. After Jian Wushuang saw the copper furnace, he let out a sigh, and his whole body relaxed. Only this time, there was no Shanjin's shadow above the copper furnace of the universe, and he had to do everything himself. The moment he entered the cosmic copper furnace with the skeleton, he felt the breathtaking temperature, which was more than 100 times stronger than the outer cosmic copper furnace. As soon as he entered, he used the power of all things to stabilize himself in his divine body. The flesh and blood of the flesh were instantly evaporated. He has no skeleton. The last step of the 9 exercises is to change the bones. The previous step is to reincarnate, and now is to change the bones. This is how the real acquired limit comes. How many innate gods and demons squeezed their heads and wanted to cultivate the origin Tao, but their ancestors were too stupid to create methods to cultivate the origin Tao. In the early days, ancient Xiu found out the structure of ancient gods and demons, and created super-quality flesh. This 9 refining tower is one of them. The day after tomorrow represents the future. Jian Wushuang was not born when he was born, which does not mean that he will not be in the future. Divine body, phantom, flesh and blood, and skeleton are all in one, and the difficulty is so great that only Jian Wushuang knows it. The universe copper furnace slowly closed. Jian Wushuang closed his eyes, and he couldn't make a mistake, and he couldn't afford to make a mistake in the last step. Boom! When he completed the last step, earth-shaking changes had taken place on Moyne Mountain. The originally dark mountain suddenly turned into white snow, and heavy snow fell from the sky. Shanjin's body, pulling the chain, looked at the sky. Boom! The figures of Junling and Zhu Yi appeared out of thin air. Without even tearing the space, they arrived at Moyne Mountain in an instant. With this method, Jinling alone can do it, even a powerful person like Zhu Yi can't do it. If the Fifth Order Emperor wants to reach the Magic Mountain, he needs to use the formation to move. Congratulations, Master True Spirit, the secret method is complete! Zhu Yi smiled and complimented. However, the True Spirit did not speak with a smile, and did not wait for Zhu Yi to take one step, and was directly on the top of the mountain. The dozens of emperors on the mountainside have reached 6,000 battles, but they can't feel anyone passing by at all. But they feel an irreversible aura from the top of the mountain, which makes their moods change greatly. www. Novel. Zhu Yi followed the figure behind, turning into a streamer and breathing, and went to the top of the mountain. This time everyone felt the breath. It's over. I'm afraid something big will happen to this mountain top. Many emperors began to worry, and they had just opened the road. As a result, two powerful auras suddenly appeared on the mountain. One suffocated them, and the other made them afraid to move, and they had no idea of resisting. How strong is this? The one who has little knowledge thought it was a Fifth Order Emperor, like Fingyu Demon with more knowledge. At the beginning, it was decided that the two who just went up were at least the Sixth Order Emperor, and one of them was still a Sixth Order Emperor. In the sixth rank, the Peak Emperor. There are more people in shallow water, but less knowledge. They couldn't see through or figure out these things, so they could only stop and dare not move forward. The top of the mountain. The True Spirit came, and Zhu Qi, who had sent Jian Wushuang earlier, hurried up the mountain. I have seen Master True Spirit. I have seen the Lord of the Palace. Zhu Qi bowed to see him, not daring to look up. It's just that the eyeballs are turning steadily, wanting to take a look at Shanjun. The True Spirit, standing in the forefront, with a kind face, hurriedly stepped forward and helped Zhu Qi up. He patted her on the shoulder, and said in a gentle voice, It's all my own, no need to be polite. By the way, who did you send to this Magic Sound Mountain? Jinling asked knowingly. Zhu Qi may not know what is going on, but Zhu Yi knows the True Spirit very well, frowning slightly. But for a time he really couldn't think of any good tricks. It seems that the Magic Sound Mountain cannot be kept today. But even so, she can't make the real spirit cheap, and can't make him too easy, and she will always be like this in the future, and she will find a reason to move things in her primitive world at will. After a few years, the four halls will really be emptied. Chapter 5295. Before Zhu Qi could speak, Zhu Yi first said, Zhu Qi sent a little guy into the 9 refining pagoda on my order. This incident was indeed an order from her. When Qiu Huang reported back, she was also a little shocked. She didn't expect that some of these Dayan immortals would come to the 9 refining pagodas. You must know that the threshold to enter the 9 pagodas is the 10,000 times divine body. Among these inheritors of the Dayan immortal, there is only one 10,000 times divine body, which is a special life. On the contrary, among the Dayan immortals plundered from other universes, there are several practitioners Wanbei divine body. When they plundered them, the Fifth Order Emperors all dispatched a number of them, but they were still plundered by her. It is not uncommon to see the 10,000-fold divine body of special life. In every universe, several unique special lives will be born. There are special lives of flesh and blood, rocks, plants, and even liquid types. These special beings are 10,000 times divine body. This is not uncommon, they are 10,000 times after birth, their bodies are naturally extremely powerful, and there is no need to go to the 9 pagodas. She was also shocked when she heard that Jian Wushuang was about to enter the 9 refinement pagodas. Later, when she thought that Jian Wushuang had beasts and magic weapons was the ultimate way, she figured it out. She wasn't the old-fashioned Qiu Huang. She realized Jian Wushuang's ambition after another thought, and ordered Zhu Qi to send Jian Wushuang to this Moin Mountain. Now it seemed that the matter was on this, but I didn't know whether it was Shan Jun or Jian Wushuang that had the problem. Without a trace of the origin of the universe, this matter is not big or small. I really want to investigate. Zhu Qi is probably going to suffer this time. If you don't want to be punished, then you have to hand Moin Mountain to others. This time, I was in a dilemma, and Moin Mountain wanted to keep Zhu Qi in it, but it was not enough. Jinling smiled even more and turned to look at Zhu Yi. Oh, I see. If that's the case, then who did the missing strand of the universe's origin on the Moin Mountain? Jinling stared at Zhu Yi, not even looking at the shackled Shan Jun. Did she do it? Jinling pointed at Zhu Qi, his face turned cold, and his aura was rising. Then he pointed at Shan Jun and said coldly, It's still this dirty reptile. Zhu Yi's expression was cold. She had been sitting at the core of the primordial realm, arranging trials, and then knew what was going on here. Faced with Jinling's reprimand, she didn't look good. Shan Jun's eyes were scarlet, and he bit his fangs and roared. I did it, dead old man, what do you want to do? He didn't expect that giving Jian Wushuang that strand of the origin of the universe would cause such a catastrophe that even the true spirit would come by himself. But he can't say that Jian Wushuang did it, because Jinling doesn't believe it either. Moreover, the true spirit is bound to report, this time the 8 achievements are for him, or for Zhu Yi. Without the shelter of the Vermilion Bird Palace, his life would be difficult. Jinling's swaying fingers kept pointing at Shan Jun, and roared. It's not your turn to speak here, shut up! A flash of starlight penetrated Shanjun's body in an instant, causing his breath to drop abruptly. Just a finger made his strength drop by 30%. If you really do it, I'm afraid that you can kill him with a single blow. Even Shan Jun with this kind of strength has leaked horrified eyes, and I really dare not say a word for a while. Zhu Qi on the side hurriedly knelt down, trying to plead with Shan Jun, but Zhu Yi stopped it. Pleading is now seeking death, and there is no longer a handle to fall into the hands of the true spirit. Zhu Qi, there is nothing wrong with you here. What are you doing here? Let's go! Zhu Yi roared, but his eyes were fixed on the true spirit. This time it seemed to be a real play, and it was really not at all sentimental. Let Zhu Qi go now to protect her. If you don't go, you will have to go to jail with Shan Jun. The real spirit's eyes flashed, the aura flashed, and his voice was low and said, This time, forget it, but remember, the things in the temple of the gods are all left by the great gods in the ancient times, not your own, understand? Yet? Zhu Qi was sent down the mountain. On the top of the mountain, the cold wind was icy. A heavy snow fell suddenly. The reason why the magic mountain is black is actually because of the origin in the copper furnace of the universe, and now the origin has been given away by him, and the earth fire is gone. Moin Mountain has returned to what it used to be. Shan Jun also prefers the current Moin Mountain, which is covered with snow, just like the first time he met Zhu Qi. Seeing Zhu Qi descend the mountain, Shan Jun also let go of his heart. The rest he carries, it doesn't matter, he will go to the 3rd prison in a big deal. Anyway, there is not much threat to him, as long as the strength is completely restored. Maybe the days are more comfortable than now. Zenling's eyes are fierce, how can he not know what Shan Jun plans? Stolen to the origin of the temple of the gods, Shan Jun, you are punishable for your sins. If you have the same origin with the old master, you will spare your life, but you will not escape your sins. I will send you to the 2nd prison and serve a 10,000 epoch. As soon as the voice fell, let alone Shan Jun, even Zhu Yi was shocked. The 2nd prison, 10,000 era, didn't this let Shan Jun die? It's no different from death. She would never forget what was being held in the 2nd prison. Those things, she would rather die than want them to come out. Compared with those who exist, Shan Jun, such a demon lord, is a little dull. You old fellow, there is a kind of kill me now, why bother to calculate this way? Shan Jun knew the true spirit's killing intent, and was not afraid, so he cursed at the moment. When Jinling stood aside, he enjoyed it very much, and his eyes were very proud. Turning his head to look at Zhu Yi, and then said, Hall Master Zhu Yi, you have no objections. Zhu Yi, who was staring at the Harry, shook his head quickly, and didn't dare to say more. Also, this magic mountain, I will personally send it to the 4 secret realms, and leave it to the Senate Palace to take care of it. You have no objection, right? Zhu Yi gritted her teeth and shook her head again. However, she suddenly realized that there was one person inside. She was unwilling to give up hope. She immediately said, "My lord, there are still people in Moin Mountain. When the little guy finishes his trial, I will know Moin Mountain was sent to the 4 secret realms. It can be delayed for a while, in case there is a change." On Moin Mountain, in addition to the big clock, there is also a treasure of the universe. Although that treasure is connected to the 9 pagodas, it is a complete treasure of the universe anyway. Not reconciled. You don't need to worry about that. When he comes out, I will send him back. The true spirit is determined to take back Moin Mountain. Now that the Senate Palace is established, there is no shortage of manpower, but there is a shortage of treasures. Lack of the treasure that wins over the hearts of the people. And there are more than 10,000 emperors on the Moin Mountain. It was only at this moment that the two of them remembered that there are still tens of thousands of emperors on the mountain, and they will migrate to other time and space in the future. Those who are unfamiliar with their lives and places need a lot of manpower. They didn't plan to bring these emperors, but now they seem to have to bring them. As the saying goes, 2 birds with 1 stone, not only retracted Moin Mountain, but also sent so many emperors to the Yuan Lao Palace by the way. Chapter 5296. On the snowy white trail, countless emperors looked up at the top of the mountain. The breath just made them dare not move. A ray of shock shocked the world, and the power of the world lifted the entire Moin Mountain. What kind of power is this? How do I feel Moin Mountain is moving? Mobile? The few Tier 4 peak emperors walking in the forefront couldn't help but tremble. A mountain road on Moin Mountain is extremely difficult, and someone can actually move Moin Mountain. What a powerful strength it must be. The space changes, the stars move. The true spirit on the top of the mountain is very happy. Moving Moin Mountain was too simple for him, it was a matter of raising his hand. A treasure mountain was moved by him to the 4 secret realms, the most central zone. The core of Qixin Temple. The 4 secret realms are superimposed on each other. At the top is the secret realm of heaven, with a vast area. In addition to the vast and endless waves of Shenlu, there are also countless planets and lands suspended in the sky. The civilization here is considered to have inherited the legacy of the ancient times. There are many sects, and the strength is very powerful. Otherwise, the White Tiger Hall, one of the 4 halls, would not be so tired. Below the secret realm of heaven is the secret realm of Earth's store. The underground secret realm below is more than the heavens, and most of the mortals still live in the tribal era and are even more ancient. Even on some grounds, you can still see ancient gods and demons running. Unlike the heavens, the secret realm of Xitigarbha is a whole. The layout of the realm is more like a universe, with countless realms separated. From a distance, the 4 secret realms are divided into 4 floors, like a pavilion. The human world is on the 3rd level, a magnificent universe with many galaxies and planets in it. The most convenient is the secret realm of the gods, or the tomb of the gods. The cemetery of the gods. In the past, the great secret realms could not break the barriers to go to the tombs of the gods, but the power in the tombs of the gods was too strong, and the rules of the original operation started to give birth to some powerful special beings. Some of these special beings were able to break the barriers when they were cultivated to the peak. Flee into other secret realms. The powerhouses of other secret realms also followed the loopholes and sneaked into the tombs of the gods, looking for the legend. Mystery of the gods. That has been circulated in all circles. At that time, the White Tiger Palace and the spirit guards were all dispatched, and none of them were able to catch that special life. In the end, the trace was found in the forest of 10,000 treasures. The White Tigers and the spirit guards were unable to suppress that existence in the end, and even fell to a 6th-order emperor, and in the end the true spirit himself took the initiative to suppress the opponent. For the indigenous powerhouse of the Temple of Qi. The true spirit is still kind, and will not suppress it if it is not too outrageous. But the other party broke the barrier and allowed the 4 secret realms to ventilate each other, so they couldn't stay. Now that the 4 secret realms can shuttle between each other, the tombs of the gods are about to become the back gardens of the indigenous emperors, which is not bad. True spirit personally suppressed the opponent, and was sent to the second prison. When he bowed his head and when he came out, he would always be in the second prison if he didn't bow his head. Space shock. Although the true spirit had escaped from the space, it would still cause a lot of shocks if he wanted to forcefully enter the four secret realms. If it is a sixth-order emperor who wants to enter the four great secret realms, he cannot enter at all except the teleportation array. Only the real spirit is strong enough to break through. Having just entered the heaven realm, one of the four great secret realms, the White Tiger Palace was stationed in the empty temple, and rushed over in an instant. Bump! The temple door opened. A tiger helmet warrior with a white armor stepped out of it. His momentum is different from that of the other three halls. A murderous air came out from his eyes. After seeing the true spirit, he was neither humble nor overbearing, but just nodded slightly. Among the four main halls, if you really want to talk about who is the most powerful, it is not the Xuanwu of the outer hall, but the core White Tiger. They are in charge of the four secret realms, and they have taken into custody of how many strong people. For countless years, there have been a lot of sixth-order emperors. When the gods were finding them, many protector gods were left in the White Tiger Hall, and each one was a Tier 6 top combat power. Moreover, the Lord of the White Tiger Palace still had a treasure of the universe in his hand. Once beheaded along with the ranks, the combat power is extremely tough. I am afraid that only the Qinglong Palace Master can fight with him. Neither Zhu Yi nor Xian Yi are opponents. But when it comes to treasures and methods, the two of them are no match for Zhu Yi and Xian Yi. The Xuanwu Temple has established several old nests, and the built inside are as solid as gold, and the Lord of the Universe may not be able to break through it. They are the first portal of the Temple of Qixin. In general, the four halls each perform their duties. Each has its own strengths. It is the Palace of the Elders, nothing good, a group of defeated generals. At the beginning, like a bereaved dog, I don't know why it was so valued by the true spirit. Seeing that Bai looked bad, Zhenling wanted to say a few more words. Since that's the case, it's better not to say it. With a light snorted, Zhenling left here with a flash of Zhu Yi's figure. The secret realm of heaven is extremely wide, even the emperor can't cross it. Only the strongest like Zhenling can shuttle freely. The base camp of the Senate Palace was arranged by the real spirit in the center of the heaven. Yuanyang Lake! This is a good place. In the ancient times, the Yuanyang Lake moved in from a core of the universe, but an extraordinary existence was born. Lord of Yuanyang. Later, he was led by the Lord of Desolation to be beheaded, and even his lair moved into the Temple of Qixin. After entering Yuanyang Lake, Zhenling stretched out his palm, and a small hill floated out with snowflakes floating above it. The hill flew out of the hands of the true spirit, instantly turned into billions of battles, and landed lightly on an uninhabited island. Although Yuanyang Lake is a lake, its real area is larger than that of Desiyu. There are only a few people in Yuanyang Palace, and there are naturally a lot of vacant places. Moyanshan made a lot of movement, and soon a middle-aged Taoist wearing a senior executive came. When he saw the person coming, the middle-aged Taoist took a breath, swallowed, and it was too late to leave. The person here is the named disciple, Wuzhua, of Qixin. After following the White Tiger Palace to open up wasteland for a period of time, I saw the Senate Palace rise, and immediately transferred to the Senate Palace. With his identity as a disciple of the gods, he has not only gained a lot of benefits, but also completely restored his strength. Although there is no token in the Yuan Palace, other people respect him because of his identity. He has a feeling of going back to the past. Now seeing the real spirit coming, she instantly withered. He had seen this true spirit's method before, and he even dared to move the four great halls, let alone a named disciple who was abolished. By the way, the true spirit abolished his status as a named disciple. Little Wuzhua, what are you running? I've seen this seat, but I still don't see you. Zhenling stared at Wuzhua playfully. At that time, the gods fell, and the other gods sat and were buried, even the emperor fell asleep. The disciples of Qixin, except for Wuzhua who took the lead and fell one after another, there is only Wuzhua, which is an ill-intentioned thing. When he was left alone, he still had the face to come back. What's even more shameless was that he wanted to take the opportunity to control the temple of Chishan. Chapter 5297. He threw it out directly, and threw it into the outer hall, without taking care of it. Now he has changed his wit, and he is still very pleased to switch to the palace of the elders. After Wu Zhuo heard the words of the true spirit, he quickly put away the big snake under his feet, and bowed to meet and said, "Wu Zhuo, see Lord True Spirit." The other elders in the Yuan Palace saw this scene and were even more convinced that Wu Zhuo's identity was dazzling, and he would definitely be reused in the future, and he had to be treated with care in the future. Those who can see the true spirit are some type veterans. Among them is the horned old man, Sheep Sanmu, a famous hero who sat down in the past. He was powerful in combat, and could refine the most treasures. Although he was only tier 5, his identity was very detached. "Well, in here, and there is nothing to do. This magic sound mountain will be handed over to you in the future. The primordial realm has arduous tasks, and the Yuan Lao Palace has just been established. It should be shared with you." The true spirit said the righteousness, and then pointed out the emptiness. Look at what is happening in the Northern Territory. If you want to share the worries of the White Tiger Palace, you should take action. The Northern Territory will be completely managed by you from now on. Next time I come back, it won't look like this scene. The scene drawn by the true spirit is the entire northern realm of the secret realm of heaven, where wars are everywhere, and countless strong men are dying. In fact, this kind of thing is normal. If there is no danger of falling, there will be many people in the secret realm of heaven. He just wanted to take the opportunity to beat the White Tiger Palace, and with a wave of his hand, he allocated 1/5 of the chassis of the heavens to the Senate Palace. Bai Hudian mainly knew that he would definitely be to death. If this veteran's palace was really a veteran who had ever followed the gods, the 4 main halls would not be so opposed. What kind of people are there now in the palace of the elders? A group of stinky fish and shrimps. The veterans who used to be at the top of the letter A have not recovered, and they have recovered these things to fight for power. These revived emperors were also in a trance, seeming to say that they were negligent in their duties, but turned around and gave them a large area. Yes. The subordinates are sure to live up to the Lord True Spirit belong. Everyone bends all at once, their faces are serious, and the coke blossoms in their hearts. The entire northern border! There were only a few of them, and thousands of them died. The entire northern territory is now theirs, supported by True Spirit. Management? What a shit! To put it nicely is to manage this site, but to put it awkwardly, it is to search. The disobedient will be destroyed directly, and the obedient will have to give the treasure to the resource. There are a lot of 6th-order emperors in such a northern realm. These people are not good at strength, but they have an imperial ranking, and it is not a problem to suppress them. In the Palace of the Elders, there are also several 6th-order emperors, all of whom are strong in ancient times. They are not afraid. They couldn't fight, and there was real spirit for them. Boom! The people who were really inspired by the White Tiger Temple were coming here, and before they arrived, they directly pulled out the entire demon suppression pillar from the demon mountain with a wave of hands. This scene not only shocked the emperor on the mountain, but even the veterans from the outside world trembled. The great masters of the ancient times are no more than this strength. How much strength did the true spirit inherit from the of the gods, and it can be as strong as that. The demon suppression pillar is in the hands of the true spirit, just like a plaything. The chain broke directly. Shan Jun's body just lost his sense of restraint. The next moment the real spirit pinched it in his hand. The emperor on Moin Mountain, after they go down the mountain, they will all be admitted to the Senate Palace. As for him to be sent to the second prison, this matter is left to you. Jinling threw the rebound Shan Jun to Wu Zhuo with one hand. Yes. Wu Zhuo bowed his orders. The person in front of you is also an acquaintance. He even had friendships with several demon masters back then, and now that the sun and the moon are changing into a new sky, these demon masters who were stripped from the gods have all fallen to this end. Back then, the gods said that they must be kind and not let go to harm other universes. Now he was thrown into the second prison. As a disciple of Qixin, Wu Zhuo was naturally aware of the prison, and the danger inside made him tremble. By the way, there is still a Dian immortal inheritor in Mine Mountain. After he finishes his trial, remember to send me to the primitive realm intact. Jinling looked at Zhu Yi and smiled lightly. This can be regarded as giving Zhu a face. Zhu Yichang took a breath, but had to bow down and thank you. Eat dry, a whole magic sound mountain. That's how it was given to the Yuan Elder's palace, and only gave her a 9th rank Dian immortal. She really wants to thank Jinling, but unfortunately she is not strong enough, otherwise she really wants to thank you. My lord, rest assured, I will personally escort. Wu Zhuo took a big deal, not only to send Lord Shan to the second prison, but also to send a Dian immortal. He had to go personally. Well, I'll go back. As soon as Jinling turned around, he flashed away and disappeared as soon as he saw the temple of the White Tiger Temple. When Bai arrived, Wu Zhuo was straightened up with a look of arrogance. Jian Wushuang didn't know anything about the outside world. He didn't know that Shan Jun, who had great favor to him, entered the second prison, nor did he know what the second prison meant. Don't know, now he has reached the core of Qixin Temple. In the outside world, there is a group of top emperors waiting for him. Inside the universe copper furnace. The scorching temperature is just a glimpse www.mtnovel.com. Once Jian Wushuang has completed the 9 refinements, if there is no suitable cosmic source injection, the cosmic copper furnace will not be used. A moment outside. This is 1,000 years. Thousands of years have exhausted Jian Wushuang's power. The origin is beginning to dry up, and the physical body is still a little bit short of it. The most difficult thing is to reborn. The first 8 exercises were all about preparing for reincarnation. Although this is the last exercise, it is also the most difficult. The skeleton that possesses the lines, combined with his flesh and blood power, is condensing little by little. The combination of the two is success. It's over, the beast god realm will hold on for another year at most. The original source is exhausted, and the power of all things is just a little bit, and it has been used up long ago. Jian Wushuang forcibly inspires the origin, and the power of such a strong origin is not enough, then his emperor has no hope of completing the 9 exercises before. The basic divine body is not enough. If the basic divine body is enough 10,000 times, he does not need to use the beast domain. Fortunately before, the temperature in the copper furnace of the universe was not too high, and it gradually persisted. Especially after the origin breakthrough, using the beast god realm, he became even more comfortable. Entering the cosmic copper furnace this time allowed him to discover his weakness. He used to be relatively comfortable, but now once he has improved so much, he can no longer bear it. This is like when he is fighting Dian Immortal. He can use the beast god realm to consume at will, but if he is really against God, I am afraid that the other party uses the space origin to forcibly squeeze his beast god realm at all. Damn it! Jian Wushuang couldn't help roaring. The beast god realm began to become unstable, and the divine body began to waver. The physical body is really tempered, but the phantom of the divine body begins to collapse, falling off a little bit, and it will eventually collapse. Quicker! Chapter 5298. Jian Wushuang's eyes were fixed on the flesh. As long as the flesh is completed and he returns again, he can rely on the flesh to resist. But now there is still some distance between the physical body. It will take at least 10 years for the distance to be complete. But he can't wait now, and if this continues, he is in danger of falling. Then I can only give up. After spending so much effort, half of the treasures that were finally exchanged were thrown into the cosmic copper furnace. He was not reconciled. Many cracks appeared on the divine body. I can't manage that much. He was ready to break the boat. Broken divine body, broken flesh, the two are combined. I really don't know what will happen. Jian Wushuang forcibly merged into one, regardless of the damage of the two, directly merged into one. Perfect fit. Also, this is his physical body. If it doesn't fit together, that's weird. The two shattered, swallowed each other, and merged. Call! Jian Wuxuang let out a sigh. The divine body was finally not damaged, but the physical body was not yet completed. He merged the divine body and the origin, but the order was wrong. The reason why the physical body has to be carried out alone is because it is afraid that the will of the inheritor will not be able to stand it. The supercar body is indestructible, but when the will is destroyed, people are gone. Jian Wuxuang didn't know this point. He just breathed a sigh of relief, and the flame of tempering his flesh fell from the sky, tempering with the original source and divine body he had just merged. The scorching sensation is millions of times higher than the temperature in the copper furnace. In an instant, his divine body collapsed, and the source was also extinguished. Death is only in an instant. His willpower was fairly good, and he didn't break it in a single blow, but the flames continued to temper, and he couldn't stop it for a moment. Do not! Jian Wuxuang roared, but his will disengaged from the whole body like a disobedient. Detached. There are two types. A kind of detachment in space and matter. Once it succeeds, it is to escape from the existence of the universe. The other is death. This time Jian Wuxuang was obviously dead and detached. The origin is exhausted, the divine body collapses, and what is the use of a flesh body? Will slowly fade. In front of me, the scenes turned around. Are you going to die? Jian Wuxuang didn't dare to blink. He didn't want to let go of every scene. That was what he once wanted to protect. There are Taoists, masters, brothers, and the world he wants to guard. After he entered the temple of Qixin, he forgot about these things, or he took the initiative to give up, because he wanted to walk the way of God. Those who have become emperors since ancient times should get rid of common past events. Before his fall, he did not expect that what he remembered was not the road to becoming an emperor, but the precious things. Xianyi Lao Zun, goodbye forever! Death and death. The will completely collapsed. Jian Wuxuang was outside for tens of thousands of years. The time for cultivation is an acceleration of time, even more incalculable. In the starry sky alone, he has cultivated for hundreds of millions of years. The memory drifted away, and at the moment Daoxue, a piece of true spirit floated into the sea of origin of the Qixing universe. Qixin Temple, the sea of origin. In the Heart Sea Palace. The true spirit who had just returned, after a little investigation, found Jian Wuxuang's fall. Happy in my heart. Jian Wuxuang has swallowing power in his body. He has never figured out whether it is the inheritance that was lost by the body that was acquired by this kid. It was this kid who figured it out on his own. No matter what kind of possibility, he didn't want to see Jian Wuxuang continue to be strong. No matter which step you get, even if you become the master of the universe, you will eventually fall. Why waste so many opportunities? Although the true spirit did not like Jian Wuxuang, he also regretted that the ultimate way, the 10,000 times divine body, and the supergrade physical body were obviously completed, and he had to go to the 9 exercises, and now he has fallen. No wonder anyone. Such a Tianjiao, if it were not for the power of swallowing, he would have treated it specially, just like Hui Qing did. However, in his view, Hui Qing's potential is still not weaker than Jian Wuxuang. Hui Qing's foundation is more solid. This is because of the reasons of the previous life, and the ultimate way of cultivation is the Zen machine. In the future, the emperor will be one of the most difficult and terrifying emperors, and it is comparable to the spiritual practitioners. Zen machine, good at deduction. Hui Qing's divine body is not weak, and the treasures of the Qixin temple will be smashed down, and the battle strength will move forward with the deduction, and the emperor will be generous and glorious. Even if you can't reach the top, you can dominate one side among the emperors in the future. Just like the sword fairy who used to be the invincible emperor, the emperor-level powerhouse is a sword in front of her. Compared with these characters, Jian Wuxuang is a strong man who has not risen. Fall is also fate. In the Heart Sea Palace, Jinling waved his hand, and time stood still. He wanted to see when Jian Wuxuang had mastered the extreme way. One timeline is the life of Jian Wuxuang. A strong person who has not escaped time is a lion in his life. The picture is flipped. In the great wilderness, Jian Wuxuang was the one behind the palace, blocking the emperor's remnant thoughts. On the Bone Road, he fell into siege by an army of corpses again. I also saw Hui Qing at that time. He even saw Hui Qing awakening and contending with Jiu Zhuan. Time went by little, until the moment Jian Wuxuang awakened his mind. Yep. Jinling looked at the large timeline in the middle. No matter how you dragged it, the screen was still. However, in terms of time, there is a very long one. When it was pulled to the end, the screen started to move. It was a scene of several monks going to death. What happened in the middle? This time Jinling was shocked. He actually couldn't see the middle process. Obviously there is a big timeline. For hundreds of millions of years, it is impossible to check it. Did Jian Wuxuang escape time? This is simply impossible. A Dayan immortal jumped out of time. The true spirit can't believe it, and doesn't want to believe it. At the beginning, the gods were not able to break away from the timeline, and if they were truly out of the timeline, they would not fall away. There are also some treasures that can be separated from the timeline in a small area, such as in the Heart Sea Palace. No, this sun can't fall yet. The true spirit immediately got up, personally manipulated the Xinhai temple, and collected Jian Wuxuang's true spirit fragments into the palace and put them into a green vial. Then he sat cross-legged in front of the chess and cards again. Mobilize the entire universe and stimulate the power of the Heart Sea Palace. Based on Jian Wuxuang's true spirit fragments, he could find out the long timeline and see what happened in it. If Jian Wuxuang could really jump out of the timeline, he had to suspect that Jian Wuxuang was the reincarnation of a certain great figure. It is also possible to look at strength. Rank 9 Dayan Immortal can actually rival the Emperor. Powerful in all directions, 5,000 times the divine body, the pillar of origin is stronger than that of the Emperor. If that was the case, he would have to change his view of Jian Wuxuang, and he would not be able to suppress it at that time, and he would have to make a confession. Out of the timeline. This kind of character, I haven't seen many of them in the past. Big shot. Jinling took a breath, and then turned out the timeline. It is indeed a jump in time. That is a starry sky, very beautiful. Intoxicating. Starry Sky Catalog? Chapter 5299. Jinling rubbed his chin. It looks like a broad starry sky map, but when Jian Wuxuang is in it, this starry sky map is more like the whole world. At the end, Jinling couldn't help taking a breath. The starry sky actually existed, jumping out of time and space to see the whole world with a piece of paper. What a method is this, so terrifying. Huh! The picture rotates abruptly. In the endless starry sky, the universe is full of gravel, and the pulse of time and space is extremely small. While Jinling was still looking down, in the endless starry sky, one eye suddenly opened, and the huge eyes stared at Zenling's small mung-bean eyes. Jinling was shocked directly, and he hurriedly swiped the screen, but couldn't quit. Thump! Jinling was directly scared and sat on the ground. What is that? Senior, Junior has no intention to disturb. I couldn't tell the truth, so I knelt down and bowed quickly. A look in the universe shocked the entire universe. If it weren't for the suppression of the supreme treasure of the Heart Sea Palace, the origin of the universe would have collapsed. When the real spirit raised his head again, that eye slowly closed again. The owner of the eyes is like the void of positive films. With the strength of the true spirit, it is impossible to see its true body. After that eye disappeared completely, he breathed a sigh of relief. Unknowingly, a cold sweat came out from behind. He didn't dare to look at Jian Wuxuang's timeline anymore, and quickly took out the fragments from the bottle, and sent them back to Moyne Mountain. After doing all this, Jinling rearranged the Heart Sea Hall, completely isolating all space and time, and immediately transmitted the sound to Xianyi. Some real spirits who couldn't wait even opened the Heart Sea Palace directly, without hesitating to consume the origin of the universe, and directly moved Xianyi directly. Xianyi, who was still studying puppets, suddenly felt bad when he looked up and found that he had reached the Heart Sea Palace. Seeing the anxious appearance of the real spirit, you know that something big has happened. The two talked for a long time. This time the conversation was extremely secret, with the blessing of the Heart Sea Temple. Even if it was an existence that escaped the timeline, it could not be viewed. In this way, the true spirit also felt unsafe. Since seeing that eye, he always felt cold behind his back, and felt that it was not safe in the Palace of Heart Sea. The conversation with Xian Yi was also extremely nervous, and he was more cautious when talking about Jian Wuxuang. The owner of that eye is definitely stronger than the existence of the gods who had escaped the timeline when they saw it. Really? Xian Yi couldn't believe it. Keep your voice down, pay attention to your manners. Jinling waved his hand quickly to signal Xian Yi to keep a low profile. But Xian Yi, who was sitting there, was silent and lost in thought. When the predecessor found him, he did say that a strongest person in this world was about to be born. But that strong person, according to the information description, is not Jian Wuxuang. Could it be that there are two strong men, or that the predecessor has short-sightedness? This is obviously impossible. That predecessor is also an existence that has escaped the timeline. He predicted that in the future there will be a catastrophe of heaven and earth, when an extraordinary existence will be born, and it will be necessary for practitioners to be buried in the whole time and space to create that existence. Xian Yi is a real tortoise. His eyes are very similar to those of the real spirit, and the mung bean eyes keep spinning. Turtle Snake, what do you think? What did that senior say back then? The true spirit is anxious and a little impatient. Xian Yi woke up suddenly and patted the chessboard again. I seem to understand that when the senior came to this world, I am afraid he had a foreboding that today, he used my name to leave a clone in every domain of this universe and cultivated many strong people. You can check the timeline of those dying immortals, and that predecessor is also arranging cause and effect. Jinling frowned and said, Xian Yi. In a low voice, a brother Dianxian appeared in front of him and kept flipping through the timeline. Finally, he shook his head and said in a deep voice, Only in Jian Wuxuang's memory, one named Xian Yi had some problems, but the others didn't match up. There was a small concubine named Xian Yi of Dian Immortal, which is unlikely. But there is one thing that I don't quite understand. This existence can obviously jump out of the timeline and cover his own past. Why can I still see it? Jinling said, the doubt in his heart. Perhaps he expected it too? The conversation between the two stopped abruptly. If this is the case, he has to consider whether to throw Jian Wuxuang out. This is a disaster. In the future, Dideo will take a long river of time to bury him. However, the eye in the starry sky kept the real spirit hesitating. He regrets going to look at Jian Wuxuang's timeline now, and if nothing is gone, letting Jian Wuxuang fall directly, he will not worry so much in his heart. I don't think there is a big connection between the two. The existence you mentioned is very different from the predecessor I met. It should not be the same person. Jian Wuxuang had better not move. The one we are looking for may not be the same. Once you have entered the Temple of Qixin, you'd better implement the migration as soon as possible. As for where to go, choose a powerful river of time and space. There is also room for buffer. Xian Yi cautiously said. Jinling nodded, and finally gave Xian Yi a meaningful look. After Xian Yi left, Jinling stood by the pillar of the Heart Sea Hall, his eyes deep. Obviously recalling what Xian Yi said. Is this long river of time and space easy to destroy? Indeed. This long river of time and space is too weak. The Lord of the Universe is a legend, and anyone who goes against the sky can subvert it. But if you go, there are some powerful long rivers of time and space, the long rivers of time and space where eternal forces are sitting. That might be the case. If the existence is really in the Temple of Qixin, he would be happy to see that scene. In any case, they are all strong people who came out of the Qixin Temple, and the Qixin line can be great again. Jian Wuxuang. It shouldn't be him. Although all traces were Jian Wuxuang, he had a hunch that it would not be Jian Wuxuang, but someone else. He saw the Dian Immortal in a picture. Although hidden deep, countless practitioners will encounter some benefactors, or powerful masters, or mysterious masters. But there was a Dayan immortal who met several powerful masters. There were people behind these masters. One of those people existed without a timeline, or some fake timelines. That existence is the senior in Xian Yi's mouth. Jian Wushuang is just a blindfold. As for that eye, he dared not explore again. Jian Wushuang had a long way to go. Looking through the primitive world at a glance, on the original star of Jia, a 9-turned great Yanxian, disguised as 9-turned great Yanxian, practiced in the entire time house. He is recognized as the number 1 powerhouse on the first original star. Have the strength of the Emperor. One person swept the entire primordial star, and the second stage of trials swept countless demons without any pressure. After Jinling remembered this person deeply, he had a plan in his heart. Chapter 5300. That predecessor is either misleading, or it is that this universe will have 2 strongest people. Anyway, these 2 people will focus on training in the future, especially Jian Wushuang. But you shouldn't leak too many feet, or you will change from unintentional to intentional. After you really reach the top, I'm afraid you will look at your life. Such a strong person does not want to be used as a pawn. The universe moves. The world revolves. All the laws have long been set. Get out of space and master the time. Although not in this time and space, but in a starry sky. The true spirit or the senior, they can't count. The figure who will traverse the world in the future will be the most inconspicuous Dayan immortal, a Dayan immortal who is underestimated by everyone. Magic Sound Mountain. In the cosmic copper furnace, the worn-out consciousness unexpectedly reunited, and the origin and the divine body exploded again. Jian Wushuang unexpectedly came back to life again. This? He himself was a little confused. All of this was real, and he came back to life again. Death still stopped at that moment. The power of resuscitation made him return to his peak. It was too late to think about it. The broken divine body in origin had already merged into the flesh, and the scorching heat of the flame struck again. This time it was in the peak state, and with the experience just now, it really made him resist. Willpower is related to the state of mind. The stronger his state of mind, the more tenacious his willpower. He carried on the first wave, the second wave, and even the last wave. It was originally just tempering the physical body, but now even the origin and the divine body are tempered into the physical body together. Throughout the ages, the first person, even the true spirit, couldn't help being shocked after seeing it. This is the 10th exercise? Haha, the 10th exercise was created by a little guy, so let's add another layer. With a wave of the real spirit, Jian Wushuang's figure entered another dimension. I was trying to find a reason to bestow Jian Wushuang's treasure, but now it seems that it was delivered to him. But this was also Jian Wushuang strong enough, he was stunned, and he innovated the 10th chain. Huh! After being teleported to another space, Jian Wushuang took a good look at his body. The whole body is naked. His skin is crystal clear and mellow, and his upper body is extremely strong because of his skeleton. It's just that the hair changed color and became gray. White hair and white face, only eyes with a trace of blood, the candle dragon's eyes from the center of the eyebrows exudes light. Call! In one breath, it really is a clone. There is no breath on the body. Change! Huh! The avatar instantly turned into a feather, flying lightly. Jian Wushuang's thought power was extremely powerful, wrapped in feathers, and he couldn't detect the breath on the feathers, but it felt like an ordinary feather. Such ability is even stronger than Qiu Huang said. The sword has no double-sided color. Before he was happy, an illusory woman appeared suddenly. Jian Wushuang! The woman's voice was cold, shocking Jian Wushuang. Just about to bow down to see him, it suddenly occurred to me that I didn't wear anything on my body, and quickly took out a clean python robe from the world of Shimi, and put it on. The white-haired python robe, the whole person has a majestic color. Facing the cold woman, Jian Wushuang responded carefully. I thought that he would directly enter the demon suppression space, or the Shan Jun would greet him, but I didn't expect an illusory woman to appear suddenly. By the order of the true spirit, I hereby reward you for creating the 10th refinement of the supergrade physical body. Jian Wushuang was a little puzzled. 10th exercise? Could it be because he practiced the divine body and the source together? There really is such a possibility. No wonder his physical body is much stronger than Qiu Huang said. It can simulate various substances. After receiving the reward, the illusory woman left without thanking the true spirit in the opponent's mouth. It's quick to come, and it's quick to go. Jian Wushuang didn't care about this. He didn't know that it was that illusory woman who was transformed from the true spirit, inside the temple of Qixin. Moyin Mountain was almost evacuated. There were still figures there, and those emperors could not enter here. The Senate has just taken over, and it is unlikely that it will come in so soon. Waved. The rewarded jade box flew over. After opening it, Jian Wushuang was surprised to find that a light green board was placed in the jade box. Bring your thumb, very suitable. The moment he took it, a scene suddenly appeared in his mind. That is a majestic who teaches sentient beings in his dojo. At the top of the dojo, there are still many people in a row. The scene gradually disappeared. Jian Wushuang only remembered it, and there were a few ancient words written on it. Mischief. He recognized it. That was the of preaching, and the of his right hand was holding the ancient book with a light green board on his right thumb. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's breathing was cramped. Regardless of whether the board is useful or not, it is too meaningful for collection. A board that has been carried by the gods for many years has a more or less ambivalent atmosphere on the top. Or it contains the avenue of the gods, which is too precious. He turned the board cautiously, and his mind was ethereal. His cultivation speed was more than 100 times faster, and there was also a shimi world on this board. Moved slightly. The huge black and white yin and yang array suddenly appeared. This turned out to be a big formation. A great array to protect Qingning. This treasure did not contribute much to the increase in his strength, but it was definitely the top auxiliary treasure. For a time, hold it in your hand, and some can't put it down. This kind of feeling, I don't know how many years it has been, like a child, holding a toy, playing non-stop. The whole person's spirit has improved a lot, and his thought power has become much stronger than before. It's time to leave! Jian Wushuang stood there, waiting quietly. The soles of the feet turned for a while, and a lot of light flashed. He didn't notice it. The figure disappeared instantly, and when it reappeared, it had already reached the top of Moyin Mountain. Jian Wushuang looked around, and there was a big pit that was not a bit deep in the place where the demon suppression pillar was originally placed. What's happening? Where is Shan Jun? And the outside scene has also changed. The Moyin Mountain was clearly in the void, but now it is in a lake. Because it is fresh water, although the scope is large, Jian Wushuang guessed that it should be a lake. The sky is blue. It's been a long time since I entered the real world. Brat! A familiar voice sounded and brought Jian Wushuang's thoughts back. Turning around, he found that it was the old man with horns. Senior Yang, why are you here? Jian Wushuang asked in surprise. Yang Sanma smiled slightly. I am still surprised that you will be here. After listening to the other party, Jian Wushuang learned that Moyin Mountain had been moved to the 4 core secret realms, and Shan Jun had been taken away. This made Jian Wushuang feel very guilty, and it must be because of the catastrophe that swallowed the origin of the universe. If there is a day when the Tao is in the sky, he will be rescued. Repay the cause. Before he knew it, he owed a lot of cause and effect. TXT download address, phone reading. Chapter 5301. The causal cycle is in accordance with the destiny. Tribulation, evil, cause and effect. He can account for everything. Fortunately, the cause and effect is that Shan Jun helped him, and there was no requirement. Xian Yi and Lao Zun also helped him at the beginning, and there was also no need. However, the power of Jie Gui is constantly growing, and it must be eradicated before being combined. As for the consequences, this has something to do with his strength. Once Jidao breaks through to the 7th level and masters the power of all things, he will be able to get rid of the evil consequences of swallowing power. All three have solutions, but they are extremely difficult. Jian Wushuang shook his head secretly, not thinking so much. Now it's important to go back. From the mouth of Yang Sanmu, he also probably understood the 4 secret realms, and he was very fascinated. He didn't expect that there are still ancient continents today. After the future trials are over, he will definitely venture into the core. Senior, how many powerhouses are there in these 4 secret realms? Jian Wushuang couldn't help asking. According to Yang Sanmu, the 4 secret realms are extremely wide, comparable to the size of half a universe, and their existence time exceeds the time when the universe was born. The strong here has the oldest heritage, and various geniuses and treasures. The powerhouse born is probably several times stronger than the original star universe. He has also seen the list of the universe gods and demons. The original universe alone has tens of thousands of emperors. Although the 5th order emperors have all gone to the long river of time and space, if they all return, I am afraid there will be dozens of them. This is not even the missing ones. When the old man with horns heard this, he was obviously taken aback. After entering the Senate Palace, he hadn't had time to look through the strong man's record sent by the White Tiger Palace, but he calculated based on what he had seen and heard in the 4 secret realms. The powerhouse in the northern realm of the heavenly secret realm alone is much stronger than the primitive universe. There may be a gap in quantity, but in terms of quality, it is absolutely dominant. The primitive universe has countless great evolving immortals, which is more than the northern realm, or even the entire celestial realm. But in terms of emperors, they are quite weak, and there are several 6th order emperors named by the old horn man. The primitive universe didn't even have a 6th order emperor. Of course, there is an ultimate emperor in the original universe, and there is no ultimate emperor in the entire Qixin Temple. If so, they are probably sleeping in the tomb of the gods. An ultimate emperor is more important than several 6th order emperors. Especially that ultimate emperor was about to touch the peak. It was only a matter of time to cross the 6th step, and the true spirit would solve it personally. The combat power is not anxious, the important cosmic secret law, and its own origin. Once these two break through, it is really a matter of time to reach the top. After listening to the explanation of the old man with horns, Jian Wushuang nodded. This temple of Qixin was much stronger than he had imagined, but he also had a question. Why are there so many powerhouses in the temple of Qixin, and it takes a lot of effort to recruit inheritors from the primitive universe? In his opinion, it would be good to recruit an ultimate emperor. It is too wasteful to cast the net widely and catch less fish. Ha ha! Yang Sanma laughed when he heard Jian Wushuang's doubts. Little guy, it's embarrassing for you too. There are some things that you will understand if you don't understand now. Remember, the day after tomorrow will never compare to the innate, and the practitioners in the Temple of Qixin are acquired by the day after tomorrow. Jian Wushuang really didn't understand what he heard, but he remembered the last sentence in his heart. Your own physical body is the strongest acquired. Is it really inferior to those innate creatures? Maybe not now, but not necessarily in the future. The innate beast gods are strong enough. They have not been beheaded by the gods and refined into treasures. Who dares to say that the gods are not strong? The two chatted for a while, and a middle-aged man in a yellow robe, wearing a senior executive with a sallow complexion, walked out of a crack in the space. The moment he walked out, Jian Wushuang felt a strong pressure, and his entire body couldn't move. You are Jian Wushuang? The visitor was Wu Zhe, who had just returned from farewell to Shanjun. Junior, Jian Wushuang has seen Senior. Jian Wushuang bowed slightly. Wu Zhe put away the coercion, but the true spirit of this man had instructed him to return to the original star in its entirety. He didn't dare to bully the small. Now the entire Qixin Temple, the most important thing is these inheritors. Although he is a little unconvinced, he does not dare to make mistakes. The days of pacifying chaos and reclaiming wasteland have just passed through, but now we have to be honest. And when he sent Shan Jun to the second prison, Shan Jun also asked him to take more care of the little guy on Moin Mountain. Although the two of them had a normal friendship, the 5 great demon masters were once infinitely beautiful, and the 5 were connected to the heart, and they were once one body. To give face to the mountain gentleman is to give face to the other 4. He knows that, except for the mountain monarch and the heart demon who were sent to prison, the remaining few, but they were mixed in the Qishan temple, especially the wind demon, and the 10,000 demons, who are now the celebrities next to the true spirit. Up. Don't be so nervous, there are still 2 days left before the trial of Primordial Star. Are you going to go back now, or take a look on this Yuanyang Lake? Jian Wuxuang could stay and have a look at the sound, a little frightened. The sheep on the side patted him on the shoulder, winked, and said, "Thank you, Brother Wu Zhua." "Thank you, Lord Wu Zhua." "Don't thank me. I will trouble Brother Yang to take Jian Wuxuang to look at this Yuanyang Lake in the past 2 days, and I will personally take you back when I leave." As soon as the voice fell, a big snake with a thick water tank rushed out. Wu Zhua stood on the head of the snake and glanced at Jian Wuxuang. Especially after seeing the light green board on Jian Wuxuang's thumb, his eye holes shrank to a point. He didn't dare to ask more, his figure disappeared in a flash. Jian Wuxuang, who straightened up, had a different color in his eyes. He could feel that his luck seemed to have changed, and Shan Jun was helping him because the two were of the same kind. Wu Zhua took great care of him. It should be that board. The overflow of this board, I am afraid it is only now manifested. I still underestimated it before. Just now, the person who had seen the of ambiguity recognized that the light green board in his hand was something of the of ambiguity, so he took care of this and allowed him to stay here. The Yang Sanmu who was standing next to him was also a little surprised. The usual arrogant Wu Zhua was so approachable this time, and he let Jian Wuxuang stay here. It seems that the true spirit hasn't explained anything in particular. It's just that Wu Zhua was too careful to return Jian Wuxuang to the original world. Maybe Wu Zhua was too careful, Yang Sanma secretly guessed. "Senior Sheep, who is the Wu Zhua Lord just now?" Seeing that the treatment was completely gone, Jian Wuxuang probed carefully. "The strength of the man just now is very strong, at least stronger than the emperor he has seen, and it is not much better than the mountain monarch." "He?" Yang Sanma's eyes were reminiscent, and he slowly said, "He is the disciple who sits down and is the only disciple still alive, a sixth-order mighty person." "Disciple of Qishan?" Jian Wuxuang was shocked. "No wonder you know the board on his thumb. You know that even the old man with horns doesn't know this treasure." TXT download address, phone reading. Chapter 5302. Well, there are only 2 days. You have to cherish it. This is the boundary map near Yuanyang Lake. If you want to leave Yuanyang Lake, you can sit in the teleportation formation and go to the northern boundary to take a look at the ancient sects. Ancient sect? Jian Wuxuang swallowed. Then go now. Can. With a smile on his face, Yang Sanmu waved his hand and suddenly a huge ancient boat appeared in the sky. The ancient boat is very leaky, there is only a small pavilion, and there is a puppet fisherman in the front. Jian Wuxuang got on the ancient ark, only to realize that there was an aura familiar to him on this ancient ark, that was an eternal aura. "This is the eternal treasure?" Jian Wu was calm and asked with some uncertainty. Yang Sanmu widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Boy, you have a good vision!" "This is indeed the eternal treasure. The old man with horns is considered the richest among the fifth-order emperors, even richer than some poorer sixth-order emperors. In addition to the treasures of the universe, he has collected other eternal treasures, from the best to the ordinary. This ancient boat is one of them. This is the first time since the decline of ancient times. The power of the eternal treasure is infinite. With a slight movement, it turns into a stream of light, and goes straight to the end of the sky. The old man with horns first took Jian Wuxuang to the palace group above the center of Yuanyang Lake. Among them, there is a large hall that is responsible for teleportation and is interconnected with the northern continent. Because of the limited time, it is impossible to go deep into the north, so I can only look for the ancient sects of the marginal generation and observe it. Said it is to observe, in fact, it is to go to the mountains and play. Entering the teleportation hall, Jian Wuxuang saw another old acquaintance. Senior Qiu Huang! Qiu Huang's appearance was different from when he was in the treasure hall. Now he is sitting in the center, his complexion is extremely majestic, and his strength has long been restored to its peak. The fifth-order peak emperor. In the Yuan Lao Palace, the weakest emperor is the fifth-order emperor. Otherwise, they would have been slaughtered long ago, and it would be useless to keep them below the fifth level. Hee, I knew it was you kid in Mine Mountain. Qiu Huan had already guessed what it looked like. Jian Wuxuang smiled slightly and said, Predecessors have a wonderful calculation. Stop nonsense, the trials of the primordial realm are about to begin, hurry in. The old man with horns and his eyebrows dangled. He looked down on Qiu Huang very much. In terms of seniority, he was much higher than Qiu Huang. He was the first emperor to be looted. For Qiu Huang, a latecomer, he has always been a senior. Look like. Xiao Qiu. I brought Wuxuan here, not to teleport back to the primordial realm, but to go to the north realm. You quickly open the big formation. Qiu Huang sat up directly from the throne. This body was only one of his law bodies, and the true deity was practicing in retreat. The thin body suddenly stood up, and the momentum it caused was not small. After all, it was a fifth-order peak emperor, and even a law body had an ordinary fifth-order level. This is the center of the Senate Palace, so the law bodies sitting here are naturally a bit more tyrannical. Northern? The trial is about to begin. What are you going to do to the north now? The old man with horns, his voice was warm and angry. Brother Wuzhua, specially let Wuxuang stay for 2 days to get to know him. Anyway, he will be stationed in the core in the future, and when he goes back, Brother Wuzhua will send him back personally, so don't worry. At first it was Wu's meaning, and Qiu Huang's eyes looked at Jian Wuxuang, which was even more incredible. In just a few days, Jian Wuxuang has become involved with Wuzhua. Jian Wuxuang stood aside and nodded. Trouble, Senior Qiu Huang! Huh! The two of them stepped into the big formation, the heaven and earth hall. The universe is boundless. In an instant, it crossed over many boundaries. Northland. Liuzhou ancient territory, Shaluo City. The huge Liuzhou is the size of a high-level world, and Shaluo City is ranked in the top 3 major cities. Only this kind of ancient city will have a teleportation array. With such a large array, every time it takes to open the teleportation, Dian Xian can go bankrupt, and generally only the emperor can consume it. Fortunately, 10,000 people can be transmitted at one time, and part of the 9 ranks Dian Immortal can be consumed. The ancient huge teleportation formation is located in the core area of Shaluo City, next to the city lord's mansion. It was a 5th-tier emperor who built the super city, but that emperor fell while participating in a battle of the sect, and now it is his descendants who manage this super city. The city lord at this time, although not a 5th-order emperor, but also a 4th-order peak emperor, is also very famous in the local generation. When the old ancestor Shaluo fell, this big city should have changed hands, but the 4th-order emperor was very courageous, went directly to the White Tiger Temple, and gave the entire Shaluo city to the White Tiger Temple. The White Tiger Palace was taken back naturally, and no one dared to be evil. It was just that there was a lack of manpower at that time, so the 4th-order emperor was allowed to manage it on his behalf. Although it was said, there was still some hidden meaning in it. As for what it was, it is estimated that the people in the White Tiger Palace and the emperor knew. Outside the teleportation formation, a small team of emperors has been guarded for many years to defend the teleportation formation. Of course, only 100 Dian Immortals at the Taoist level and a black-clothed emperor at the city lord's mansion can be seen daily. The emperor's squad is a member of the White Tiger Hall. They usually practice in the White Tiger Branch Hall and don't usually go out. Although the 4 secret realms are chaotic, no matter how chaotic they are also the top chaotic and weak emperor. When they see the White Tiger Palace, they tremble and dare not make trouble. Those who dare to make trouble, there is no Tier 6 but Tier 5 strength. Outside the teleportation array at this time, many strong people came in and out. This is Liujo. A young man in a white robes with a high crown on his head was exceptionally noble, but his behavior was extremely frivolous. And he is only Dian immortal, but his strength has reached the threshold of a half-step emperor. He is the emperor in the sect, and his status is noble. Following him is also a leader in the sect, and each is the strength of the Taoist monarch. Among these handsome men and women, there is also an old man in 60s. His appearance is the least conspicuous, but the strength is the strongest. He is a third-order emperor. Although the strong in the four great secret realms are like clouds, the third-order emperor, whether in the outside world or in the temple of the gods, is considered to be the strong. Old Ge, I think this Shero city is just like that. It's not as good as our Twilight City. When the distinguished man opened his mouth, he somewhat disliked this ancient Shero city. The 60th old man was smiling, with kindness in his eyes, and explained, "Young master, don't underestimate this Shaluo city. Back then, when the Shaluo city lord was in Liuzhou, it was extremely lively. That's all before." The noble man who was called the young master led everyone down the teleportation formation, and cast a slight disgust at the crowded teleportation formation. Cross-city transmission, they were able to start a single cost, and they were not crowded with those people. TXT download address, phone reading. Chapter 5303. Young master, let's go to the city lord's mansion first. I am a good friend with an emperor in the city lord's mansion. They will arrange for someone to send us to the Shangqing Palace. Galao stepped forward, his face trembling. Well, it's time to find a place to be clean for a while. At the same time, there was a group of people, and their destination was also the Shangqing Palace. There are 13 people in a group, old and young. The leader was a man in a green shirt, who was also a third-order emperor. What was strange was that he was still carrying a broken sword. Few practitioners have the habit of carrying the sword, let alone carrying a broken sword. The remaining 3 are Daojun level, and 9 are half-walk Daojun. 100 sacred stones! Outside the teleportation array, a cold voice came from a Taoist guard. The man in the green shirt turned his hand and he was a neat 100 sacred stones. This is the hard currency of the 4 great secret realms. Each sacred stone contains the origin of space. Although it is extremely rare, it can hold up the amount. If converted into external value, almost a stone is an ordinary treasure. Uncle Nya, haven't we paid for the sacred stone in Twilight City? Why do we have to give it another 100? The girl in the green dress has a small round face and is very pleasant. Before the master Nya could answer, the noble young master who had not left yet took the words. Little girl, this is the rule of the temple. Ask your master uncle if you dare to touch it. If you dare, you can go back to the 100 sacred stones. It's you? Wei Liang. The young master turned his head and looked around, and recognized the person who spoke. They are all strong in Twilight City, almost all of them know each other. It's just that they are not right. When Elder Ge saw the man surnamed Nye taking the lead, his face was cold. When the 2 groups confronted each other, the 3-tiered teleportation made a hum. Look at it, it's the 3rd layer of teleportation array, trans-state teleportation. The sect grand ceremony of the Shangqing Palace. Unexpectedly, even the powerhouses of other big states have come. Swish. 2 figures appeared in the teleportation array on the 3rd floor. Cross-state teleportation is usually the powerhouse of the 3rd-order emperor, and even the 4th-order emperor. However, as long as the opponent is not a 6th-order emperor, then this oil and water money can be obtained. This time, the emperor in black in the city lord's mansion greeted him personally. Transportation across the state, 1,000 sacred stones. The emperor in black has a gentle voice. Although he is in a high position, he still needs respect for those powerful emperors. In the teleportation array, there are 2 people, one old and one young. It was also the first time for the 2 of them to come to Liuzhou. Before the teleportation formation was set, they heard 1,000 sacred stones, and they were a little confused for a while. Sacred stone? What is that thing? The two are Yang Sanma and Jian Wushuang from Yuanyang Lake. The black-clothed emperor was a little surprised seeing the expressions of the two. The sacred stone didn't know how these two people entered the teleportation formation. With a move of supernatural power, he looked up and down. The strength of the old can't be seen through, and the origin of the young is the emperor, but the aura is a Taoist. Strange. These two people are very strange. However, the emperor in black, as a member of the city lord's mansion, was backed by the White Tiger Temple. Naturally, he was not afraid at all, and immediately sent the city lord's mansion. This fellow Taoist, are you joking? I don't know how the stone. How do you sit on the teleportation formation? The black-clothed emperor's voice is getting colder. Many people outside the teleportation array also leaked surprised expressions. These two are going to be unlucky. The teleportation array is not from the city lord's mansion, but from the temple. No one dares to provoke the majesty of the temple. The sixth-order emperor will not work either. Humph! The old man with horns had a weird temper. Seeing that the other party was so disrespectful, he wanted to do it now. He is a fifth-order peak emperor, and he is also an emperor who is good at refining the most treasures. His identity can be comparable to that of a sixth-order emperor. At the beginning, even the masters of the universe were very polite to him. Now a little third-order emperor dared to be so disrespectful. The emperor in black obviously also felt the threat, and immediately shouted, "Bold!" As soon as the voice fell, the person has not yet retreated. The old man with horns shook his claws, and a towering palm directly pinched the black emperor. Such a violent aura instantly shook the entire teleportation formation, and even affected the formation of the teleportation formation. It's over! Many people hurriedly backed away and watched from a distance. They decided that these two must be finished, and they even dared to do something against the emperor and the city lord mansion on the teleportation array. Ha ha! Several figures sprang out, each of them dressed in silver robes. This is the emperor team stationed here in the White Tiger Palace. The leader is the fifth-order emperor, and the weakest ones are the fourth-order peaks, with a total of 9 people. At the same time, the emperor of the city lord's mansion also rushed over. Such a big movement directly alarmed the city lord. He took 3 fourth-order emperors, plus he was 4. In an instant, in the city of Shaluo, the strongest emperors have gathered. You are so courageous! How dare you be presumptuous here? The fifth-order emperor headed by him wore a golden robe. This is the deacon of the outer hall of the White Tiger Palace, the fighting power of the fifth-order emperor. In addition to the main hall of the White Tiger Hall, there are countless outer halls. There are 3 halls divided into heaven, earth and people. Shaluo City is the Earth Hall, and the fifth-order genie emperor sits here. In the entire Liuzhou, there is only one temple, not in Shaluo City. In the temple there are purple-clothed elders, the sixth-order emperor, the strongest group of people in the 4 secret realms. He is also the person with the highest status. There are several White Tiger temples in the entire northern border, and there is one in Liuzhou, which is just close to Zhongzhou. The deacon in golden clothes was a fifth-order emperor, and he was of the same rank as the old man with horns, but his combat power was very different. Just like ordinary 9-rank Dian Immortal and Jian Wushuang. Too much difference. Hee, your White Tiger Palace is really such a powerful official. The old man with horns had cold eyes. The entire northern territory has now been assigned to the Palace of the Elders by the True Spirit, and the White Tiger Palace should also be removed from this place in the future. Standing behind the old man, Jian Wushuang was shocked when he saw the old man with horns doing his hands for the first time. He doesn't worry about what these people dare to do. The Senate Palace, like the White Tiger Palace, is the core force of the Qixin Palace, and no one will embarrass them. Those who provoke the temple, cut! Emperor Genie drew out a long knife and cut through the space with one knife. The rest of the emperors also rushed up with so many emperors fighting. Even if Shaluo City is strong, it will probably be half damaged. The city owner's face was solemn. I haven't encountered this kind of stunned green for many years, so why did he encounter it? Once the great formation of Shaluo City is damaged, it may not be here anymore. The reason why Shaluo City can be ranked in the top 3 in Liuzhou is because of this great formation. Under the recommendation, the app 1 I'm using recently, both Android and iPhone support. Boom boom boom. Countless groups of divine power were turned into a little by the old man of horns, and then lightly took out a red gourd from his waist and put them all into it. In the sky, only dilapidated space was left, but the surrounding area was not damaged at all. Tell the Elder Fire, come to Shaluo City quickly, and suspect that you have encountered a 6th-order Emperor. The Genie Emperor has a grim expression. TXT download address, phone reading. Chapter 5304. This time I didn't know that the other party was going to end it. Anyway, he was going to end it. He actually encountered a 6th-order Emperor. If the other party really dissatisfied with the temple and killed him casually, there was no place to reason at the time. If there is not much time, I have to teach you a lesson. The old man with horns snorted coldly. This time there are only 2 days, so hurry up and go to the nearby ancient sect to bring Jian Wushuang to see, and then you have to go back. Let's go! The horned old man took out the ancient boat and boarded the ancient boat with Jian Wushuang. Just as he was about to leave, the space in Shaluo City shook, and an extraordinary existence descended on him. Venerable Fire! Wherever it went, the flame rose. An illusory human face appeared in the sky, staring at the old man with horns and Jian Wushuang. Brother Three Eyes, long time no see! The fiery face in the sky, with a majestic voice, vibrated everywhere when speaking. If the majesty is lowered, I am afraid that the entire city of Shero will be destroyed. The old man with horns grinned, raised his finger to the sky, and said excitedly, Gao Hua, you are still alive! Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the words. These 4 great secret realms, really strong like clouds, they just came to Shaluo City, they met one. Of course, if it weren't for them, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy to meet a 6th-order Emperor. Emperor Genie was a little stunned, listening to the words of the old man with horns. It seemed that the other party knew Venerable Blaze. Huh! The human face in the sky is a form of venerable blazing fire. People have already descended before they reach the form. After almost a breath, the deity is considered to have rushed over. Looking at it from a close distance, Venerable Fire is wearing a purple robe, his head is red, and his face is rough. Ha ha ha! You are still alive! How am I willing to die? Venerable Fire's face and temper were very bold. Yes, you've been in the heaven back then and haven't settled in the tomb of the gods. The old man with horns sighed. The two had known each other in the ancient times. At that time, they were both the 5th-order Emperor. Now Lihua Venerable has already existed in the 6th order, and he is also the main hall of the White Tiger Palace. The old man of Shofar is still the 5th rank, named in the Palace of the Old, and the identity of the old man is the same. Venerable Fire stepped onto the ancient boat, patted the old man with horns on the shoulder again, and said excitedly, Go, where do I go first? We two have been away for too long. Here? The old man with horns pointed at those emperors. Venerable Agni turned his gaze to the emperors, and said coldly, Today's matter, it is assumed that it has never happened, understand? Yes. Genie Emperor, sweating profusely, bowed quickly. The rest of the emperors didn't even dare to take a breath, but this was the palace master of the heavenly palace, the 6th-order Emperor, and they could kill them with a single breath. In the entire northern border, who would dare to resist? Agni, I came here with a task. The old man Yangjiao also wanted to share the old with this old friend, but with Jian Wushuang beside him, he patted his chest and made a promise in front of Wu Zhua. Jian Wushuang said wittily at the moment, Senior Sheep, you can do it yourself, I can do it alone. It would be nice if he could come. It would be fine to go around in Shero City by himself, and there was no need to let the old horn man accompany him. When Venerable Fire heard this, he looked at Jian Wushuang. As a 6th-order Emperor, What a vision! He can see the difference between Jian Wuxuang at a glance. 9 ranks die an immortal, the origin is more than a lot of emperors. And the breath is different from the practitioners in the 4 great secret realms. Is this the inheritor? The Emperor Li was said in a voice transmission. He is not easy to tell the matter of the inheritor, so he can only transmit the sound to the old man with horns. This was an order issued by the White Tiger General Hall. Although he was a 6th order emperor, he did not dare to defy the White Tiger General Hall. Yes. It's not an ordinary inheritor. Brother Wuzhua ordered me to take him around in the Northern Realm, and he must be sent back to the primitive realm in 2 days. The old horned man replied. Venerable Agni shuddered after hearing Wuzhua's name. That existence, the status is much higher than him, is a named disciple of the of God, his special order, dare not violate. After Venerable Burning Fire personally bid farewell, Jian Wuxuang and the old man with horns left Shaluo City on the ancient boat. The strong onlookers, although they don't know what they said, they can also understand that the identities of these 2 individuals are extraordinary, and their strength is extremely powerful. Looking at the departure direction of the old man with horns, Li Hua's face also became cold, turning his head to look at the golden-clothed emperor. Be Loki in doing things in the future. I won't be so easy to talk next time. After speaking, he flashed away and left here. He wasn't talking about threats, but the entire heaven realm would change in the future. The White Tiger Palace is not the only one. He knew about the entry of the Senate Palace, and there would be a large number of inheritors in the future, and those inheritors who were screened out would settle in the secret realm of the heavens in the future. No matter how rampant it is, the main hall will definitely set a penalty. Things ended. Emperor Genie led people away in a desperate manner, and the Lord of Shaluo City was always marginalized from beginning to end, and no one mentioned it at all. This is also a kind of sadness. This kind of dispute is resolved by the White Tiger Palace, and it is not his turn to speak, but then again, there is no White Tiger Palace. Today, even if the old city lord is here, I am afraid it will be difficult to settle. After dispersing, the crowd of onlookers also began to disperse. The young master named Wei Liang's eyes changed. I planned to visit the city lord at the city lord's mansion, but now it seems that this is unnecessary, so let's go directly to the Shangqing Palace. The mood of the city lord is probably not very good now, and they will also be closed doors when they visit. If it were normal, the city owner would like to receive some of the leaders of the younger generation in Liushou. After young Master Wei Liang hurried away with someone, the man surnamed Nye with the broken sword on his back also took him away. Like them, there are several teams, all heading towards one place. Uncle Nye, who is the powerful purple-clothed man just now? The Qingluo girl asked curiously on the Ye Bianzhou. Now most people are also discussing the matter just now. After all, the journey is far away, and there is no way to concentrate on cultivation on the road, so I started to talk about the matter just now. Nye Yuan's eyes were deep and haggard, which may be related to his broken sword. However, after hearing the girl's curiosity, she still leaked a little smile, and faintly replied, That person who exists is the strongest person in our Liuzhou, the Lord of the Temple of Heaven, Lord Blaze. Better than the Venerable of Shangqing Palace? The girl was surprised. After Nye Yuan heard the word, Venerable Shangqing Palace, his eyes were cold, and his whole body seemed to have changed, and his arms trembled a little. At this time, the majestic and prestige passed, and it was considered clear. Nye Yuan not only broke his sword, but also his left arm. In the end he just shook his head and said nothing more. On Jian Wuxuang's side, facing the old man with horns, sat in the short pavilion of Guzhou. Looking around all the way, the scene here is not too different from the outside world. There are many sects, but some mortals are missing, or there are no mortals at all. At this time, in his hand, there was an extra yellowed ancient book, which recorded various secrets of the secret realm of heaven. TXT download address, phone reading. Chapter 5305. Boy, this time we are going to the Shangqing Palace. It is recorded that the Shangqing Palace, this ancient sect, is very famous in the four secret realms. Since the beginning of the sect, 2 sixth-order emperors have been born, among them Shangqing Taoists. It is also the existence of the sixth-order peak. The current palace lord is also a sixth-order existence. Although the strength is not as good as the founding ancestor, the potential is the number one in the north, and there is still a lot of upper body space. Hearing a series of introductions from the old man Yanghorn, Jian Wushuang opened the book and looked up the relevant records of the Shangqing Palace. Taoists of Shangqing, starting at the very end, creating the palace of the Qing dynasty, practicing swords up and down, are the supreme swordsmanship. He went to the tomb of the gods and was assigned to the third prison for 100 epochs. After his release, he returned to the Shangqing Palace after preaching for hundreds of millions of years in the secret realm of the human world. Venerable Yuqing, the current palace lord, the Swordsman, is the sixth-generation leader of the Shangqing Palace, rising 100,000 years ago. The record of the deeds of the Shangqing Palace is less than half a page. However, using swords up and down aroused his interest. According to records, the Shangqing Palace, every epoch will open a mountain, and the Dianxian from the northern realm and even the entire celestial realm will be invited to the Shangqing Palace to watch the sword tide. Every sword tide will attract many powerful people, and even some fifth-order emperors will go. This time, Jian Wushuang was also lucky, and happened to encounter the sword tide of this era. He wants to see how this sword tide is. He is also the ultimate way. In this aspect of kendo, he has been pursuing it. Desiyu is seldom better than him. On Primordial Star, he has not been able to meet a kendo expert. This time, I can observe how strong the ancient swordsmanship is. Gu Zhou accelerated at full speed, and it only took a quarter of an hour to reach the Shangqing Palace. At the beginning, the teleportation formation was established in Shaoluo City because of the Shangqing Palace. Along the way, Jian Wushuang and the others also met a lot of fellow travelers. All of them were going to the Shangqing Palace. Most of them are some third-order emperors with a group of juniors. Rarely encountered the fourth-order emperor. As for the fifth-order emperor, it was none of them. The speed of the ancient boat is beyond the reach of everyone. After all, it is the eternal treasure, although this is one of the 4 secret realms. But the eternal treasure is also rare here. Under the fifth-order emperor, few people have the eternal treasure. When everyone saw the ancient boat Jian Wushuang was riding in, they all gave way. The person who can ride the eternal treasure must be a big person. There are famous people throughout the northern territory. Whoosh! The scenery in front of me changed. Jian Wushuang slowly got up, came to the forefront of the ancient boat, and stood shoulder to shoulder with the puppet fisherman. The outline of the Shangqing Palace can already be seen. A majestic mountain range stretches for hundreds of millions of miles, with no end in sight. On the main peak, a huge waterfall can be seen clearly from a distance. As it gets closer, the appearance of the Shangqing Palace becomes clearer. Gu Zhou suddenly stopped, and an enchantment appeared in front of him. At this time, there were many people floating outside the barrier. The disciples and elders of the Shangqing Palace each received the strong from other sections. When I saw Gu Zhou, an elder from the Shangqing Palace changed his complexion and hurriedly transmitted his voice. After a while, a middle-aged man in a pale yellow robe teleported from the barrier. Look, it's Elder 9 Swords of the Shangqing Palace. Many people looked at the place where the sound came from. The 9 Swords of Shangqing, the 9 great elders. Each of them is a fifth-order emperor, and the powerhouse of the Shangqing Palace is not only supported by a sixth-order emperor. The most famous of the Shangqing Palace is the 9 Swords among the emperors and the 13 Tai sword among the Taoists. They are almost invincible powerhouses of the same level. In particular, the 13 Tai swords among the Taoist monarchs, each of them comparable to the emperor's strong, are the origin of cultivating swordsmanship. Their combat power is extremely strong, and there are few rivals in the same rank. The reason for attracting so many Taoists to come is to challenge the sword Tianjiao of the 13 Tai Aegean while watching the sword tide. Elder 9 Swords flickered, came to the front of Gu Zhou, bowed and said, "But Senior Goat is here. Oh! Do you know me?" The old man with horns was a little surprised. Although he had heard of the Shangqing Palace, he didn't know them. "It is Venerable Blaze who is calling my palace lord, and the younger generation is here to greet him." Elder Nine Swords is extremely respectful. After all, the person in front of him has a lot to do with Venerable Agni. In the whole Liuzhou, the strongest person is not well received, but the top two are definitely Venerable Agni. The remaining one is the ancestor of the Shangqing dynasty. A person comparable to the ancestor, how dare they to neglect? Although they only passed a word, they still received each other according to the highest standards. The old man Yang Horn took Jian Wushuang off the ancient boat and nodded. This is different from Agni's temperament. The previous Agni was not so careful. It seems that many people have changed over the years. All this, the sheep's three eyes are blamed on the White Tiger Hall. If it was before, he would still awe at the White Tiger Temple, but now it is hard to say. If it sounds good, it is a group of puppets, and if it sounds bad, it is the in power. Really speaking of strength, the White Tiger Palace has few, even the Sixth Order Emperors, and they are all puppets. That is to say, with the name of disagreement, so many powerhouses have been recruited. "Senior, go here!" Elder Nine Swords led the two of them through the barrier. The scene before him became more real, and this mountain range was simply the world in Jian Wushuang's dream. The fragrance of birds and flowers, like a fairyland. This is different from what is recorded in that book. The book says that the north is so wild, and now it seems to be very good. If this is considered wild, what is the original universe outside? Many of the many territories encountered on the road are worse than Yuanyang Lake, and the worst is that the training site is not as good as Yuanyang Lake. "Senior Sheep, fellow Wushuang Taoist, the Chow Chow Pavilion is in front of you. The location has been arranged, please take a seat," Elder Jiu Jian said. Jian Wushuang looked over, and the entire Guanchao Pavilion was extremely vast, and now many people were seated. "Well, thanks a lot." The old man with horns held his identity. Jian Wushuang was not as arrogant as he, and quickly thanked him. The seats are in the first row, next to the palace lord of the Shangqing Palace. The Fifth Order Emperors were seated on the side, and those Taoists were not qualified to be seated in the first row. Even the young masters were in the second row. Jian Wushuang's position was next to the old man Yangjiao, and he was only a Dian immortal in the first row. After seated, many people looked over. Who is this person? Even if Elder Nine Swords received him personally, a Taoist monarch actually sat in the first row. Many Fourth Order Emperors are sitting in the second row, and those sitting in the first row are not Fifth Order Emperors, or some famous emperors. The weakest are the Fourth Order Emperors, and now they are sitting side by side with a Taoist monarch. Moreover, the position where the Taoist monarch was seated was so close to the palace lord of the Shangqing Palace. For a time, it caused a lot of commotion. Although there were doubts, no one dared to reprimand in person. After all, it was an arrangement of the Shangqing Palace, and they were just guests. TXT download address, phone reading. Chapter 5306. Watching the Tide Pavilion. Watching the sword tide, but also watching the tide, and more about the world. In the current Guanchao Pavilion, there are tens of thousands of emperors and powerhouses who have come from afar, as well as some younger generations of the Taoist level. They are all Taoists or emperors of various sections. In the future, he will step into the emperor level. In the ancient times, there was a complete combination of Taoism. As long as one stepped into the Taoist level, almost all of them were able to succeed in combination. But for the record of the ultimate way, there is no information. This may have something to do with what the old horned man said. After all, the acquired and the innate are heaven and earth. Not to mention, what he mastered was not only the ultimate way, but also the extreme way that was more against the sky. There was one thing that made him extremely curious. Many of these Tao monarchs were half-step emperors, and there were even emperors in the Shangqing Palace. These people are not the ultimate way. How can the fighting power be so terrible? It didn't take long for the two of them to sit down, and the discussion in the back row also stopped. Many emperors had just arrived from the city of Shaluo. Knowing that Jian Wushuang and the others were unusually identities, no one dared to say anything after they had said things in the city of Shaluo. The temple is an inviolable existence in the four secret realms, and the person who can have a relationship with the temple must not be a simple person. No wonder the Shangqing Palace sent Elder Nine Swords to greet him personally, and he was so polite. Liuzhou's comprehensive strength is also the top rank in the northern boundary, otherwise the White Tiger Palace would not set up a temple here, letting Venerable Blaze personally suppress it. There are only 5 rank 6 powerhouses in Liuzhou. There are hundreds of tier 5 powerhouses. Such a huge force is stronger than the entire primitive universe. If all the forces in the Temple of Qixin are concentrated together, in this long river of time and space, there will be a large number of powerful forces. In the long river of time and space, countless universes coexist. The strong ones who can step out of the universe are at least the Third Order Emperors, and the strong ones are the Fifth Order or even the Sixth Order Emperors. However, most of the emperors in the outside world are strong in origin, but they are quite weak in the treasures. The strong point of the Qixin Temple is that it has many inheritance and treasures, but its weaknesses are also obvious. The indigenous strong people in the Qixin Temple are all born from the origin of the Qixin. Although the origin of the Qixin is much stronger than the origin of the universe, it is not the origin that breeds the strong after all, so the strong that is bred is inherently weaker than the outside world in terms of origin. This is also the weird place where many emperors watch Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's current original aura is much stronger than ordinary aboriginal emperors, but his realm and inheritance are much worse. Especially the divine body. In the 4 secret realms, there are many people who follow the divine body genre. When they were in the Taoist monarch, they had 7,000 to 8,000 times the divine body. Once the synergy is successful, there will be a millionfold divine body. And there are secret methods for the inheritance of the divine body, which can be practiced at the emperor level, and can further increase the divine body. Jian Wushuang randomly scanned among these people, and found a lot of divine body practitioners. Their auras were obviously different from others. In particular, a Taoist-level powerhouse not far behind him, his divine body has 9,000 times. He is a powerhouse who has reached the edge of harmony. Jian Wushuang felt a lot of pressure with the slight movement of his mind. On the other side, there is a divine body with a surpassing 10,000 existence. The strong man in his consciousness is like a mountain, but he is just a sapling. Although he didn't know the specific divine body multiple, Jian Wushuang guessed that the opponent definitely had 20,000 times the divine body. Otherwise, the pressure on him would not be so great. The ancient sect is indeed extraordinary. The strongest special life in the outside world is only 10,000 times. Even if it is the Emperor, I am afraid it is not so strong. Jian Wushuang shook his head. People are more popular than dead. There were things he admired in the ancient times, but the indigenous powerhouses of the Qixin Temple, if they knew how powerful the source of the outside world was, they would also envy them. A group of strong people pushed their cups and changed their cups and talked about each other. Jian Wushuang and the old man Yangjiao were panicked. According to the process, you can watch the tide in the afternoon, and watch the sword tide at midnight. Jian Wushuang sat in his seat, flipping through an ancient book in the Northern Territory Unknown Records, and reading while drinking. The old man with horns was a strong man in ancient times. He was not interested in these things, and he didn't want to take care of others, so he was alone. Sitting there with closed eyes rested. When others saw him, they didn't dare to talk to him. The first row, hundreds of positions, only half of the strong. It seems that there are still many big people who have not yet arrived. Jian Wushuang was not in a hurry either. The rows in the rear are almost full. Among them is the frivolous young master, Wei Liang. His position is not ordinary, but he only sat in the third row, sitting with the Third Order Emperor named Gareo. Somewhat surprisingly, the middle-aged man named Nye, who had one arm and a broken sword, sat in the fifth row. There are 5 rows in the Guanqiao Pavilion. The first row is full of big-faced people, and the second row is full of leaders of various sects, not Fourth Order Emperors, but also some third-order emperors with great potential and some Taoists who are comparable to emperors. Most of the people sitting in the third row were like Wei Liang, the young master of the sect, and the third-order emperor Strong. In the fourth row, there are some casual cultivators, ordinary emperors, sitting with some Taoists. As for the fifth row, there is not even a monarch, many of them are saints. The Shangqing Palace is famous for its swords. Every year, it will take special care of those who are strong in casual swordsmanship. Invite some more powerful Taoists to watch the sword tide and leave a good relationship. If you become an emperor in the future, you can also come to the Shangqing Palace to hang out. An outside deacon. Of course, it all depends on strength. If a sixth-order emperor can appear in these loose cultivators, they will not waste their good intentions. I still have the face to come back. Sitting in the first row, a Tier 5 mighty man wearing a golden sword robe, his eyes revealed anger, and his tone was extremely cold. Jian Wuxuang was so close to him that he could hear it. In fact, the strong man deliberately let it go, and the people in the back rows could also hear it clearly. After hearing it, many people turned their heads and looked. Seeing this, many people should know it. Jian Wuxuang was so boring alone, he pricked his ears to listen to the comments of the people next to him. Thanks Tusk, Nye Yuan dared to come to the Shangqing Palace. Didn't he say that he was cut off from the Shangqing Palace? Hee, you don't know about that. After the demon girl fell, Nye Yuan's life in Paragon was not easy anymore, and his strength plummeted again, and Parman wouldn't give him a good face. A door-to-door son-in-law who also killed the saint of Parman. What kind of face can he give him? Someone sitting in the first row shook his head and sighed while listening to the discussion behind him. Time and fate, what a good seedling, what a pity! The fifth-order emperor in the golden sword robe also had a trace of regret in his eyes, but he snorted coldly when he thought of the ridiculous things Nye Yuan had done. TXT download address, phone reading. Chapter 5307. It turned out that the man with one-armed sword was also a sword repairman in the Shangqing Palace. He was originally gifted and unfeeling, and moved across the northern realm of the monarchy. He was the first person in the younger generation of the Shangqing Palace. Later, he succeeded in joining the Dao, and he had the power of the third-order peak emperor, and the fourth-order emperor was only a step away. At the beginning, everyone thought that he was the man who carried the tripod of the Shangqing Palace in the future, and the fifth-order emperor was only a matter of time, and he was expected to aspire to the sixth order. Moreover, his origin is very powerful, and he can kill the emperor when he is a prince. The third-order peak can crush the fourth-order emperor. Kendo is a practice of 10,000 kendo, and no one of the same rank dares to fight with one sword. Such a strong person will eventually end up like this. Witch? Saint? Paragon? All of this seemed to be related to that woman. Nye Yuan! Jian Wuxuang once saw it in Shaluo City, because he was carrying a broken sword, which was very conspicuous to him as a sword repairman. When I first saw him, I just took another look. It was just that he was absolutely decadent, and he didn't look like a sword repairer, so he didn't care much. Unexpectedly, he still had such encounters. It's a pity. Wow! Jian Wuxuang turned his head, and the old man with horns was sitting on his right. When he turned to the right, I heard that it was the position of the palace lord of the Shangqing Palace, and no one had been seated on his left. Now a young man with a rolling sword robe sat steadily. The visitor Jian Wuxuang knew him, and he received them as Elder Nine Swords. Elder Nine Swords is the youngest person in the contemporary Nine Swords of the Shangqing Palace, with great potential, and he is also the pinnacle powerhouse among the fifth-order emperors. Moreover, it is rumored that this Elder of the Nine Swords is expected to become the world's sword master in the future, and inherit the position of the palace master of the Shangqing Palace. If it were not for Jian Wuxuang and the old man Yangzhou's sudden visit, I am afraid that this person is next to the position of the Shangqing Palace Lord. Elder Nine Swords! Jian Wuxuang held his fists to meet him, thanking him for receiving him. Friend Wuxuang, don't have to be so polite. It is our blessing that you and Senior Yang can come to the Qin Palace. Elder Jiujian is very restrained and low-key. If it were others, no matter how strong Jian Wushuang's background was, he wouldn't be so polite. The key Jian Wushuang also has no background. He is just an ordinary inheritor, so he was lucky. He was valued by Shan Jun. He self-defeatingly created the 10th chain of the physical body and obtained the of jade gifted by the true spirit. Bored. Then he got the appreciation of Wu Zua, and he followed the old man with horns, the 5th Order Peak Emperor, whose strength was unfathomable and there were many outrageous treasures. Despite this reason, he did not feel that he could sit with the 5th Order Emperor or even the 6th Order Emperor. In the primitive universe, a 4th Order Emperor in Jinwuyang is a whole sky, let alone these people. I think Wushuang Daoist is also a sword repairer, and the origin is so strong, I don't know where it comes from, Elder Jiujian asked. In fact, he has always had doubts in his heart. He couldn't see the origin of Jian Wushuang, but the leaked aura told him that he definitely possessed the power of the emperor, but Jian Wushuang's realm was only 9th rank. This is very strange. And the palace lord also told him that he must be careful to receive these two, not only because of Venerable Agni. In Liuzhou, though Venerable Agni is domineering, he has not yet overwhelmed them. The ancestor of the Shang-Qing dynasty, the strength is equal to that of Venerable Fire, and even a little stronger. It doesn't make sense to be so careful because of the words of Venerable Fire. He also took this opportunity to test out Jian Wushuang's details. Jian Wushuang heard the question from Elder Jiujian, and didn't know how to answer for a while. He couldn't say that he came from another universe, right? When he was tangled, the old man with horns raised his eyebrows and said to him, "Tell him you are from the Tomb Mountain." Tomb God Mountain? What place is this? Before he could think about it, he replied, "I am from the secret realm of the Tomb of the Gods, the Mountain of the Tombs." Jian Wushuang's voice is not too high, but everyone here, who is not a person with ears and eyes, has heard the 3 words, Tomb Mountain. Tomb Mountain! Elder Nine Swords, forbearing the shocked look on his face. Among the 4 great secret realms, it is said that the heaven is the head, but when it comes to top combat power, it should be regarded as the secret realm of the Tomb of the Gods. Legend has it that the 4 great secret realms are all built by the Tomb Mountain, where a true god, the of creation, is sleeping there. And White Tiger Hall is the guard of the true god. There are also the legendary spirit guards, each of whom has the power to reach the sky, and can kill the existence of the 6th Order Emperor. These legends many emperors know, especially for the Tomb Mountain, which is more powerful than the temple. At the beginning, countless people went to the Tomb of the Gods one after another, but also to go to the Mountain of the Tomb to find out. It is a pity that no one has been able to go to the Tomb Mountain. Most of them have fallen halfway. Whether it is a 5th Order Emperor or a 6th Order Emperor, there is no survivor. Jian Wushuang saw their shocked expressions, and then turned to look at the old man with horns. It turned out to be like this. You inheritors, when you enter the 4 secret realms in the future, you will all go to the Tomb Mountain, and then you will be stationed in the White Tiger Palace Senate Palace, but in terms of name, you are from the Tomb Mountain. The old man Yang Jiao explained. Jian Wushuang asked through voice transmission. Senior, what is there on the Tomb Mountain? Is it really the place where the gods sit and transform? The old man with horns just shook his head silently. He really didn't know. Perhaps only the master of the 4 halls will know the hidden secrets. These people are the core of the Temple of Discord. Although the true spirit is the controller, he is only a subsequent evolution. Many funerals in the past, the gods of the gods were handed over to the 4 halls. This is also what the 4 halls have been pursuing, the gods of the gods. Command, the reason for daring to challenge the real spirit. It's just that now the power of the 4 halls has begun to decline, and the true spirit is the only controller. Elder Nine Swords originally thought Jian Wushuang, perhaps a senior in the White Tiger Hall, came from the mysterious Tomb Mountain. For a while, he became more restrained and humble, and he didn't dare to show the slightest air. When some other emperors looked at him, they also showed envy. No wonder the Taoist monarch is so powerful and able to make the Shangqing Palace treat so politely. He turned out to be from the Tomb Mountain. These people were okay, and they calmed down after a while. In recent years, there has been a lot of news about the Tomb Mountain, and many powerful creatures have also emerged from the tomb, and they have also reached the secret realm of the heavens. But those people, the terrifying strength of each body, are all special beings, and their strength is the top wave of people among the Sixth Order Emperors. For people from the secret realm of the Tomb of the Gods, they all have a kind of fear and worry, especially the Mountain of the Tomb. Nie Yuan, who was sitting in the last row, also heard the 3 words Tomb Mountain. His eyes changed immediately, and he stood up directly. Tomb God Mountain. He was also a direct descendant of the ancient sect of Shangqing Palace, so he naturally heard about the Tomb Mountain. TXT download address, phone reading. Chapter 5308. He is not interested in the mystery on the Tomb God Mountain, but there is a legend in it that he has been asking for verification. That is reversing time and space and resurrecting those who have fallen. Huh! One-armed Nie Yuan stepped forward and walked directly towards Jian Wushuang's position. The old man with horns, feeling threatened at the moment, the strange emperor suddenly rushed towards Jian Wushuang, immediately made his breath soar and stopped the people coming. Boom! Nie Yuan's breath was a bit messy and anxious, and he didn't intend to kill, so the old man with horns didn't kill him, but he also slightly punished him directly. The Fourth Order Emperor actually pretended to be the Third Order. The old man with horns shook the void and directly suppressed Nie Yuan to his knees. Jian Wushuang calmly stood up slowly. He also didn't understand it a bit, and he didn't seem to know this one-armed man. There is only one side. Why is it suddenly rushing towards him? Is it because of the Tomb Mountain? Elder Nine Swords stood aside, his expression a little embarrassed. His reaction was not as good as that of the old horned man. Although they were all peak emperors, there were still some gaps. However, he did not expect that there would be people here who would dare to be so bold and disturb the distinguished guests of the Shangqing Palace. Nie Yuan, you are so courageous! Don't hurry up and apologize for disturbing the distinguished guests of the Shangqing Palace. Although the tone of Elder Jiujian was cold, but the words were clear, the apology would solve it. Speaking of it, he is still Nie Yuan's uncle. He was also the first person in the contemporary era, and then he was Nie Yuan. How happy he was at that time. With an outstanding descendant, the Shangqing Palace will be even stronger in the future. But what he didn't expect was that such a dazzling Tianjiao, in the end, because of a demon girl, he broke off from Shangqing Palace, and entered the Bailyomen, a small mountain gate that even the Sixth Order Emperor did not have. Not only did the Shangqing Palace be ashamed, but also such a good kendo embryo was wasted in vain. Me! Nie Yuan's eyes were sunken and he was very lonely. He once bowed his head with the sword, but at this moment he would rather bow his head for the woman in his heart. Jian Wushuang knew that the other party was not malicious, so he pressed his hand and said, Senior Yang, forget it, I think this fellow Taoist is not malicious. Don't thank Taoist Wushuang too much, Elder Jiujian said coldly. Thank you, fellow Taoist, I was really a little bit reckless just now. No problem. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. This matter was really not a big deal, and he was also taken aback by the behavior of the old man with horns. In his opinion, there is really no need for such a riot. He didn't know, but the true spirit had clearly ordered him to be sent to the primitive realm intact, and Wuz will let the old horned man take care of him, and the old horned man would be responsible for any problems. Although Yang Sanmu is a veteran of the A character, Wu's was anger can bear, but where the real spirit is, he doesn't have the slightest face. I won't be so easy to talk next time. The old man with horns put his palms away, and his momentum receded. Nie Yuan wiped off the blood that overflowed from the corner of his mouth and stood up. This fellow Taoist, I don't know if you can answer me a question. After Nie Yuan stood up, he asked such a ridiculous question. This caused the rest of the people to take a breath. I didn't kill him just now, probably because of the Shangqing Palace. Even if he was expelled from the Shangqing Palace, he was still the leader of the Shangqing Palace, the leader of the previous generation. It is really impossible to justify killing him in public, or just because of the collision. However, it's a bit exaggerated now, and I have to ask any questions inch by inch. Before Jian Wushuang and the old man Yang Jiao answered, Elder Jiujian became angry and said angrily, "Arrogant!" The eyes of the old man with horns also went cold, and for a while, his sword was tense. Jian Wushuang standing in the middle didn't know what to say for a while. He didn't know what Nye Yuan wanted to ask. Even if he did, he might not know. "Friend Wushuang, I'm really embarrassed this time, but don't worry, I will personally drive this person out." Elder Jiujian took a step forward and was ready to do it now. Jian Wushuang reached out his hand to stop him, and said calmly, "No need. This fellow Taoist, just say what you want to ask." Nye Yuan was overjoyed when he heard this, and hurriedly asked, "On the Tomb God Mountain, can you really reverse time and space and bring the dead back to life?" This. Jian Wushuang hadn't answered yet, but the old horn man on the side spoke first. "Yes. But you have to be able to go up." "Yes." Jian Wushuang also followed. To be honest, he didn't know, but when the old horn man had spoken, he also said, "Reverse time and space." It seems to be to resurrect the Taoist couple. Infatuation. After Jian Wushuang understood the other party's thoughts, he was also a little admired. When Nye Yuan heard that he wanted an answer, his whole body changed. The original decadent aura faded, and a brand new aura erupted from him. Fourth Order Emperor. At this time, other talents reacted. Nye Yuan had already stepped into Tier 4, and at this moment, he directly exposed the aura of Tier 4 peak. "Uncle Nye!" The Qingluo girl sitting in the last row looked at the uncle who had been melancholy, renewed her former style, and was happy for him from the bottom of her heart. After being seated again, Elder Jiujian had been talking with Jian Wushuang about the past in Liuzhou, and Jian Wushuang was also very interesting. In the dark, he was communicating with the old man with horns. "Senior, is it true to reverse time and space? Why, do you also have a Taoist companion to resurrect?" Jian Wushuang smiled awkwardly, and then said, No, I am more curious about the reversal of time and space. As far as I know, time and space contain the two origins of space and time, and the origin of space is fairly common. It is the origin of Emperor's cultivation. What about the origin of time? How come I have never seen any related records? You kid understands a lot. The origin of space is related to the realm of the Emperor. Once you have successfully controlled it, you will step into another realm. The other realm is the origin of time. Your current strength, you read www.okanshu.com does not need to know the origin of time. Wait until you reach the Sixth Order Emperor first. The old man with horns smiled slightly. In fact, he didn't know much. He didn't understand the origin of space, let alone time. That is what the gods are working on. Jian Wushuang was unwilling to give up, and then asked, "Senior, if time and space can be reversed on Tomb God Mountain, why did you tell Nye Yuan?" "It's not because of resonance." After he finished speaking, with a strange expression on his face, he turned to look at the old man with horns. You kid, guess what? I'm just absolutely pitiful. Give him a thought. But if he really has the strength to go to the Tomb Mountain, he really hopes to resurrect his Taoist companion, but in my opinion, it is very difficult. The Sixth Order Emperor is just a threshold. The old man with horns commented. The Sixth Order Emperor is the threshold. Jian Wushuang was not too surprised about this. After all, many Sixth Order Emperors fell into the Tomb of the Gods, and even the Tomb Mountain was not found anywhere. TXT download address, phone reading. Chapter 5309. In terms of the true size of the four secret realms, the Tomb of the Gods is much larger than the other three secret realms combined. No matter how fast the Sixth Order Emperor is, without a teleportation formation, it is not easy to find the Tomb Mountain. Many of them were not found in the Tomb Mountain, and they fell in the middle of the journey. Jian Wuxuang also knew a lot about the old man with horns. He was an old man with a knife-mouthed tofu heart. On the surface, he had the heart to kill Nie Yuan, but in fact, he gave the other party hope and gave him a goal to pursue again. The two are not in transmission. Jian Wuxuang and Elder Jiu Jian also had a very happy conversation. Friend Wuxuang, if you can afford it, just call me a friend, elders are nothing. Elder Jiu Jian picked up the wine glass and drank it in one gulp. Jian Wuxuang was also a happy person, and immediately drank the drink, and the two almost knelt down and bowed to each other. Friend Wuxuang, look, the tide is rising. Jiu Jian put down the wine glass and pointed at the lake. Sure enough, a ripple containing the spirit of heaven and earth gradually rose, shining with the sun and the moon. Hum! The horns sounded and the tide watching officially began. The tide starts at the foot of the mountain and stretches to the tide watching pavilion on the mountainside. The scene is spectacular. Jian Wuxuang saw this scene, but his complexion changed slightly. The Jiujian elder on the side thought it was Jian Wuxuang who hadn't seen such scenes, and was shocked. He also had a sense of pride in his heart. Even the people from the Tomb Mountain are shocked by this. Their reputation after going to the Qin Palace will have to rise to a higher level. In the past, it was only famous in the north, but in the future it will be famous in the 4 secret realms and become the super sect. Jian Wuxuang was shocked, but not because of the shock of such a grand occasion, but because the rolling tide had something to do with the origin he had absorbed outside Qiuhuang city. According to Qiuhuang, the origin of that one was a female sword immortal who left behind and pierced Qiuhuang city with a sword. From the origin of that sword immortal, Jian Wuxuang had seen the scene of that sword. It is very similar to the tide at this time. Sword she rolls, sweeping the world. He will never forget that scene. Could it be that the sword fairy is still related to the Shangqing Palace? Jian Wuxuang directly transmitted the sound of the old man with horns and asked about the female sword fairy who destroyed Qiuhuang city. You are talking about Yun Jiangxian. She belongs to the oldest group of strong men. She is terrifyingly strong. It can be said that she is the first person under the Divine Lord. I have nothing to do with her, and I don't know much. The old man Yang Horn was a little surprised. Jian Wuxuang would ask him about Yun Jianxian. Could it be that this little guy got the inheritance of Yun Jianxian? It is also possible. When he entered the temple of Qixin, at that time the whole Qixin line began to sing badly. Create the 4 halls and build the Qixin hall. Yun Jianxian, Zeng is also the most beautiful. Under the command of Qixin, it can be said that he is the strongest person among the emperors. He has fought all his life, is cold, and never hugs. The only person who is relatively close is the puppet created by a god, that is, the lord of the palace Zhu Yi. Before she fell, she gave all the treasures of her life to Zhu Yi. It's really possible for Jian Wuxuang to get Yun Jiangxian's inheritance. Yun Jianxian! Jian Wuxuang remembered the name deeply. At the beginning of the tide watching, the lord of the Shangqing Palace visited in person. Many people stood up to respectfully worship. The contemporary sword master, although not the top in strength, has a very high reputation, even surpassing the ancestor of the Shangqing dynasty. It is also very good for those who are in casual cultivators, so the reputation of Shangqing Palace is very high in casual cultivators. Especially Jian Xiu, the Shangqing Palace gave a chance to watch the tide, which is a great favor. Everyone, the tide watching has begun. It's not more cramped, please take a seat. The lord of the Shangqing Palace, wearing a blue robe, used only a simple wooden branch for his hair, very hackberry. In his case, there is only a teapot, no drinks. Everyone sat down again and began to watch the tide, from which they could comprehend kendo. The old horn man and the palace lord of Shangqing were next to each other, and the two were chatting with each other. It looks like they don't know each other. The talk was also about Venerable Agni, or about the Senate Palace. The opponent is a 6th-order emperor, and he is also the lord of a sect, and he is also known as the sword master of the world. Although the old man with horns has a high posture, he does not dare to neglect. The tide gradually climbed, and the sword intent contained in it became stronger. In this lake, swords have been washed all the year round. I don't know how many divine swords have been washed. The sword intent contained in it is very mixed, and I can only experience one of them. Jian Wushuang looked carefully, but couldn't start. In the end, he just learned from it. What he cultivated was the ultimate swordsmanship, pursuing purity. The sword intent in this lake was too mixed and unsuitable. He could only learn from one of them, not more. The tide lasted for an hour, and finally climbed to the mountainside, and the sword intent reached the strongest moment. Many sword repairs broke through at this time. Especially the Taoist Tianjiao, many people have already made breakthroughs. Many people come here because they have reached a bottleneck, and want to use the sense of sword in the lake while watching the tide to break through their origins. Especially those casual practitioners, they have the largest number of breakthroughs. The young girl in Chiluo sitting in the last row had a bright light in her eyes, and she also broke through, breaking through the 8th level of the origin in one fell swoop, stepping into the 9th level, having reached a perfect state, and her combat power has naturally skyrocketed. The young master named Wei Liang was sweating profusely at this time. An elder Ge on the side had been guarding his surroundings and arranging a barrier for him, but unfortunately he still did not break through in the end. Damn it, it's just a little bit. Once I break through my original Dao, I will be completely consummated, and I will be able to join the Dao when I go back. Wei Liang was a little unwilling. Yanli evaporated the sweat on his forehead, and his face was very ugly. Elder Ge on the side, afraid of his mood change, comforted. Young master, there is a sword tied behind, don't be discouraged. The sword intent contained in the tide is not much. And it's too complicated. When the Shangqing Palace was established, this lake was still a small spring. The ancestor of the Shangqing dynasty used to wash his sword here, and later he enlightened the place after he obtained the Tao. The sword repair in the Shangqing Palace also developed a habit of washing swords here. From ancient times to the present, I don't know how many epochs have passed. The washed sword can fill the lake. Because of the washing of the sword, there is a tide watching. As for the sword tide, it was all the disciples of the Shangqing Palace. Unleashing the power of the source, the sword pierced the sky, from the top to the bottom of the mountain. Even the ancestor of the Qing dynasty would separate a strand of golden sword and follow the tide of swords. This is the most meaningful thing in the Shangqing Palace, and it will be held every epoch. One is to attract northern Tianjiao to watch the tide, and the other is to promote the power of Shangqing Palace. It can be regarded as a means to reveal strength. It is precisely because of this method that every year there will be countless sword repairs, squeezing their heads to enter the Shangqing Palace. At midnight, the temperature of the entire northern territory dropped suddenly. The slanting moon hung high, and a ray of golden sword light lit up from the top of the mountain. It's Jianming! Jian Wushuang cried secretly. The cold wind was violent, the golden sword light was shining, and the moment the sword rang with the sun and the moon, the entire mountain top lit up. The error-free chapters of Sword Sovereign of 10,000 Ways will continue to be updated in Shuba. There are no advertisements in the site. Please collect and recommend Shuba. If you like Wanao Sword Sovereign, please collect it. Wanao Sword Sovereign has the fastest update speed. TXT download address, phone reading. Chapter 5310. Countless long swords that radiated light rose into the air to accompany the golden long sword. Elder 9 swords on the side, and even the palace master of Shangqing raised one hand one after another. A ray of sword light burst out and rushed to the top of the mountain. In a short while, 109,000 swords of the Shangqing Palace gathered on the top of the mountain. Sword chi condensed, turned into tide, and swept from the top of the mountain. It was Jian Wushuang that he was very knowledgeable and shocked when he saw this twilight. He couldn't help but want to dive with the sword tide. Staring at the sword tide, the origins of various types of kendo suddenly appeared. Jian Wushuang carefully studied in order to get some help. The entire sword tide lasted for an hour, and the time was very short, but it was of extraordinary significance. It helped the sword repairmen who came here and showed the power of the Shangqing Palace. It is indeed strong enough. Among those sword lights, Jian Wushuang can see that there are at least 19 swords that are the origin of the Fifth Order Emperor. Of course, depending on the strength of the origin, it should be comparable to the origin of the Fourth Order Emperor outside. There are only 2 of the Sixth Order Emperors, which are the source of the swordsmanship of the Shangqing Palace Master and the Shangqing Ancestor. There are more Fourth Order Emperors, hundreds of them. The Third Order Emperor has passed thousands. One case is comparable to a universe. While Jian Wushuang shook the foundation of Qixing Temple, he also felt sad. The origins of these practitioners are flawed and too weak. It is one level worse than the Emperor outside, and may only be half worse in combat power, but the upper limit is much worse. It's no wonder that the importance of an ultimate emperor surpasses the sum of the native practitioners of the 4 secret realms. If the ultimate emperor had stepped into the 6th rank, he might be able to slaughter the entire 4 secret realms by himself. Even the special life in the tomb of the gods can't stop it. Here is the ultimate power. The sword tide ended, Jian Wushuang stood up and was still unfinished. In terms of origin, he doesn't need to learn from, but in terms of sword intent, he still has a lot to learn. Friends of Wushuang Taoist, if the sword tide is over, you are interested in participating in the sword match? Elder Jiujian asked. Then sword? When the tide of swords in the Shangqing Palace ends, 13 arenas will be set up on the lake, and the contemporary 13 swords of the Shangqing Palace will personally guard the ring. To be able to become a descendant of Teia's sword in Shangqing Palace, they are not ordinary people, and their strength is comparable to that of the Emperor. The leader of the 13 people has a record of defeating the Emperor. Although not as good as Nie Yuan back then, it was enough to Megatron Liuzhou. Oh, then I have to learn something later, Jian Wushuang replied. He is not in a hurry, although there are only 2 days, 1 day has now passed, the strong are only in a flash, wait and see, there is still time for him to shoot. After the palace lord of Shangqing nodded with some elders, Elder Jiujian got up and presided over. Everyone, here are 13 golden swords. Each golden sword has the origin of the kendo left by the ancestor of the Shangqing dynasty. Whoever can win a ring can get a golden sword. When Elder Nine Swords finished speaking, he threw 13 golden swords into the air and suspended them above the lake. Golden sword! Many Jianxiu looked at those golden swords with fiery eyes. The original kendo of Shangqing Patriarch. If you can get one, and you can benefit from it carefully, even if you don't have to rely on this golden sword, you can exchange countless treasures that can improve yourself. Once there was a San Xiu who won a golden sword and was specially invited by the Shangqing Palace to enter the corps as a succession disciple. His status was the same as that of the 13 Tai Ajian. There was also a Taoist monarch from a small sect who won the golden sword, auctioned it on the spot, and sold it for an astronomical price of 100,000 sacred stones. 100,000 sacred stones are comparable to the wealth of some emperors. Everyone held their breath and waited for the golden sword to fall into place. Many Taoists were gearing up to give it a try. At this time, 13 arenas have also risen on the surface of the lake, and a sword-bearer, male and female, stands above each. These people are the descendants of Tai Ajian. Tai Ajian was not created by the ancestor of the Shangqing dynasty, but by a disciple of the ancestor of the Shangqing dynasty. The disciple who created the Tai Ajian at the time created this kind of genius when he was a Fourth Order Emperor. It can allow Dao Jun to perfectly display his full strength, and even have such heaven-defying methods as amplifying his origin. It's a pity that he died young, and not long after he became a Fourth Order Emperor he fell. At the beginning, the ancestor of the Shangqing dynasty was extremely furious, and a sword of cold light shocked the entire northern realm, and killed 16 emperors related to this matter overnight. 4 of them are Fifth Order Emperors. These people are not ordinary emperors, they have sects behind them, but they are shocked that no sect dared to come forward for them, and they didn't even dare to collect the corpses. It is precisely because of this shot that the ancestor of the Shangqing dynasty is famous in the secret realm of heaven. Taishu Gate, Han Wuxian challenges the 7th Tai Aegean. Huh! A Taoist sitting in the 3rd row rose to the sky and fell directly onto the 7th ring. His strength is only about half a step from the Emperor. It is difficult to win the golden sword. At the same time, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place immediately stood out 13 powerful Taoists. The weakest is the Peak Dao Jun. Jian Wushuang glanced at him. This was the strongest among the 13 people, and he had no hope of winning the golden sword. The original kendo of the 6th Order Emperor! He was also very excited about this opportunity. The 13 Tai swords of the Shangqing Palace were very powerful, but their origins were a bit weak. In comparison, the strength of the source is as strong as the Taoist monarch of the primitive universe. In terms of combat power, it is comparable to native monarchs, but not comparable to external monarchs. In contrast, in general, the stronger than the outside world are half a step ahead. The half-step emperor here may only have the power of the Taoist of the primitive universe. Those who are comparable to the emperor can have half a step, and those who defeat the emperor have the power of the emperor. Probably so. But if there is no opportunity for this temple of the gods, I am afraid that the Dayan immortal of the primitive universe will be the strongest and comparable to the emperor, and can be comparable to the Tianjiao among these aboriginals. But this is just an ancient sect. The 4 great secret realms are so vast, this is just a sect of Tianjiao, and the quality of it is really to be compared, and the original universe can't match it. But now that there is a chance for the Temple of Qixin, it is hard to say. Just talk about the Dayanxian he saw. Wan Xing, Hui Qing, Ji Chaoyang, and himself are much better than the 13 Tai Aegean. Ji Chaoyang's 9th turn has the power of the Taoist monarch, which will directly rival the emperor when he reaches consummation. In the 4 secret realms, they have the power to kill ordinary emperors. And now Jian Wushuang, even if he didn't have the 9th rank consummation, he could still kill the native emperor. These 13 Tai swords, except for the sword chief, he was confident that he would defeat within 3 strokes. It was the strength of the sword chief that he couldn't see through. The divine body is very strong, and the basic divine body must surpass him, but I don't know if it has reached 10,000 times the level. The origin is SOSO, only the ordinary 2nd grade origin. The 13 players who played this time lost very quickly. If it weren't for these young masters to save some face, I'm afraid they would have to lose if they met each other. TXT download address, phone reading. Chapter 53:11. The people present didn't care too much. The defeat of these 13ths is also expected, and it would be strange if whoever wins. How could the Daozi of the Shangqing Palace be defeated so easily? Every time after watching the tide, only 1 or 2 can successfully win the sword. Like the Taya sword of Nie Yuan's generation, he has not failed for 7 consecutive times of watching the tide. In the end, he attracted the super emperor from the ancient land of Zhongzhou to come and fought with Nie Yuan. In the end, it was only a tie. For the sake of the dignity of the other party, he gave the golden sword to the other party. Jian Wushuang had already got up, stood at the railing, and scanned Tai Jianzi on the ring. Although there is a lot of difference with him in origin, many ancient swordsmanship, Jian Wushuang have never seen before, and I took the opportunity to observe them. The mystery in it is very delicate, but it is a pity that the source of the practitioners used is too weak to be fully utilized. Jian Wushuang's eyes were hot, and he secretly said in his heart, "As expected of the ancient sect, Taya sword is indeed a rare top-level swordsmanship, which is very suitable for Taoist cultivation. Based on the origin of these people, it is extremely difficult to become a Taoist if you are in the outside world. But after practicing Taya sword, you can become strong like this. Swordsmanship is great, blending elements into one. The sword intent contained in each sword was very powerful, much stronger than the sword intent he had seen. This is a kendo practitioner. A man is like a sword, his heart is like a sword, and his shape is better than a sword. Unfortunately, there are some flaws in the source. Although the origin of the Temple of Qixin is stronger, it is stronger than the origin of the original universe, but it is far too complicated after all. not suitable for kendo. If it is the Wanao school, it is very popular in the four secret realms. Unfortunately, he has not seen any relevant records so far. In the first round, Tai Jian wins, Elder Nine Swords said loudly. All 13 challengers were injured. They either conceded defeat or were knocked out of the ring. When they returned to their positions, the Shangqing Palace would send stones to help them recover from their injuries. This point has encouraged many people to challenge. Of course, ordinary Taoists will naturally not go up and be embarrassed. Soon, after more than a dozen rounds of challenges, strong players began to play. Tiananmen, I wish Bacha, challenge the 13th sword. The human voice is like Hongzhong, embodies the bloated, full-faced flesh, and the suffocation in the whole body is extremely strong. It is a man in the magic door. Many people trembled when they heard the demon gate. It was a super sect that was no less than the Shangqing Palace, and it was the top 3 major demon sect in the Northern Territory. Zhu Bacha is a very powerful demon in the contemporary Tianma sect, and in the future is also a giant of the magic way. Looking at his size, most people really can't see that he is practicing kendo. Boom! Slowly stepping from the second row, I wish Baka's body is huge. The physical body is naturally a perfect state, and the divine body is more than 8,000 times. That is, the origin of kendo is a little weaker. Jian Wushuang's eyes were deep. This person was qualified to challenge the 13 Tai Ajian, and the challenge was still the weakest person among the 13 Tai Ajian. This made him a little surprised. He didn't even see it thoroughly. Except for the leader, the other 12 swords have the same aura. It is too difficult for the same rank to see the origin of the other party. Not everyone has the same power of mind. As powerful. Turning his gaze, he looked at the young man with white hair just like himself. I understood in my heart. It was the voice of the Fifth Order Emperor of Demon Dao who told Zhu Bacha that he was the weakest and challenged him. After the previous rounds of challenges, 13 Tai Jian, more or less leaked some strength. How can the Emperor's eyesight fail to see who is strong and who is weak? Even if the lake water is full of sword intent and origin, the spatial origin of the Emperor's grasp can also push away these mixed sword intent and see the essence of it. Zhu Baca's appearance has made many people move forward. After all, it is a peak battle of the same tier. In this round, in addition to this demon giant, there is also a Dayan immortal who is comparable to the Emperor, whose background is generally not noticed by many people. Except for these two, the rest are all half-step emperors. Qiu Huang didn't catch a cold with ease, so he chatted with the palace lord of Shangqing a few words. About the Yuanlao Palace, he closed his eyes again to rest up his mind, and he really looked like a worldly expert. However, in secret, it has been transmitting Jian Wushuang's voice. Boy, you can bear this, but that is the original swordsmanship of the ancestor of the Shangqing dynasty, so you are not afraid that others will take it first. Jian Wushuang didn't look back, still staring at 13 Tai Ajian, but silently said in his heart, Wait a second, the kendo has the only origin. Just get a wisp. There is no need to be too ostentatious. He is not sure, these 13 strands of golden swords have different kendo origins. Thanks, Tusk. If I tell you that the origins of these 13 strands of kendo are different, are you going to end now? Different? The only way of kendo is the purest way of killing and cutting. How can it be inconsistent? It's really different. The ancestor of the Shangqing dynasty followed the 10,000 sword stream, which is very similar to the 10,000 Dao school, not weaker than the ultimate way. Wan Jianlu. Jian Wushuang was a little surprised. Can kendo be practiced like this? How did you know? Jian Wu said in a bilingual and curious voice. The old horned man snorted, and then said, You think the Yuanlao Palace eats dry food even if you are not familiar with these ancient sects? Are you still not familiar with these powerful Sixth Order emperors? The ordinary Sixth Order is nothing more. The current Shangqing Palace master's strength is very average. When he was at the Fifth Order Emperor, it was only the end of the 9 swords. After breaking through the 6th rank, he took the position of the palace lord. I never thought about him at the beginning. Who would think that this servant was only the 6th rank, and even the ancestor of the Qing dynasty was shocked at the beginning. Although the combat power is not strong, it is also a 6th-order emperor anyway. In terms of combat power, it was a fight with the old horn man at the top of Tier 5. For those truly top-ranked 6th-order emperors, the Yuan Lao Palace has just been established and began to study these people. After all, in the future, you must have a sense of measure if you want to solicit or suppress. The 4 secret realms must be integrated and unified sooner or later to restore the glory of the ancients. The current scattered sand has no value, but is still a burden. The White Tiger Palace cannot be suppressed, so the Senate Palace must act. In the Palace of the Elders, there are several fierce 6th-order emperors, no weaker than the White Tiger Palace. Just like Wu Zui, who was once a named disciple of the God of God, his inheritance might be beyond their imagination. Otherwise, he might have died in the secret realm of the earth when he opened up Wasteland. Compared with the earth, the heaven is much more stable. At least the 6th-order emperors are very honest, and will not easily provoke the White Tiger Palace. Boy, you don't have much time. You can take advantage of this opportunity. Maybe once you make a move, the Shangqing Palace will see that you are so powerful and will give you some treasures. Jian Wushuang looked surprised, and said through the sound transmission, "Can you do this? I am a dying immortal, so I won't let the ancestor Shangqing treat it like this." "Humph, what do you know? Even if the ancestor Shangqing doesn't like it, the current palace lord of the Shangqing Palace will give you some benefits." TXT download address, phone reading. Chapter 53:12. Just think about it, too. In the future, these inheritors, after they have settled in the 4 secret realms, will have a very high status. The future will definitely be high level. It is normal for these indigenous emperors to have a cause and effect. He also learned a lot of secret information from the old man Yangjiao. For example, in the future, they will be named in the Tomb Mountain, and later they will go to the heavens and settle in the White Tiger Palace or the Senate Palace. The potential is unlimited in the future. They are still the first batch of inheritors, and there will be countless inheritors in the future. According to their view, time is unlimited, and it will not take long. The entire 4 secret realms belong to their world, and it will not be a problem even to take charge of the Temple of the Gods in the future. Otherwise, why do you recruit so many inheritors? Captive? It is impossible. There will definitely be a purpose behind it. Old chauffeur, I don't know how long he has lived, he has never seen anything in the world. He knows this kind of thing best. There were a lot of bigwigs who gave him a lot of benefits in private, and asked him to create all kinds of treasures to stabilize one's power. This can be considered an early investment. Boy, don't look down on the strong, and don't look down on them. Jian Wushuang nodded. Although Tier 6 powerhouses are strong, they also have their own needs. The Temple of Qixin is a true spirit. As a successor, one day they will come into contact with the core level. Now give him some benefits for the inheritance, and what can be counted. And the 6th-order emperor, the shot will not be small. Just take out some good things and let him, the dying immortal, benefit infinitely. Here is a secret realm of heaven, retaining the brilliance of the ancients. Absolutely learn in mystery, the most precious treasures, many are. In particular, Tai Ajian made his eyes hot for the inexperienced knowledge in the Shangqing Palace. The 13 Tai swords who came in, with such strength, have a lot to do with Tai's unique skills. This time, the young master of the Demon Gate came to an end, and Jian Wushuang paid special attention. The battle of these powerful men can test the power of Tai Ajian. Boom! Dawn in space. A streamer passed, and the 13 challengers fell into the corresponding ring. Zhu Bacha twisted his body and fell into the 13th ring. I've heard that 13 Jianzi, Langfeng's Tai Jian, is exceptionally fierce. Come and ask for advice today. 13 Swordsman, Dao No. Chasing the wind, his sword is indeed very powerful on the one hand, but the weakness is that the divine body and the flesh are too weak. Although he has the innate treasure armor, his defense is still his biggest weakness. His swordsmanship is often also very sharp, and he will be in desperation every time. Fortunately, he is very flexible in speed, and his opponent is defeated before he touches his body. Chasing the wind sword. He didn't talk nonsense. The streamer flashed across, and then rushed out, with the narrow-bladed long sword in his hand, instantly pulling out, killing Zhu Bacha. Ha! Zhu Bacha stood still, motionless. When the chasing sword rushed in, the magic flame rose up into the sky, and a sharp sword without a front suddenly appeared, directly blocking the chasing sword. Tsang! One blow was blocked, and the chasing sword quickly returned to the sword, turned around and opened the distance. Zhu Bacha's name, he has heard of it. Although the woofing épée was powerful, it was too cumbersome. As long as he kept harassing around Zhu Bacha, he would naturally let the opponent leak his flaws. Then he would break the defense and defeat Zhu Bacha. Zhu Bacha also understands this idea of his, and he made preparations before going on the court. In the eyes of outsiders, the ring is only tens of miles long and wide, but the inside is a small world with infinite distance. It is the treasure in the palm. It does not limit the performance of practitioners. Can you only run? Faced with the repeated attacks of the wind sword, I swam to and fro, wishing Bacha unmoved, every time I can withstand it cleverly. Hustling Sword raised his brows. The strength of this magic sect giant really surprised him, and the hope of defeating the opponent in this way was too slim. The giant is really strong, but I underestimated it. The wind-chased sword is like the wind, floating like the world. In the pavilion of Watching Tide, many Taoists saw their palms sweating, and they were obviously looking at the fight on the 13th ring. The fighting on the rest of the ring is already lonely at this time. And the fight on the 13th arena has just begun now. Jian Wushuang's hands were itchy when he saw it. The emperor of the demon sect, with a smile on his face, was very confident in this battle. Brother Jiu Jian, look at these two younger generations, who has a better chance of winning? The elder Nine Swords standing in the forefront frowned slightly. This monster giant seemed to have come prepared. Without waiting for him to speak, the great elder of the head of the Nine Swords spoke. Because the Tai Ajian on the field is his registered disciple, once the harmony is successful, he will be his personal disciple in the future, so naturally he has to talk about something now. Friends of the Six Sons, why do you care about winning or losing too much in the competition between juniors? Everything is for competition. The demon giant Six Sons demon, with dark eyes, turned his head to look at the great elder who is the head of the Nine Swords, and said in a vicious voice, "The great elder, what is said is not like this. See the future of martial art. Okay. In that case, it's better to give their heads a nod to see who is the strongest and the weakest of these two juniors, and who is the strongest." The great elder, what is waiting for is this sentence now makes a final decision. The other party came for generations, and they weren't vegetarians, but here was the Shangqing Palace, and the chasing sword was his disciple, and he was more familiar with his strength than anyone else. The two Tier 5 pinnacle emperors got on the bar, and many people looked at this side, obviously waiting for a good show. The people of the demon sect acted unscrupulously, and the words are said to be up to this point. As a decent sect, the Shangqing Palace naturally cannot fall behind. Thanks Tusk, you deserve to be the great elder of the Shangqing Palace, and the exit is refreshing. The giant of the magic path, the Luoyang demon master waved his hand and took out 200,000 sacred stones, floating in front of him, walking in a hurry when he came, and he didn't bring any good things, so let's take advantage of these gods. Under the recommendation, Mimi Reading app is really good. It is worth installing one for book friends, and Android and Apple mobile phones support it. 200,000 sacred stones have exceeded the total worth of many third-order emperors. The Grand Elder of the Shangqing Palace was not to be outdone, but what he took out was not a divine time, but a fruit with a smooth surface. This is Kendo Genhua, a good treasure with a price but no market. Most of the people here are sword repairers. How can you not know these swordsman treasures, and let down a breath of cold for a while? Jian Wushuang was also jealous at the side. The fruit was very attractive to him. The dozens of emperors sitting in the first row, after seeing this scene, also took out some treasures, but the value was average, only about tens of thousands of sacred stones. After all, the two below had little to do with them.
These treasures will be kept by Brother Nine Swords. No problem.
Elder Nine Swords smiled slightly. Although 13 Taiagian was their own, but now that they are a notary public, they can't have any favoritism.
Dear fellow Taoists, are there any other prizes to be drawn?
Chapter 53:13. The Emperor sitting in the back, you look at me and I look at you. Everyone with a discerning eye can see that they are all the big guys sitting in the first row playing. They are not for fun, but for expressing their opinions. One is to support the Demon Gate, and the other is to support the Shangqing Palace. Although the two super sects are not in the same state, they often fight each other. After all, with such a large sect, their horizons are no longer in one city and one state. Said it is the cooler head, now the Elder Nine Swords has accumulated millions of sacred stones and many exotic flowers and fruits. The total value is more than 2 million sacred stones. Such a huge bet is already comparable to the wealth of some Fourth Order emperors. In the four great secret realms, the Fourth Order Emperor is also the top powerhouse, the Fifth Order Emperor is the man of the wind, and the Sixth Order Emperor is the peak powerhouse who sees the dragon and sees the end, and these talents are the wavers of the heavens.
And so on.
Just as Elder Nine Swords was preparing to seal the disc, the Taoist Liu Yang, the Taoist of Demon Tao, interrupted.
Why, Brother Liu Yang, we still have to raise.
Elder Jiujian smiled. Taoist Liu Yang slanted his eyebrows, and said with contempt,
This treasure is not good enough for me. I suggest these two little guys, whoever wins, these treasures go to whom, you should not look down on these treasures.
Right. The rest of them froze for a while, then laughed.
This proposal is good, I support it.
The great elders all agreed, and the others naturally had no opinion. 2 million divine stones, if the general Fourth Order Emperor may still be calling out, but the few Fourth Order Emperors who can be ranked in the first row, which one is not the backbone of the future of the sect, each of the strengths can reach the sky, and they all have the peak Fourth Order. The battle strength of that family is not over 100 million. Who would fancy this treasure? Not to mention those Fifth Order Emperors, they have already cared about the stone to the point of indifferent. Only some powerful treasures and techniques can attract them. Jian Wushuang was aside, his eyes gleaming, but he didn't dare to show it. The bottom of my heart was secretly shocked. These ancient sects were really rich and powerful. According to his current understanding, the purchasing power of 2 million sacred stones exceeded the net worth of a Fourth Order Emperor outside. Except for a few heavenly guards, such as Wind and Rain Demon Lord, she has eternal treasures, but there are also relatively poor ones. For example, the Jinwu Yang he knew, although he didn't know much about it, but from the surface, it could be seen that Jinwu Yang's net worth could have 2 million sacred stones. The key is that there are many extinct exotic fruit treasures in the outside world, which are rare treasures in ancient civilizations. For example, the source fruit of Kendo, there is no outside world, and there are fruits that are much weaker than this. There are no such magical treasures in the universe, only in the depths of the long river of time and space, but the threshold to go there is the Fifth Order Emperor, and even the Fifth Order Emperor may fall. However, in the four secret realms, although the source fruit of Kendo is rare, ordinary emperors can still take it out. After all, it is not extinct. No matter how many billions of years it takes to be born, it will always increase, and the source will reduce its value. A trace of thought, looking around in the world of Shumi. He also wanted to participate in this gambling game at first, but when he heard that the treasures would eventually fall into the hands of the two competing against each other, Jian Wushuang had no interest in this. The main thing is pur, otherwise I really want to wave my hand and take out some treasures to add to the fun. Jian Wushuang's eyes swept towards the ring, with an inspiration.
Elder Nine Swords, please wait a moment, I have a treasure here that can be used as a prize.
Wow! With his palm, a dazzling crystal pillar appeared in his hand. This was the treasure that had been exchanged by Qiu Huang to restore its origin, and it was the key treasure needed to restore the ultimate origin. These treasures were not used in the 4 secret realms and were collected by the 4 halls long ago.
Zhu Xian Divine Stone!
The palace lord of Shangqing said silently, with a strange color in his eyes. The other Fifth Order emperors were shocked when they heard this name. They all knew that Jian Wushuang's background was unusual, and he was a person from the Tomb of the Gods, but they didn't expect that he would be able to take out this long-lost treasure. Jian Wushuang's heart trembled. When he exchanged this treasure with Qiu Huang, he spent 150,000 precious points, which was converted into a sacred stone, at least 300,000. The key is that this treasure has disappeared in the 4 secret realms. Even if you want it, you can't get it. As for its usefulness, it is impossible to find out. In addition to overflowing with the ultimate source, this treasure used to be one of the pieces on a piece of Zhu Xianshi, which can temper the source, and is considered a rare cultivation treasure. For these people, the value of this treasure is more than 500,000 sacred stones.
This little friend, such an important treasure, as a lottery, a little wasted, it is better to sell it to the old man.
The eyes of the Taoist master Luyang of Demon Tao were hot. This treasure overflowed him greatly. Jian Wushuang shook his head, and said faintly,
I have either side of this treasure. I guess they are tied. If you lose, the treasure will be at your disposal. If you win, the rest will go to me, and this treasure will be given to them. Victor among people! Okay, I agree with this proposal.
Taoist Luyang directly agreed. Although the others are interested in this treasure, they are not as urgent as Luyang. However, Jian Wushuang's identity was special, and there was another impenetrable Fifth Order Peak Emperor beside him. This face was still to be given, and no one opposed him at the moment. As the host of the Shangqing Palace, naturally, there will be no disputes with guests over some trivial matters.
Then let's wait and see.
Elder Nine Swords smiled slightly. However, looking at Jian Wushuang's figure, there was also a trace of unmoved expression in his eyes. The people of the Tomb of the Gods really have great secrets in them. Extinct treasures can be taken out at hand. It seems that in the 4 great secret realms, the future may not be peaceful. He can be regarded as the top figure in the Shangqing Palace, and he knows more about some secret things than others. The establishment of the Senate Palace and the status of the temple are on the same level. This matter has long been spread. Now the Taoist monarchs on the Tomb God Mountain came to travel, and the powerful emperors from the Yuanlao Palace were accompanied, all of which were warning them that the sky was about to change. In the future, not only the temple will press them, but also the palace of the elders, and even the mysterious visitors on the Mountain of Tombs. Jian Wushuang didn't think much of them. He just wanted to take the least treasures and get the most value, 13 golden swords. This time he couldn't escape, and he would definitely appear in the next round. These old guys also wanted to test his strength, but they didn't dare to speak rashly. He didn't have any thoughts about this. It was nothing to show off his strength for the golden sword. He didn't care what these people thought. Anyway, the sky was falling, and the taller man went up to bear it. Playing with the jade board on his thumb, Jian Wushuang cast his eyes on the ring. I wish the battle between Bacha and Wind-Holding Sword is indeed a wonderful word. Chapter 53:14. The strength of the two is extremely strong. Even if placed outside, they are also the top 1,000 Dayan immortals. In the 4 secret realms, the two are comparable to the Emperor, and they also have a half-step imperial power in the outside world. At the beginning, there were only a few half-step emperors on the list of cosmic gods and demons, and they were all practitioners of the ultimate path in their early 200s. Now, because of the treasures of the Qixin Temple, most of the second-rank Yuanyuando powerhouses have also entered the half-step emperor. According to his speculation, the Emperor Banbu has broken 1,000. The entire primitive universe is infinitely large, much larger than the 4 secret realms of the Qixin Temple, and only so many powerful people have emerged in total. And in the secret realm of the heavens, the Taoist monarch in the north is probably stronger than the outside world. This is not about quantity, but quality. The sword chief of the Shangqing Palace, even in the outside world, could rank in the top 100, and his strength was about the same as that of the 10,000 star god emperor who was imitation of the eternal treasure, and even stronger than the 10,000 stars. No matter how strong the opponent is, he will be defeated with one's sword. This kind of aura is also a powerful person comparable to the emperor in the outside world. Now on Primordial Star, there are probably not many people who can be better than him. Although the Shangqing Palace is very famous, there are still many ancient sects that are stronger than the Shangqing Palace in terms of comprehensive strength. In the north, there are several sects far surpassing the Shangqing Palace. The Winter City in the Northern Territory is the real master. It has fought against the White Tiger Palace several times. After being suppressed, although it is quite low-key, the White Tiger Palace is in the Winter City deep in the Northern Territory with one man. Nothing is inserted. This is a symbol of strength. There are more sects of the same kind, and the Heavenly Demon sect is not weaker than the Shangqing Palace, and the strength of the two is equal, and even stronger in the inheritance of the sect. The Shangqing Palace was created by the ancestors of the Shangqing dynasty, and the Shangqing dynasty emerged in the Age of Four Secret Realms. The Celestial Demon Gate was rising in the Age of the Gods. At that time, the Celestial Demon Gate was stronger than the Winter City, and the god of creation of the Celestial Demon Gate was even more of a sinful demon. His strength is extremely powerful, and his inheritance is naturally stronger. It is a pity that he was ruled by a god. This kind of character is a scourge to stay in the Four Secret Realms. Although it was not the Devourer, it was not much different, and leaving it was a curse. The Zhu Bacha on the court has accepted the inheritance of the heavenly demon. That demon giant is called Six Suns because when he was incarnate as a heavenly demon, he had 6 arms and his palms were like the sun. He was extremely dazzling. He once fought battles against several Fifth-Order Emperors and defeated a Fifth-Order Emperor. If someone came to rescue him, the Fifth-Order Peak Emperor would have to fall on the spot. With such strength, even in the Shangqing Palace, it can be comparable to the strongest sword among the 9 swords. This is the real powerhouse. If the Sixth-Order Emperor does not come out, it is his world. The one off the court also has this aura at this time. Haha, this is your true strength. Zhu Bacha turned into a 6-armed demon, holding 6 épées with no edge, and the chasing swords that killed them were retreating steadily. 6 swords attacked together, just like one sword, but the power was 6 times stronger. The wind-chasing sword can't resist at all, and can only evade quickly with a flexible posture. Ha! Her body was backed back hundreds of thousands of miles again, and his body was plunged into a sea of chaos. But when the outside world looked at it, the distance between the two was still only a few miles. Zhu Bacha's strength really exceeded his imagination. Tai Ajian came out, still being crushed and beaten. "I'm going to lose. The body of the demon is too strong, even stronger than the perfect body, and the divine body is also approaching 9,000 times. Many emperors, or Taoists in the rear commented. The great elder of the Shangqing Palace was not for this reason. His disciple knew best, and the strongest sword had not been revealed yet, and everything was hard to say. 6-armed demon. Elder 9 Swords was a bit surprised. Nowadays, he is in charge of many things in the Shangqing Palace. He knows many things and has more things to care about. For example, the overall strength of the younger generation is constantly being compared. This is the best way to see that those sects continue to grow stronger, and the strengths of those sects are declining. Compared with usual, this generation of disciples in the Shangqing Palace did not appear to be a Taoist monarch who was too against the sky. In the previous generations, Nieyuan has been born, or the seedlings of several Jiankui appeared in the same generation. This generation is a bit too ordinary. Although Tai Jian's sword chief is strong, but this one, there is not even one that can compete with him. Looking at the Celestial Demon sect, I wish Bacha's strength is only a giant in the Celestial Demon sect, and he is not in the top 10, but his strength can be so strong. And with the combat power of Tai Jian, this is pretty good. Wouldn't the top 10 giants be stronger than the Tai Jian of the Shangqing Palace? The Shangqing Palace is different from the Heavenly Demon sect. They pay more attention to excellence, and the entire sect of the Heavenly Demon sect is like a sure field. Where the strong live, the identities of those giants change quickly, but in Shangqing Palace, except for the 13th Tai Aegean, there is no Taoist that can take a shot. I want to announce that Mimi Reading App is really good, it's worth installing. After all, you can cache books and read aloud offline. Even if the Heavenly Demon Gate does not have these giants, there will be some other Tao monarchs who are eager to climb up. Where is the Shangqing Palace? The current Yanxian hasn't been cultivated yet, and once the 13 Taya swords break through to the Emperor, there will be no one to fill the gap. Elder Nine Swords' complexion was colorless, but in his heart he secretly made up his mind that before the next era, the resources of the sect should be tilted to the first level. Even to those mortals. This is the foundation, a group of waste emperors, who take advantage of the whole thing and don't work, are just waste. Turning his head to look at the emperors of the Shangqing Palace sitting in the second row, he couldn't get angry. Especially the Third Order Emperor, not at all motivated. When they just broke through, they were all arrogant, but now they are all discouraged. None of the Fourth Order Emperors have any hope of reaching the Fifth Order. The Taoist generation is very common. The heavens of the four secret realms will soon change, and their strength in the Shangqing Palace will gradually decline by then, and it may be difficult for them to survive. No matter how powerful the Patriarch is, a bunch of trash under his command will not work. Nye Yuan! Elder Jiujian said silently in his heart. Nye Yuan, who had regained his fighting spirit, changed his decadence, and his whole body was energetic. Most importantly, this person has never really given up his kendo. Originally thought he had abandoned himself, who would have thought that he would hide his strength? Now he is the Fourth Order peak, plus the current momentum. The Fifth Order Emperor is not far away. This kind of talent shouldn't have been driven away just because of a little face. It's just because of a marriage, it turned out to be like this. Thinking of this, Elder Nine Swords swept to the side of the Great Elder, determined to change the Shangqing Palace, and had to clean it from above. At least we must get rid of the stubborn heart of these old guys, otherwise the Shangqing Palace will be destroyed by their generation. In the end, it is the younger generation. Looking at the battle below, Elder Nine Swords pondered in his heart, and said in secret, "This time, it's good to lose. You can't always let them daydream." Boom! Chapter 53:15. After a huge muffled sound, the chasing sword on the ring was smashed out tens of thousands of miles. The whole body began to crack. Careless! The big elder sitting above his face changed slightly. Even Jian Wushuang couldn't help shaking his head in public. This chasing sword was too turbulent, relying on his posture to constantly provocation. Originally wanted to find Zhu Baka's flaws, but in the end he leaked the flaws, was severely injured by a sword, and his divine body was shattered. This is obviously going to be over. Destroy me! I wish the body of the eight-pointed demon, swooping down majestically. The wind-chasing sword drew the sword again, and his breath continued to rise, but in the middle of it he languished. Apparently the origin was also injured. Stop! Before Elder Nine Swords called to stop, the Great Elder stood up first, and directly pulled the wind-chasing sword from the ring with a wave of his hand. Elder Nine Swords' expression moved, a little angry. He now doubts whether this wind-herring sword is the illegitimate son of the Great Elder. Is it necessary to do this? Even if the sword was really slashed, the wind-chasing sword would not fall, and it would be seriously injured at most, sleeping for a while. This is not very good. Let him correct his own problems. Taoist Liyang's complexion is not very good. If it weren't for the Palace Lord of Shangqing here, he would have to swear. Is this necessary for the struggle between juniors? If you end up personally, even if you want to stop the loss, it will be Elder Zhijian's shot. Could it be possible that Zhou Jian could still watch the Tai Jian of the Shangqing Palace fall? The other emperors, even though they were a little dissatisfied, didn't dare to show it. They could only turn their heads to congratulate Taoist Luan. Hearing this, his face was a little better. These people obviously don't care about treasures. But Jian Wuxuan cares. In his opinion, the strength of the two is equal, and the Great Elder will interfere, which is also in his expectation, so he will bet for a tie. Now that it's good, this wind-chasing sword is too wasteful, his strength has not been revealed at all, it is very hopeful that he will tie, and he has to hide one hand and wait for the other party's flaws. In the end, he lost. Damn it! Jian Wuxuan cursed secretly, but he didn't find any treasures, and finally lost that piece of Zhuxian divine stone. I wish Bach a victory! Elder Nine Swords shouted, and the other 12 Tai Jianzi all leaked expressions of surprise. According to what the elders said, they shouldn't be the strongest. They originally vowed to defend all the arenas without losing. Who would have thought that after only a few rounds, he would lose one game? They also heard that a Taoist monarch came up on the tomb's sacred mountain. He was very strong and his origin was much stronger than that of the emperor. Before that man made a move, they lost one. A lot of treasures and sacred stones fell in front of Zhu Bacha. These are all yours! When Zhu Bacha heard this, he thought that golden sword would not be given to him. At the moment, he was hesitant to pick it up, and his eyes turned to Taoist Luoyang. Take it! These treasures have nothing to do with the golden sword. Taoist Luoyang spoke, wishing Bacha would dare to accept so many treasures. Don't thank these predecessors, Taoist Luoyang said with yin and yang strange aura. Zhu Bacha seems to have come to understand, and bowed and thanked me now. Those of the demon sects, it's okay, the other decent monarchs are a bit unsightly. Especially Elder Nine Swords, he was not afraid of losing, nor complained. Just can't get used to this way of the Great Elder. Next round, continue! Elder Nine Swords, his voice is like Hong Zhong. Zhu Bacha set the precedent for this time to seize the sword, and the emperor also played one after another. The Daojun who can sit in the second row can be comparable in strength to the emperor, and his status is extremely noble. This time he came for the golden sword and made a name for himself. They are all figures who are about to join the Dao. After this victory, the Dao heart is consummated, and the He Dao stepped into the emperor and became a strong one. Sharo City, Broly! A burly man with naked torso and ash eyes stood up. He sits in the 5th row, very inconspicuous. The breath is also very ordinary, full of jet black long hair, bound by a headband, like a savage. The Taoist sitting in the 3rd row couldn't help but sneer. It's all this time, and there are still people daydreaming. Insert a sentence, Mimi Reading Gap, really good, it is worth installing one, after all, you can cache reading and read aloud offline. In the first few rounds, most of them were casual cultivators. These casual cultivators had no school or faction. They reported their names directly, and no one knew them, so they could only add a city name in front of them. Qingyang Sect, Wusan. Jingguang City, last week. Jian Wuxuan didn't plan to watch any more, and there was nothing to watch behind. In general, he is very enthusiastic about the unique treasures, but these people are not very good. No wonder the Temple of Qi will recruit inheritors from the outside world. Practitioners in the 4 secret realms of feelings are all rubbish. No matter how strong the inherited treasure is, the original flaw cannot be made up for. Yan Sanmin knew this for a long time, but didn't care about it. That's why he stayed here with a straight face. These people really don't deserve to sit at the table with him. When fighting abroad, he would rather believe in the puppets of Xuanwu Temple than the waste left over from ancient times. Tomb God Mountain, Jian Wuxuan, ask for advice. Jian Wuxuan's figure was like a sharp blade, breaking through the air and falling directly to the last vacant ring. The 13th sword of Shangqing, the 12th sword. Mangjian Fairy! The name is also very similar to an old person. Jian Wuxuan doesn't like it. His appearance made Elder Zhujian's expression move. Today, the golden sword has lost at least 2 of them. He can't quite see the strength of Jian Wuxuan. Fairy Sheng Mengjian is more than rubbing it. The appearance of Jian Wuxuan made many younger generations straighten their eyes. The mysterious Taoist monarch on the Tomb God Mountain is even more invisible, but many people still feel that it is too exaggerated. Even if it is strong, it is a Taoist monarch. The 4 secret realms are so big that they can still be afraid of a Taoist monarch from a mountain. Originally, these people thought that Jian Wushuang's status should also challenge Jian Kui when they played, but they didn't expect to beat a woman. Really reduced his status. They are all in the first row, and they are the same generation as those of the Fifth Order Emperors, so they have a good life. Nie Yuan didn't think there was anything wrong with Jian Wushuang. He was a master of kendo, and he could analyze many things in every move of Jian Xiu. Uncle Nie, is he strong? The Qing Luo girl asked cautiously. Nie Yuan nodded and said, very strong, at least a level better than that fairy sword fairy. Then he played to a Jian Kui? The girl had many questions in her heart. Seeing Shi Shuni's answer, she hurriedly asked. Nie Yuan turned his head and said with a petting look in his eyes, I will know this after a fight. Take a good look, it's useful to you. An emperor sitting in the 4th row couldn't help snorting coldly and sneered. Why, I just went to hug my thigh, and this started to flatter me. The emperor's strength was average, but his background was so strong that he dared to speak up, Nie Yuan. After hearing these words, the Qingluo girl was very angry, but Nie Yuan suppressed it when she wanted to refute. Humph! The emperors are so powerful, they can't see Jian Wushuang very well, and those Taoists are even worse. Chapter 53:16. 13 people stepped onto the ring, and the fight was only between one thought. Jian Wushuang? Fairy Meng Jian has cold eyebrows and her face is proud, but her sword is not like that. From the very beginning, Jian Wushuang only glanced at the other party slightly, and saw her swordsmanship. She walked a long way on the sword, but the swordsmanship she created was very ordinary. Just this, her strength can still be ranked in the top 8, not the bottom person. These 13 Tai Ajian's unique skills, for these people to practice, is simply a huge waste. Not to mention looking at the universe, it is said that this class of swordsmanship has spread to Dcu, and the 13 people drawn out are much better than them. In the outside world, the second product origin is at least complete, without any defects. Your Excellency is from the Tomb Mountain, and it's a sword repairer. The little girl is also thinking of asking for advice. Jian Wushuang stretched out his arm and made a please. Suddenly the sound of the wind breaks, and it is utterly unstoppable. The two were the first to fight against each other, and the sky was full of swords and shadows. The enthusiasm was seen by others. Jian Wushuang knew for himself that he hadn't done much just now. All these were the methods of Fairy Meng Jian. Well? Jian Wushuang doesn't seem to have a sword? The emperors can still see clearly, and some other Taoists, like that Zhu Bacha, can also see some doorways. After all, his strength is not weak. The gap is a bit big. The Fifth Order Emperor's eyes were sharp, and he saw Jian Wushuang's extraordinary at a glance. At first they thought it would be a fierce battle, but in the end Meng Jian Fairy lost. Now I am afraid that Meng Jian Fairy will not be able to compete for 3 rounds. Staggered, Jian Wushuang's body technique turned, and the whole body leaned back. The sword of Fairy Meng Jian just now was a child's play for him. You don't use it to a sword? Jian Wushuang really feels a headache for these swordsmen. Why, these people are very arrogant. Can't come up with a cruel move, still waiting for the warm-up. It's too ridiculous. To a large extent, Hustling Sword just underestimated the opponent. His strength was not much weaker than Zhu Bacha. In a good situation, he was killed by himself. Fairy Meng Jian was a little surprised by Jian Wushuang's body style, but she didn't know that Jian Wushuang had already stepped into the origin level of space. In space, he was much stronger than the emperors of the 4 secret realms. Naturally, she is stronger than her by many levels. Didn't you also have a sword? Fairy Meng Jian said. This sentence is nothing. He hasn't made a sword, and it's normal for the other party not to have a unique skill. Everyone is a decent person, but it is a shame for Jian Wushuang. Because he didn't even have a magic sword to take out. The light blue long sword in Fairy Dream Sword's hands was as beautiful as a dream, and it seemed to be at least an innate superb sword. The opponent came from an ancient sect. It is normal to have this kind of treasure, and it is understandable that there are more treasures than the outside world. After all, it is handed down from ancient times. But Jian Wushuang's current identity came from the mysterious Tomb Mountain. This sense of mystery was not only for these people, even Jian Wushuang felt very mysterious, because he didn't know where the Tomb Mountain was or what was on it. With his current status, it would not be an exaggeration to take out an eternally treasured divine sword. But he didn't. There is an ancient sword of the supreme treasure on his body, which was collected from Mo Long. You can't take this broken sword out of shame. The most important thing is that he doesn't need it, or in other words, to deal with a strong man like Mengjian Fairy, he doesn't need to use a sword at all. It's not easy to see his long sword. It'll stand in front of you, let you see enough at a time, because it's not a sword. Jian Wushuang's figure flickered, and soon disappeared in place. When he reappeared, a hot divine sword appeared in this chaotic space. This is the 6th layer of the ultimate way, the heart sword test. Broken! Puff! With the sword breaking, Jian Wushuang's speed was very fast, but for an instant, many emperors did not react, and Fairy Mengjian's body fell to nothing. This sword didn't hurt the origin of the opponent. After all, this is the Shangqing Palace, so you must grasp the scale. It just caused the opponent's origin to oscillate, and his strength instantly declined, and the whole person was a little unsteady, floating directly in the mixed space, and fell to the ground. Jian Wushuang looked down, humming like a sword. That is the aftermath. The aftermath of the sword sound made people intoxicated. His hands trembled a little, and when he first pierced Fairy Mengjian's body, that evil thought instantly filled his entire mind. He almost couldn't suppress his thoughts. Fortunately, the sound of Swordsman kept reminding him. The thought of swallowing, startled again, made him very comfortable. The main thing is the breakthrough of Jidao. It has reached the 6th level. This stage is the most uncomfortable and the fastest improvement. Another part of the reason is that the natives of the 4 great secret realms are too fragile in origin. If they really want to be swallowed, I am afraid it will be easy. Fairy Dream Sword's Kendo origin, he is sure to swallow half of it. It used to swallow 10%, but now it has directly increased to half. The Dayan Immortal who devours the outside world may not be able to do it, but the Dayan Immortal of the 4 great secret realms, that is, these Taoists, is too fragile for him. Here, Kendo is not very good, and it is incomparable in unique knowledge. Ji Dao is very adaptable here. Just by relying on Ji Dao, he can ask the head of Dao Monarch. Just the horrible devouring power emperor has to avoid it when he comes. This is the Lord against heaven. Even those who have attained the Tao must retreat. There are also many first-order and second-order emperors in the 4 great secret realms, and the status of these emperors is very low, even those Daozi can match. It's okay if you have a background. Be a deacon in the sect. Some things can't always be done by the strong. Just like outside the Shangqing Palace, most of the emperors who were greeted and sent off were deacons, but as the face of the Shangqing Palace, these people could not be too weak. Most of them were second-order emperors. Those who don't have a background can be miserable, and it's okay to keep a low profile. Otherwise, they will be chased down by those against the heavens. Every Taoist against the heavens will look for some emperor to challenge before he joins the Tao. If the strength is not enough, they will challenge the first-order emperor, and if they lose, they will retreat. This can be considered weak and sad. In the primitive universe, there are very few Dayan Immortals, and no one of those emperors will be afraid of a Dayan Immortal, and the understanding of Tao is very different. In addition, the book reading app one I'm using recently, Myriad app, has many sources of books, complete books, and fast update. The emperor with the weakest calculation has also mastered the origin of space, has walked his origin path to perfection, and realized space. It's different in the Temple of Qixin. These emperors can only comprehend the origin of space when they are in the 3rd level. Many second-order emperors have just touched the threshold of the origin of space, and they are not as good as the Dayan Immortals from the outside world. As for those emperors, it was even worse, and there was hardly any sight of the threshold of the origin of space. The strength he showed just now surprised the emperors above. It was not all his crushing power, but his familiarity with space. It's the breath of the origin of space. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.